Chapter 521 Negotiating Battle Stars. And thinking of Xianyu here, he couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. Listening to what you said, I think we should purchase some more powerful weapons. At this point, Xianyu added, if I follow what you said, the strength of the Starry Sky Beast in the 8th stage should be incredible. If I want to fight against a Starry Sky Beast of this strength, what kind of weapon should I buy that would be better? At this time, the Starry Sky Beast naturally became energetic when he heard this. This is indeed a very troublesome thing. After all, the 8th level Starry Sky Beast is considered the best in the universe. And due to the characteristics of the Starry Sky Beast, its own combat power is very powerful. Many times and when civilizations of the same level fight, he can easily crush the civilizations of the same level. Xianyu nodded after hearing this. After all, they had seen such a scene before. So if you want to compete with him, then this weapon must be very powerful. But usually, such weapons start at least at the level of 100 billion. Having said this, Kuei immediately set his sights on Xianyu. At this time, he knew very well that this was the most critical moment. This sentence is naturally a test. He wants to test whether the other party's funds are more than 100 billion or less than 100 billion. 100 billion? After saying this, Xianyu couldn't help but think about it in his mind. Can you give me a specific number? When Xianyu said this, the Starry Sky Beast's eyes suddenly lit up. Because he also saw Xianyu's performance just now. When he told the price, he didn't immediately say that he couldn't afford it. Instead, he was thinking about it, which proved a problem. This civilization can afford such a price. It's paid, but for them, it should be traumatic. That's why he hesitated. However, he also knows very well that this price is not even for the world civilization. Even for other veteran 8th level civilizations. For a civilization like theirs that consumes a lot of energy, this is a figure that is absolutely unimaginable. Thinking of this, after confirming that the other party was at least 100 billion level civilization, Kuei did not hesitate to start his deception. The only weapon in the known universe that can compete with the 8th level civilization with a relatively stable winning rate is the neutron battle star. And it cannot be an ordinary neutron battle star, because your enemy is a Starry Sky Beast. So it has to be that special kind of neutron battle star. On the original basis, this kind of neutron battle star will add more technologies to increase its combat effectiveness by several levels. Only this kind of neutron battle star has the ability to compete with the 8th level civilization. So a special neutron battle star like this is also very expensive. The cost of manufacturing one alone is more than 100 billion. Because the purpose of manufacturing is to send a large number of robots to work on the surface of the neutron star during the star construction. Although the manufacturing cycle is not long, the loss of the robots is very exaggerated. Basically, there are a large number of robots every minute, because they cannot withstand the termination crushed by the surface's gravity. To put it simply, although the neutron battle star is powerful, it is purely made of resources. So the cost is very high. And the special neutron battle star also needs to add a lot of technology, which makes the neutron battle star the construction of the star has once again improved several levels. And currently, only a few civilizations in the entire alliance have mastered the technology of suspending the front line. And he has not announced this technology. So if you want to do this business, you must find him. But bosses, I happen to have his channel here, and I have had several transactions with him. So I am barely an acquaintance. As for the price, I can help you negotiate with him. This price will make it cheaper for him to some extent. After hearing this, Xianyu thought for a while and said, according to your estimate, if a neutron battle star meets your conditions, how much would it cost to get it? After hearing this, the Starry Sky Beast thought for a while. Probably around 150 billion. The specifics need to be discussed later, because the price of such a neutron battle star is almost this amount. Although it can be a little less for a big order like this. I guess it won't be much less. After hearing this, Xianyu thought for a while and said, how about this? You help us communicate with that civilization first and find out what's going on. Then I'll discuss it with other people in my civilization to see if we should start this wave. Hearing this, the Starry Sky Beast nodded quickly. But as a veteran, he naturally knew that everything must be done without leakage. So before hanging up the call, he whispered to Xianyu, boss, look, we have provided you with such useful information, and we will go to help you negotiate later. What do you mean? When Xianyu heard this, he naturally understood what he meant. Don't worry. This won't be a waste of your work. When it's done, I'll give you 1 million as errand fees. At this time, The starry sky beast heard here, and said immediately, "Bosses, don't worry if you leave this matter to me. I will definitely handle it for you. Clearly. But you have to reply to me as soon as possible so that I can introduce you two to meet, and then we can discuss it in detail. Details later. No problem." After the two parties confirmed, Xianyu also hung up the communication. After hanging up the communication, Xianyu immediately called the other players over to discuss the matter. This is probably what the situation is like now. "Brothers," Xianyu, after listening to what you said, "I feel that this matter can indeed be controlled. Just like the starry sky beast said, what we lack most now is self-protection. The enemy we are facing now is too powerful. If we are not careful, the whole army may be annihilated. Moreover, you have also seen our insect nest in the past, running away in various ways, and being chased by the enemy. Dog. Not only that, we must know that this universe can be said to be our greatest opportunity. With the help of this universe, we can completely dominate the universe before us. But with our current strength, it is basically impossible to keep this secret. So in order to ensure that this secret will not be discovered, we must have super weapons that can suppress the scene to guard the gate of the universe. At the same time, in order to ensure that the door to the universe does not close, we have to find the corresponding technology to maintain the operation of the door to the universe. But the first thing we have to do right now is to ensure the security of the gate of the universe on this side. Taoist priests don't have to worry about safety. But there is only one heart on the other side that is still guarding. A slightly stronger civilization will can send us away. So now we urgently need the neutron battle star that old turtle said. Hearing this, another player voiced his concerns. It doesn't matter to neutron battle star. If we trade through Star City, we don't have to worry about being cheated by the other party. But it doesn't matter whether he has or doesn't have some technologies for the maintenance of the gate of the universe. Let's just say that if the higher-ups in this universe knew about this, would they be able to withstand the temptation? Therefore, regarding the technology of the gate of the universe, we must find a way to obtain it secretly. It is still easy to cause trouble if we purchase it directly. After all, many times the other party is unwilling to do something to us because our temptation is not big enough. If our temptation is big enough to make their hearts flutter, will they still be so harmonious? I only heard what this player said, and everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must take a long-term approach to the matter of the gate to the universe. First of all, on this side of the universe, we can buy some technology that prevents detection by advanced civilizations and completely hide the door to the universe. Then, on the other side, we need to buy a super weapon like the middle finger astrology to guard the universe. For the security of the door. Of course, we must also properly disguise the door to the universe over there. As for the method of stabilizing the installation, I have already thought of it. We can completely devour the galaxy where the gate of the universe is located, and then directly build a fake eternity with the gate of the universe as the core, and build a fake star system, so that even if other civilizations pass by here, they will only think that this is a normal star system, and no one will associate it with the gate to the universe. Okay, now that the matter of the gate to the universe has been finalized, let's talk about buying the neutron battle star. We must buy this thing, but we can't be fooled by that starry sky beast. Yeah. That thing is so unreliable. The last time he asked us to hire him, he asked for 100 billion. But when he saw that we didn't agree, he just said 10 billion to us. Damn it. Yes. The price of this product fluctuates too much. This neutron battle star also fluctuates greatly. How are we going to talk to him then? Otherwise, go ask the market price first. You can have this. After the discussion was over, the players began to inquire about the new transaction price. And it didn't matter if they didn't inquire. When they inquired, they suddenly discovered a strange thing. That is, the neutron battle star. Many people did not know the price. To put it simply, not many people have sold this thing at the moment. So no one knows the price. In fact, if players insist on checking, they can still find the transaction record of a single order. But transaction records belong to the customer's privacy. It's impossible for other stars to fall out for you. So after some inquiries, the players only knew that the price of neutron battle stars fluctuated between 30 billion and 50 billion. And under normal circumstances, the most suspended horoscopes can compete with the starry sky beasts in the early 8th level. After understanding the general situation, the players gathered together again. Brothers, I probably already know the price. I have to say that that old bastard is really stupid. It starts at 100 billion at every turn. That old guy must have received kickbacks. And he got quite a lot of them. Damn. That dead turtle is a real dog. Even based on the maximum floating price of 50 billion that others told us. The price this guy quoted us is 3 times the market price. Mad. It's too cruel. Profiteer. This is a complete profiteer. So shady. The most irritating thing is that as far as we know, there is only one civilization in the entire consortium that has this technology. If we want to buy this thing, we really need his matchmaking. After some communication among the players. Although they really didn't want to cooperate with this old bastard, they had no choice but to contact it in the end. At this time, Wugui, who received the communication and prayers from the players, naturally knew that this wave of orders should be stable. And the next thing was the price. Old rag, the money has been agreed upon for you. You have to be careful about the price when the time comes. I paid special attention to it during this period. After they talked to me before, they went to ask the market price. So this time, I don't think we can trick them much. According to what they know, the price fluctuates around 30 billion to 50 billion. So for this special purpose of our revitalization, we can increase the price. Anyway, you can adapt to the situation by yourself when the time comes. Hearing this, Tai Lung nodded. Don't worry, old turtle. I'm good at this. In this way, before the players arrived, the 2 profiteers started to mix up and start the subsequent operations. After everything was confirmed, the players also arrived. Players also admire the operation of this Starry Sky behemoth. Compared with other matchmakers who do things in the middle, this Starry Sky behemoth just introduces players to the mechanical civilization Tai Lung in order to avoid evil. Then he wisely left, leaving 2 groups behind to start talking about the price. You must be very aware that I am the only one in the entire Neutron Astrology Consortium that has this technology. If you want to buy it through other channels, you really can't buy it. And the price I offer you is also very reasonable. 130 billion. As soon as the negotiations began, Tai Lung took the lead in making his advantages clear. But obviously, his approach is of no use to the players. Mr. Tai Lung, what you said makes sense. It is true that you are the only one in the entire consortium who has this technology. However, after many inquiries, we heard that the price of the termination horoscope should be between 30 billion and 50 billion. You isn't 130 billion a little too high? 50 billion? Bosses, let me tell you the truth. The cost of a neutron battle star is this number. I have worked so hard to build one and sincerely sold it to you at the cost of 50 billion. The losses incurred in making the battle star are not included. And the hard work is not included. This technology must be charged at least some fees. After all, if we do business without making money, who will do the profitable business? Hearing this, Xianyu said, you can't say that. What is the specific cost? We don't know. But you know it in your heart. Although you said this number, I always feel that there must be a deviation. And even if you want to make money, if you double or triple it, I think this is a bit unreasonable for him. Tai Lung was immediately unhappy when he heard this. To be honest with you bosses, I only earned 30% of the total for this deal with you. I think it's reasonable to earn 30% for one deal. After all, it's not that easy to transform a neutron star. Chapter 522 Negotiated. First of all, transforming the neutron battle star requires high-density materials of the same quality as it. The cost of these materials alone is at least around 50 billion. Secondly, I still need to complete the assembly of various components on it. You must also be aware of the weight and high temperature on the surface of the neutron battle star. Working on it, no matter how advanced the technology my robots use, they will never survive for more than an hour. This means that I lose a large number of robots every hour. The transformation time of the entire neutron battle star is usually based on 10 years. You could estimate how many robots I will lose in 10 years. To be honest, if I am not a robot seller, doing this business is just a mechanical. The human cost starts at least several hundred billion. Hearing this, the Emperor Penguin couldn't help but interject. Mr. Tyrone, what you said is a bit exaggerated. As far as I know, the biggest cost in the robot loss process is when there is no gravitational shielding system. Usually if you are making a neutron battle star, in order to reduce the loss, I am thinking that you should give priority to installing this thing. So large-scale loss of the robot will only occur when this equipment is installed. He doesn't deny what Emperor Penguin said about Tyrone. Indeed, what you said is true. The highest loss in manufacturing a neutron battle star is when the gravity shielding system is not installed. But this is only for ordinary neutron battle stars. If you just want a neutron battle star that can compete with the early 8th level Starry Sky Behemoth, I can sell it to you for 50 billion. But I heard what the old bastard said. What you want is a neutron battle star that can compete with the 8th level peak Starry Sky Behemoth. The neutron battle star that the beast contends with. Although on the surface it seems that there is not much difference between the early stage of the 8th level and the peak of the 8th level. They are both in the 8th stage. But at this stage, let alone two such large combat units, even if they are both in the early 8th level, they still have to be ranked first. So the difference between the early 8th level and the peak civilization in the early 8th level is also very exaggerated. After all, at this stage of civilization, it is very difficult to advance even one step. And the neutron battle star you want needs to go through so many steps. So the cost is not here. And there is nothing I can do. So I still say this. Bosses, if you only need 50 billion to compete with the early stage of the 8th level, I will sell you one immediately. But if you want to compete with the 8th level peak civilization, if you need 1300 less, then I will do it. This deal will only be a loss. At this time, after hearing what Tai Long said, the players also looked at each other. Although the players are not clear about the twists and turns inside, they understand what Tai Long said. After all, although they are both at level 8, the difference in strength is too great. If you want to make up for these disparities, the cost must go up. But players don't know how much the specific cost will be. And this is the most troublesome thing. However, although they didn't know how much it had increased, the players knew very well that it would never rise to 130 billion. Thinking of this, they decided to take a small taste first. In this case, Mr. Tai Long, we are all happy people. How about a deal of 65 billion? When Tai Long heard this, his expression suddenly changed. I'm telling you, bosses, we don't use this method of bargaining. If you cut the price in half, I won't be able to do business. I'll tell you the truth. Everything I told you before is true. The material cost to manufacture this battle star is 50 billion, including the loss of my robot plus my labor and other messy things. The fixed expenses are at least 50 billion. 90 billion is the bottom line. In this way, I will make a friend worth 100 billion. And we will settle the matter. What do you think? After hearing this, several players who came over to negotiate also began to communicate privately. I always feel that there is still a lot of moisture in this price. But judging from his attitude, this is probably the bottom line. The main reason is that we don't know the specific cost. If what he said is true, then the price is quite reasonable. After all, after removing the cost, people have to make a little profit no matter what. You said that we would work in vain without making a penny. This is definitely impossible. But if what he said is not true, wouldn't we have suffered a huge loss this time? Let's explore the bottom first and see if we can press down a little further. After the quality was improved, I only heard the players talking. 100 billion is still too expensive, and we won't pay 80 billion. If this price is not enough, we can only look at other equipment. Because we have inquired before about the reason why the neutron battle star is so popular low. Not because he is not strong, but because his price/performance ratio is very low. The neutron battle star purchased at the same price can only compete with the early 8th order civilization. But with the same money, if we invest all of it in combat robots, then we can at least compete with the middle or late 8th order civilization. When Tai Lung heard this, he immediately said, I say bosses, you don't understand the whole thing. Although the robot purchased at this price can indeed achieve the effect you said. When people tell you about this, they obviously don't. Consider a premise. That's the rate at which robots wear out. To put it bluntly, even if you buy enough robots to fight against your enemies, what's the use? Can you ensure that you kill the enemy the first time you send troops? Obviously you can't guarantee that. If the enemy is not killed the first time you send out troops, do you think your remaining robots have a chance of winning the second time they fight a fully status enemy? So once you purchase a robot, it means that every time you fight an enemy, you need to spend some money to purchase a certain amount of robots. Let me tell you that I am one of the 3 major robot sellers in this consortium. I understand all the twists and turns in this robot transaction. Although our neutron battle star is a little more expensive than the robot, it can still be used after a little repair after the robot war. Even sometimes the injuries are relatively minor and don't need to be deliberately done. To repair, just wait for it to repair itself. If the robot you are using encounters some special circumstances, your robot may be lured away and then defeated one by one. But with this thing, you don't have to worry about this problem. Because it is a whole. It is impossible for the formation to be broken up by the enemy or to be directly cleared by a large-scale clearing skill. The large number of robots will lead to a crazy decline in combat power. Okay. I think all the bosses are happy with the 95 billion. This is my final bottom line. If the order is lowered, I really can't do it. After all, we can't work in vain. This price is actually a bit of a hard-earned fee. After some haggling, the players lowered the price by another 5 billion. In the end, the two parties signed a contract for this neutron battlestar at a price of 90 billion. According to the content of the contract, players need to pay a deposit of 9 billion at the beginning of signing the contract. And 1 year after the start of construction, the other party's progress must reach more than 10%. And after reaching this, the players need to pay 10 billion funds. In the next 9 years, Tyrone must complete 10% of the construction progress every year, and players must pay 9 billion in funds every year. This approach is naturally acceptable to both parties. First of all, for the players, if you ask them to spend 90 billion immediately, they won't be able to come up with it. By handing over a little every year in this way, they can still come up with it. For them, the worst they can do is just work harder in the past few years. And then, they can do a little bit of work on developing military units. For Tylon, this plan is also the most suitable one. Because if you ask him to put in his own money, he definitely doesn't have that much money to throw into it. After all, even if he only pays the cost, it is not a small amount. And players continue to transfer funds to him in this way. So he does not need to worry about materials after construction starts. At the same time, its risks are also minimized. What he wanted to do with this order was that if it didn't work out, he would go to Star City to borrow part of the funds to use as early-stage material funds. And he would repay the borrowed money after the player settled the payment in the later stage. But this will cost a lot of interest plus transaction fees and other messy expenses. And in the end, he may not make much money. And now that the players have agreed to this transaction method, the interest fees can be saved. After excluding the taxes and costs deducted by Xinqiang, he made a preliminary estimate of this wave. And he got at least about 40 billion. The amount of funds is an astronomical sum for him. After all, 1 day ago, he was a poor man with only tens of millions of dollars in his hands. But now he has taken a big order of 90 billion. And he now has 1 billion in capital. Tai Lung couldn't help but be excited when he saw this. But when he thought that the dead bastard was going to take a big part of it, he suddenly felt unhappy. Of the 40 billion, I can only take 16 billion. And the remaining 24 billion belongs to that old bastard. Damn it! It's so abominable. What's so hateful about this? At this moment, Kuei's voice came over. Old man, if you think about it this way, do you think he could have done it without me? Although it seems on the surface that you have to contribute to this matter. Have you ever thought about it? If I hadn't convinced them to buy something with low cost performance and unclear market price in the early stage, do you think we could have earned so much? I'm not inducing them. I bet that those people will definitely go to your competitors and place crazy orders to buy combat robots. By then, let alone the 16 billion, you won't even make a cent. And then again, I don't have to contribute to this matter. And my scales will not be used to strengthen the defense and attack power of the neutron battlestar. Without my scales, you would be dreaming with your little technology to create a neutron battlestar that can compete with the 8th level peak starry sky beast. Just put a few scales on it, and you'll be able to exert it. Your strength is very light. Who doesn't know that you can stretch out thousands of scales every year on that piece of crap? That can't be said. You have to understand that I can generate so much every year. But this requires energy consumption. And you think 1 layer of scales is enough. Let me tell you the truth. I roughly estimated this thing. My son needs to be wrapped in at least 10 to 20 layers. Otherwise, the strength is simply not enough. 10 or 20 floors. Old bastard. You really have the nerve to say that. How big is a neutron battlestar? It's only about 10 kilometers in diameter, which is not as big as one of your scales. 10 or 20 levels sounds nice. But in actual calculation the cost is only 1 million at most. A mere million. You are talking as if you have paid billions in costs. I don't want to say that. The scales I paid are the special scales on my body. The ones you can't afford. After all, my opponent is a starry sky beast at the peak of the 8th level. Do you think you, a poor scrap, can just buy it? Can those scales withstand anything? I'm telling you, if you don't have these special scales on my body, you would be nothing. It will take at least 10 years to recover these special scales on my body. And it will consume a lot of energy every year. If the two of them ended up in various disputes like this, although they didn't want to, The contract was signed, and Tyrone civilization would not be allowed to regret it. So Tyrone civilization entered the construction stage of the neutron battle star. However, compared to Old Turtle, the Tyrone civilization is not a fuel-efficient lamp. The production of neutron battle stars is indeed very serious. But a frugal housekeeper like him still has many working robots for manufacturing neutron battle stars. And this some of the work droids were left over from the last time the neutron battle star was built. If these things continue to be kept here, to put it bluntly, they are scrap metal. But now he can just use them. And then he has left a lot of other materials needed to make neutron battle stars last time. And he has left a lot of them. In addition to the input of these materials, I can buy some random materials to make up for it. As for neutron stars, he had paid attention to the locations of many neutron stars before, and knew that neutron stars in several places were unowned. So he decided to go there, and buy one for free. After such a wave of operations, he estimated that he would only need to spend at most about 10 billion in material costs to complete this matter. In other words, with a budget of 50 billion, he can at least come up with 40 billion, plus an additional 16 billion. This wave of pleasure. I made a wise decision at the time. I didn't recycle the excess materials after making the neutron battle star. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make so much money this time. Of course, he has made so much this time. And the main reason why he is arguing with the old turtle is because he agreed too readily just to be on the safe side. The old turtle must know that there is something fishy. If the old turtle finds out, what if? What should I do if I want to get a piece of the pie again? So if I didn't complain about this matter at all, that old bastard would definitely be suspicious. But if I complain like this now, then that old bastard wouldn't suspect that I might have another Xiao Jiujiu. Chapter 523 Delivery of the Battle Star. In this way, both sides entered into the preparations for the suspension of the battle star with their own motives. As for the players, they just need to make full use of this period of time to develop themselves well. Because for the players, they will definitely not be abandoned in these years. So they first started to build on both sides of the gate of the universe. At the same time, a group of player teams returned to the original universe and began to continue searching for civilization. After all, they have high fees to pay every year. So they must ensure that the funds in their hands are not enough. Of course, in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, the players have also stopped the evolution of their troops. At the same time, players in the new universe are responsible for digging around through various channels to learn about the soul technology in this universe and the situation of the gate to the universe. After a period of understanding, people also have a general idea of this universe. First of all, there are gates to the universe in this universe. And the time and place where these gates appear are random. And each generation of gates that appear will close after about 1,000 years. This length of time is very short for civilization, especially for advanced civilization. Normally, if such a gate to the universe is discovered, then the major alliances in the universe will organize an expedition to go to that universe to seize resources. At the same time, they will also understand the general situation of that universe. If it's a high-dimensional universe, they might find a way to occupy it. Then all the people in the universe move there. But this method was obviously not very feasible, because the battle mode in the high-dimensional universe was completely different from the battle mode in the low-dimensional universe. They once discovered the high-dimensional universe and launched a war in it. But unfortunately they failed in that battle. And in the end, they suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, after that battle, they also developed a lot of high-dimensional technology. Which means that the next time they discover the high-dimensional universe, they will still have ways to deal with the enemy. The discovery of the door to the universe is also random for people in this universe. And the randomness is very strong. Sometimes the door to the universe is even closed soon after it is discovered. No one knows the specific reason why there are so many gates to the universe in this universe. But they know that this is an opportunity for them. At the same time, the emergence of the gate of the universe also prompted them to understand the fact that the universe is a conscious body. Survival is the first need of civilization. This set of theories is not only true for existing civilizations, but also true for cosmic consciousness. Although they don't know why. Gates to the universe often appear in this universe. But they find that the consciousness of the universe seems to be preventing them from leaving this universe. Every time they found someone who might immigrate, they would fail for various reasons, and then return to this universe. Although it is unclear why the two connected universes would have such a situation. This is a very important information for Jiangyao, because now he, like other civilizations in this universe, has left himself the main universe. However, compared to the information about this universe. The circumstances of leaving the universe were different. He did not suffer any interference. Later, after getting to know him, he roughly knew the situation, because the insect swarm itself came from other universes. So even if he left, and the impact on the original universe will not be great. But when the players went out to look for resources, they discovered a problem. It was very difficult for the players to take these resources out of another big universe. For some unknown reason, the players were always subjected to various problems. Interference. All in all, the resources brought by the players often fail to save even 1 out of 10, which also makes the players extremely distressed. But fortunately, they can at least bring some over, and these resources brought over can barely sustain the delivery cost. But Jiang Yao also knew it very well. If they continue to develop according to the current situation, I'm afraid something big will happen to them in the future. Because the situation in this universe is already very special. When they transport resources back, they are either found by their old employer or by other civilizations. In short, various bugs appear every time they transport resources. It is also for this reason that players can't help but worry about trouble if the Starry Sky Beast comes one day. Players don't have to worry about this, at least for the time being. Because after the last war, the Starry Sky Beast is making trouble in the universe. Find people to restore themselves. In this way, everything is proceeding steadily according to the plan of Jiang Yao and the players. Although there are many small gaps in the middle, at least there are not many accidents. In the new universe, after communicating with other civilizations, the players have gained a firm foothold in this alliance, and their development route has been established as discussed at the beginning. Various businesses, whether transportation or other things, as long as they are within their capabilities, they are doing it. However, all this did not go as smoothly as the players thought. It took a full 7 years for the players to reach break-even in the stars. That is, the money earned every year is just enough to pay for the expenses here in the new city. In this regard, mobile players can't help but rush to do business in this place. It is too difficult. The people I met were all old-timers. They were manipulated in various ways at the beginning. But later, through various losses, the old men finally figured out the routines here and started to study their own routines. In the end, the situation became clear. So much better. And judging from the current trend, players know very well that if this development continues, it will be at least 100 or 200 years before they can truly make money. And there is only so long. With the passage of time, people can understand the market and figure out how to do business. All in all, this wave of players feel that they have been well educated. They originally thought that doing business was a very simple matter. But after practice, they discovered that it is very good to maintain a balance of income and expenditure every year. This is true if you think about it carefully. After all, there are so many civilizations in the Alliance, but the stores in Star City are limited. The most important thing is that in so many civilizations, even wired shops have not left their homes. This is enough to show that doing business here basically results in more losses and less profit. Unless players can buy scales, like the Star Behemoth. Otherwise, simply doing business to make money would be too difficult. And time would pass by bit. In the blink of an eye, 10 years would fly by. After all these years of hard work, players can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Because the planet Battlestar is finally completed. At the same time, they also gave their last payment. And after all aspects were completed, the players happily drove the neutron Battlestar back to the insect nest. As soon as the Zhongluo elasticity returned to Cordyceps, players were deeply attracted by its appearance. It is a silver-white planet with a small area and a diameter of about 15 kilometers. On such a surface is a layer of silver-white fluid, which flows slowly on the temporary surface like magma. However, this thing that looks similar to the performance is actually terrifyingly high in hardness. And the most important thing is that with this small heart, the temperature we exude is extremely high. Of course, our family members also know that this is the purpose. When the new characteristics are used to deal with some low-level civilizations, there is no need to take any action, and just open the various shields. Those low-level civilizations will be instantly disintegrated. However, what surprised the players was that the attack method of the neutron astrology really made them confused. Originally, the players thought that the neutron astrology should be equipped with a powerful weapon. But after the players got the goods, they didn't know the purpose. There was only one way of attacking the astrology. And that was an unpretentious impact. You heard me right. This neutron worth tens of billions has only one attack mode. Ordinary impact. In fact, The attack mode of the Neutron Battlestar is very monotonous compared to other weapons. Generally speaking, the attack mode that terminates online can be divided into two categories. The first category is Ray type, and the second category is Impact type. The Ray type Neutron Battlestar can emit special radioactivity in all directions. This ray is extremely powerful, and is a regular weapon similar to dimensionality reduction weapons. Under normal circumstances, you can set the target of the ray yourself, whether it is living organisms, non-living organisms, or other life forms. After adjustment, when this special ray is emitted, once it is illuminated, it means that the required civilization will die instantly. This is a weapon of mass destruction. But the only flaw is that individual combat capabilities are very poor. It is also for this reason that Tylon has given players this individual combat capability. A strong impact neutron battlestar. This kind of system that suspends many battlestars is to strengthen the defense and self-repair capabilities of the battlestar. When attacking, it can instantly increase the speed to the speed of light within a short distance, and then use the speed of light plus its own relatively large gravity to cooperate, impacting the target. At the same time, the collision is also a dimensional attack. Simply put, the biggest advantage of elasticity in the collision type is its strong ability against individual soldiers, although it does not have much advantage against groups. As long as all the enemy's powerful units are destroyed, all problems will be solved. Moreover, this type of suspended battlestar originally has very powerful defense capabilities. Such defense, the ability cannot be destroyed by ordinary attacks. After all, this is a defense that can withstand the 8th level peak Starry Sky Beast. Brothers are so happy with this wave. With this thing back to our previous universe, we don't have to beat them into dogs. But the question now is whether this thing will be blocked by the consciousness of the universe when it leaves this universe. Don't worry. Cosmic consciousness has a prerequisite. It will only be blocked if the mass you carry exceeds a certain limit. Everything we have is brought from another universe. The things we brought naturally add a lot of quality to this universe, which means that the current quality of this universe is higher than the restart requirement. So we want to bring some things out. As long as it is not lower, then there will be no big problem if the demand is restarted. In that case, let's drive over this neutron battlestar first. After all, we only have one star ring station this year, which is more or less unreliable. Although the star is also under construction. According to the current progress, we will take at least hundreds of years to complete the construction of the entire galaxy. Then without further ado, let's drive this thing out first, and then find the location of that stupid Starry Sky Beast and kill him. That Starry Sky Beast is of the 8th level. If we fight it, our neutron battlestars will be somewhat damaged, in my opinion. Otherwise we should go and deal with the Moon Spirit civilization first. The players who heard this proposal were naturally very excited, because they knew that there were a lot of resources within the Yuling civilization. If these resources were collected, they would be directly developed, and then they would find a way to transport them to another universe, can be exchanged for a large number of weapons. It is indeed a good way to attack the Moon Spirit civilization, but it is definitely not possible with just one neutron battlestar. Although it can be invincible with this aboard battlestar, we cannot stop the Moon Spirit civilization. People run away. At this time, everyone couldn't help but frown when they heard this. It was indeed a troublesome matter for them. It is possible to destroy a civilization, but the most important thing is to prevent the people of this civilization from running away. Because people of these advanced civilizations, even if a spaceship escapes and gives them thousands of years, they can recover as before. After all, these advanced civilizations have also had the desire for civilization to be destroyed. They have special skills, escape spaceships, and the information stored in these spaceships is enough for them to make a comeback. So once these spaceships escape, these fleeing people are like fish bones, stuck in the player's throats forever. If the opponent is a low-level civilization or an intermediate civilization, it will not have much impact if they run away. After all, by the time this level of civilization has developed, the players will not know how far it has developed. But if the opponent is a high-level civilization, if you are civilized, you will be in big trouble in the future. Therefore, the way to deal with advanced civilization players is to kill them in one way. Only this is the most reliable. How about we fight the Starry Sky Beast first? A Starry Sky Beast of that level will definitely produce a lot of materials, and it will be a considerable income by then. A player here proposed it, but his proposal was quickly rejected because they did not know the specific situation of the built-in Starry Sky Beast. Players are also worried that they have just finished fighting the Starry Sky Beasts. and a super civilization like the Moon Spirit civilization suddenly appears and catches them by surprise. Then the neutron battle stars they invested so much will be in vain. Chapter 524 Titan Battleship. Brothers, in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, whether we are attacking the Starry Sky Beast or the Moon Spirit civilization, we must have a premise. And this premise is to defeat any civilization of the opponent. Our losses will not be great. Especially neutron battle star damage cannot exceed 50%. If this is the case, then it will be difficult for us to operate. Although 50% sounds relatively simple, there are many battles, and various things may happen to the shapeshifter, and we only rely on one bullet to hit the target. It is indeed difficult for Zi Zhanqing to achieve this. That is to say, in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, we must ensure that we have enough other high-level combat forces in our hands. That's right. How about we spend more money to introduce a batch of robots? I have studied this thing before. The robots sold in the universe can compete with the Starry Sky Beasts in the early 8th level. As long as we don't buy enough, we can add neutrons. Zhanqing is not afraid of not being able to defeat them. But purchasing this thing requires a large amount of funds. Over the years, we have been frantically searching for resources here and transporting them to another universe. We have been blocked by the consciousness of the universe, which has greatly reduced the efficiency of our search for resources. Mate, this is a big deal. Brothers, although we don't know what the situation is in the universe consciousness, it doesn't matter to us. Although the efficiency of our search for resources has become lower due to it, it does not mean that we cannot work in a short time. Get a lot of resources within. How do you say that? It's very simple. Since we can't find the resources, can other civilizations find the resources? I'm thinking this is possible. Upon hearing this, the players naturally understood what this meant. When you said that, I suddenly remembered that a few years ago, we encountered the Empire's fleet when we were transporting resources. And we even fought with them. Otherwise, let's search the galaxy where we met before to see if we can find out the Empire. Yes. Why didn't I think of them? I think at the beginning, not long after we set foot in the universe, we were a stupid civilization. When we were hunted down by all kinds of people, this civilization was like a sharp sword hanging over our heads. And since the last battle, they have run away. After that, we never saw them again. Later on, when we faced off against other super civilizations, we almost forgot about this quarrel. But now that we have remembered it, we have settled our old grudges with him. In this way, while the players were discussing, they began to send out a large number of eyeworms and search detectors to start looking for the Empire. Even if players today don't use neutron battle stars, they can easily defeat the Empire, because in the new universe players have mastered many technologies, especially dimensional attack technology, which is a technology that the Empire cannot resist at present. And this is the gap caused by two universes with different ways of living. Technology in this universe can be said to be the core secret of every civilization. No civilization will make this technology public. In another universe, it is a different thinking technology that only requires a small amount of money. Easy to get. This is the benefit of jointly developing the universe. Because everyone develops and shares technology together, the technology tree climbs faster. Although the biggest flaw caused by such development is that the total amount of resources is not deep enough, which will also lead to some civilizations. Although technology the level is high enough, but the strength is far inferior to the civilizations in this universe. No matter how high the technology is, if there are not enough resources to manufacture combat equipment, it will not be of much use. At this time, after the players made a decision, the players began to wander around where the Imperial fleet was found before. It is not that difficult to find the Empire now. After all, they had just fought with the Empire not long ago. After knowing their current strength, the Empire naturally hit honestly. Under such circumstances, it would be impossible to find them. This is what Mr. Tai Lung's situation is like. About 2 months later, the players who had found nothing found Tai Lung again. What you mean is that you have an enemy now. Their technological level is similar to yours. But not long ago, you had a fight with him in a certain galaxy. He found that your strength was much higher than theirs. So he is hiding now. That means you now need a detector with strong detection capabilities to find them. The players nodded after hearing this. Then can you tell me about the detector you need? Its specific detection range and detection objects? Hearing this, the players also started to communicate in low voices. Old fellows, I think this big piece of iron is trying to rip us off again. Then there is nothing to doubt. He must have been planning how to kill us. We will have to negotiate with him carefully when the time comes. No. Brothers, what we are discussing now is the detection range and detection target of this detector. What's there to discuss? The wider the detection range, the better. And the more complete the target, the better. Your request naturally means that the price is also very high. I feel that if I want to buy it, I can get it right in one step and buy a perfect detector. Although this kind of detector is a little more expensive, it can be used for everything. It is best if the detector has the function of finding ores, finding civilization, or locating documents of a certain ship. It should have everything. And the most important thing is that the detection range must be large enough. The speed must be fast enough. And the concealment performance must be strong enough to prevent it from being discovered by other advanced civilizations. There are so many requirements. Not to mention whether this thing can be made or not. If it is really made, the price will be outrageous. He has to mention our requirements to him first. You should first look at its price, and then ask other companies about the price of similar detectors. In this way, after some discussion, the players told Tai Lung their requirements. After hearing this, Tai Lung couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Actually, the detector you require is not impossible to build. But the cost of a detector like this is very high. Hearing Tai Lung's words at this time, the players also secretly exclaimed that sure enough. In fact, they had already guessed when they found this guy that there was a high probability that this guy would open his mouth like a lion. First of all, the detection methods used by conventional detectors or detection equipment are relatively cerebral detection methods. The special waveforms they emit cover a radius of 10 light-years to 1 or 200 light-years at most. And the accuracy of a detector at this distance will gradually decrease as the distance increases. In fact, the effective detection range of this type of detector is only 15 light-years at most. Of course, such a distance refers to the detection range if the problem is at the same level as yours. You can easily locate it if it is 1 or 200 light-years away from those low-level civilizations. Your requirements require large-scale detection and the ability to detect advanced civilizations without allowing them to discover them. Although these requirements seem simple, but it is very difficult to implement, especially the one that cannot be discovered. You must know that the higher the detection efficiency and the larger the detection coverage area, which means the higher the detection frequency, the greater the possibility of being discovered. So based on the actual situation, the only detection method that can satisfy you is supermodel detection. At this time, the players were a little confused when they heard this word. Supermodel detection? Is this thing related to the supermodel broadcasts launched by super civilizations in the universe? Yes, there is a certain relationship between the two. But you must also know that supermodel broadcasting is also a top-secret technology for this universe. And it is impossible for some super civilizations to make it public. So it is definitely unrealistic to use this technology. But we can settle for the next best thing and choose pseudo-supermodel technology. Although this technology is not as good as the orthodox one, it is enough for you. First of all, the effective range of this kind of detector is about 1 million light-years. It is still suitable for the detection of 8th-order civilization. If it is for the detection of 8th-order civilization, for civilizations of level 1 and below, the effective detection range reaches 10 million light-years. This kind of range is enough for you. You already know their general area. You only need to put this kind of detector over, and it won't take long to find them. At this time, the players' eyes suddenly lit up when they heard what Tai Lung said, and they quickly asked about the price. But Tai Lung told them not to get excited yet. Bosses, although the solution I mentioned is theoretically feasible, after all, this is something like supermodel technology. No matter how miniaturized it is definitely not something that a small detector can carry. And using this kind of thing is very important for the demand for ore is very high. In addition, the price of equipment like this is also very exaggerated. You can check for yourself now how much the relevant equipment costs. And for something as precious as this, we can't just throw it in the Explorer. If we do, you will be wasting money. So we must build a battleship. Battleship? Yes. First of all, the main purpose of this battleship is to provide enough energy for this equipment when it is activated. Secondly, it also has a role. That is, to ensure that this precious equipment will not be harmed. In addition, it also needs to meet some of the other requirements you just mentioned. When they heard what Tai Lung said, the players naturally understood what he meant. Then what is the approximate price of a warship like this? This depends on your financial situation. But I recommend that this kind of warship must be at least the flagship level. Speaking of which, Tai Lung introduced the situation of battleships in this universe to the players. First of all, Flagship-level combat ships are generally divided into several different types. First of all, the first type is the flagship-level industrial ship, which is mainly responsible for industrial things, but based on your race. I feel that you don't need it. Apart from this, there are several other flagships that are more suitable for you. First of all, the first type is the dreadnought. This kind of warship is mainly a warship with super firepower. This kind of warship has pure firepower, but the disadvantage is that its own defense capability will be relatively low. Seeing this, the players also nodded. In fact, they are not unfamiliar with battleships of this level, because they have seen them in their previous universe. And through a brief chat with the Starry Sky Beast, the players also discovered this universe. The ranking of battleships in the game is similar to that in their universe. It's just that compared to the original universe, this universe is called a flagship-level fleet, which is equivalent to the civilization flagship of their original universe. And compared to the single civilization of their universe, the civilization of this universe is divided in detail, and each different civilization flagship has its own characteristics. While the players were still thinking about this, Tai Lung's voice came again. The second type of warship I personally recommend is that it is a super aircraft carrier. Compared with other ships, super aircraft carriers have very powerful attack power, and its great strength comes from the carrier-based aircraft and bombers it carries. It is equipped with carrier-based aircraft and bombers, because its main output method is aircraft. It is not equipped with any turrets. That is, the energy of the ship itself is only used for the maintenance and manufacturing of carrier-based aircraft, as well as replenishing energy for carrier-based aircraft in combat. Most of the remaining energy is used for the defense of the battleship itself. This also means that the super aircraft carrier does not have to worry about running out of energy due to the use of broadcasts. After hearing this, the players all nodded to show that they understood. Then Tyrone said the last type of warship. We call this last type Titan. This is a super battleship, because it is very powerful. Self-protection is not a problem. It also has a doomsday weapon launcher that can directly launch powerful doomsday weapons when necessary. At the same time, because it can be regarded as the strongest type of warship among the flagships, its own energy reserve is very exaggerated, and it can easily use the broadcast. Moreover, its assembly module also has sensors that are similar to the broadcast performance you need. Array. However, the cost of this kind of warship is very exaggerated. Most of these warships are equipped with turret output. When facing a large number of small combat units, they will be somewhat powerless. Therefore, it is recommended to equip an escort formation with considerable units. But when they heard this, the players suddenly became interested in this kind of battleship. By the way, Tai Lung, what's the price of the Titan battleship you mentioned? Hearing the sudden question from the players, Tai Lung immediately looked at the bugs in surprise. The price of this thing is not cheap. How does the price compare to the Neutron Battlestar? There's no need to compare. It easily beats the Neutron Battlestar by 18 blocks. Hearing that the players' curiosity was more important, they began to ask about the specific situation of this kind of battleship. Chapter 525 The Price of Titan Blueprints. When Tai Lung saw the group of players in front of him, he didn't want to introduce it at first, but thinking that these people were also his financial backers, he might as well satisfy their curiosity. So Tai Lung began to introduce this kind of battleship. Condition. First of all, a warship of this level is considered very powerful even in the Alliance. At the same time, making this kind of warship cannot be accomplished by one or two civilizations. Making this kind of warship requires a special thing. And this thing is called a copy of a Titan-class warship. After hearing what Tai Lung said, the players who knew this title for the first time were also a little curious. You can understand the copy diagram as a kind of template. Just like you use templates to make things. If you want to make a Titan battleship, you must use this kind of template. And this kind of template is one-time and cannot be cracked. So one copy of the drawing can only create one Titan. First you need to go to the super flagship manufacturing factory, and then prepare enough materials. Finally, put the copy of Titan in and let the super flagship manufacturing factory complete it by itself. The players were a little confused after hearing this. You mean that if you want to build this kind of warship, you only need to have a copy of the drawings and enough materials? The players were a little surprised when they heard this. However, Tai Lung nodded and continued. All Titan copy pictures are left over from ancient times. They were all found by some lucky civilizations who were exploring the ruins of ancient civilizations. So this thing uses one less card. And the super flagship manufacturing factory, I told you, was also obtained from a certain ruins. And it is also the only equipment in the entire Alliance that can manufacture Titans. And so far, the Alliance has not broken through the core of this manufacturing factory. Technology. After hearing this, the players nodded to show that they understood. That is to say, if we want this kind of battleship, we need to buy a copy of Titan, prepare enough materials, and finally rent a super flagship manufacturing plant. Tai Lung also nodded. After hearing this, the players who knew the general situation couldn't help but murmur. Brothers, I feel like we should just get it right at the first step and just build this whole thing. Damn it. I'm afraid you're addicted to buying arms. Didn't you just listen to what Tai Lung said about buying a neutron war star to break our muscles and bones? The price of this thing is at least 18 blocks higher than that of the neutron war star. It makes me think that we either don't do it at all, or we get it right in one step. We can buy a detection device in the early stage, and the car equipped with one will use it. And then we put all other resources into this Titan. And you didn't listen to him tell me? This lady is much stronger than Neutron Battlestar. Forget it. I probably paid attention to what Tai Lung said just now. This kind of Titan is mainly aimed at large battleships. It is very difficult for a battleship to fight against a sea of aircraft composed of some small battleships. It would be impossible for a large warship to hit a mosquito's legs with a cannon. In addition, you also have to think about it. No matter how much a warship has its shortcomings, it cannot be perfect. At this time, when he heard the mutterings of the players, Tai Lung was speechless for a moment. He couldn't help but complain in his heart that these bugs really don't know how high the sky is. Although they can afford to buy a neutron battlestar and barely have a little money. This little money is too much in front of Titan. Not worth mentioning anymore. Okay, don't think too much about it. Just put it aside about the Titan matter. This kind of thing is beyond your current financial resources to imagine. In my opinion, if you are really rich, the next best thing is to build a super aircraft carrier. Super aircraft carriers are also widely used. First of all, this kind of combat unit mainly relies on drones to carry out operations. You also know this. And the combat effectiveness of these drones is very powerful. They can not only deal with large-scale combat units, and at the same time, he can also take advantage of small combat units. Is there a kind of combat unit that can not only carry the powerful combat drones you mentioned, but also have its own turrets and other warships? When Tai Lung heard this, he shook his head. It's basically impossible. The drones carried by the super aircraft carrier are not ordinary drones. In order to control these drones, the super aircraft carrier must be equipped with many drone control units. Only this flagship-level drone control unit can maintain the normal use of these drones. These things have basically taken up most of the power of the super aircraft carrier. And the remaining power needs to be used to equip the super aircraft carrier with some other defensive components. Therefore, there is basically no space on the super aircraft carrier to install what a mess of forts. The players were also a little disappointed when they heard this. In their thinking, it would be incredible if there was a combat unit that could use such powerful drones and also have powerful turrets. Through Tai Lung's introduction, he probably understood that this thing couldn't have the best of both worlds. Just when the players were disappointed, Tai Lung suddenly remembered something and then interjected. But what you are talking about is not impossible. Because if I remember correctly, there is a special Titan that can not only carry a turret, but also this kind of carrier-based aircraft. The players who heard this immediately became excited. So they stepped forward to ask about the situation of this Titan. Tai Lung was speechless when he heard this. Bosses, in fact, it's in vain for you to ask about this matter, because the cost of making this thing is horrific. Let me tell you this. The Titan I just mentioned is a very special Titan. If you compare a regular Titan to a level 1 Titan technology, a special Titan would be a level 5 Titan technology. How big the gap is inside. I'm thinking, I don't need to say more. Although the functions of this kind of Titan are much more powerful than the first level Titan, their manufacturing cost is also very terrifying. Because the cost of manufacturing such a Titan is too exaggerated. Its cost is 10 times that of an ordinary Titan. The players who heard this couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. But this also made them more curious about this kind of Titan. Are the costs so exaggerated? Of course. Let me tell you that there are only 5 such Titans in the entire Alliance. Titan is not only a symbol of status, but also a symbol of strength. The players who heard this immediately understood. Does this mean that Titans of this level have the ability to compete with those super civilizations? Tai Lung nodded without hesitation. Of course. Not to mention Titans of this level. Ordinary Titans have such abilities. The players who heard this immediately realized what they needed now. It was obvious that they all agreed that this was what they needed now. By the way, Tai Lung, if you say so, is it difficult to obtain a copy of Titan because it is so precious? After all, through your introduction, we have roughly understood that the most difficult thing about making a Titan is to obtain his copy. Tai Lung just smiled when he heard this. On the contrary, there are quite a few copies of Titan pictures in the Alliance store. Although their prices are very high, there are still many civilizations who can afford them. The players were surprised when they heard this. Is the material the most difficult thing about this Titan? Tai Lung nodded at this. Yes. The most difficult thing about making Titan is not copying the drawings, but its materials, because Titan is composed of countless modules, and the quality of these modules is comparable to that of a neutron battle star. So manufacturing modules requires a lot of materials and time. So each module is not cheap. The number of modules required to manufacture Titan is very large. Under normal circumstances, it requires the cooperation of many module production factories, and it takes a very long time to complete the assembly of the modules. And this is where the cost of making Titan is the most expensive. After hearing this, the players immediately thought of something and asked, so what's the price of an ordinary Titan copy now? After hearing the questions from the players, Tai Lung gradually realized something and then asked, I said you are not really planning to get the Titans, are you? We have this idea. So we are now going to find out the specific situation. Just hearing what the players said, Tai Lung looked at them in surprise. It was obvious that their attitude at this time was that they did not believe that they could have such terrifying financial resources. However, due to the cooperative relationship between the two parties, he finally told the situation. Given to the players, the price of a copy of Titan is about 100 billion. So cheap? Of course. I've told you that copying pictures is not valuable. What's really valuable is the materials. Tai Lung thought for a while, and then added, but there are exceptions to everything. Although copies of ordinary Titans are not valuable, the price of copies of the special Titans you want is a bit high. Tai Lung continued. The Titan that I mentioned to you before can carry carrier-based aircraft and turrets. There is only one copy of that thing in the Alliance. And the price is also very exaggerated. A full 100 billion. Upon hearing this, the players couldn't help but widen their eyes. Is it so exaggerated? Otherwise you would think that this is a Titan map with level 5 technology. You must know that the entire consortium has obtained 7 of them in total. 5 of them have been used now, and only 2 of them have not been used yet. At this time, the players couldn't help but feel excited when they heard this. Does this mean that if we find a way to buy this thing, we may not be able to buy it anymore? The situation should be like this. Although the price is a bit exaggerated, I think we can consider operating it. Of course, the main reason why players say this is because they have the coordinates of the Moon Spirit Civilization. If they can capture the Moon Spirit Civilization, this little money will be a waste for the players. And it passed. And the solution players also know that as long as the Titans are created, they can be regarded as a first-line civilization in this universe. Under normal circumstances, no other civilization dares to trouble them. Players didn't believe this at first, but after learning about the strength of this 5th-level technological Titan, they probably knew the reason. Take the existing Titans as an example. One of them, the lady, has a very strong defensive ability. This kind of defensive ability is probably the same as scratching him when hit by an 8th or 9th order starry sky behemoth. But he has strong recovery ability. This means that if you don't have enough numbers, you won't even be able to break through its defense. But its defense ability is also very high, because the bonuses of various modules make its defense ability reach the extreme. The ultimate can be understood as its ability to wander around in a black hole and then drive out. The gravitational pull of the black hole cannot cause any harm to him. This is an exaggeration, but after he enters the black hole, he can repair the armor through his own repair device, which can equal the damage caused by the black hole. This means that as long as he has enough energy, he can stay there forever. At the same time, its firepower is also very fierce. Of course, among several special Titans, its firepower is not the most powerful. Its firepower can only be considered average, because its recovery ability is the most powerful among several Titans. Of course, it has a strong recovery ability, which means that its energy consumption will be very terrifying. But there is a special feature in his device. The equipment can absorb the energy of surrounding battleships in a wide range and convert it into its own use. That is to say, if you dare to fight it, then it can drain the fleet's capacity at any time, and then convert it into your own energy to fight with you. If your battleship's energy recovery speed is not enough, then it may absorb you and even fire. Less than. This is the incredible thing about a Titan of this level. Of course, this is also the reason why its price is so high. After all, its heaven-defying attributes are naturally matched by its heaven-defying price. The Titan that the players are interested in can be called the Titan with the strongest comprehensive ability. First of all, in terms of recovery ability, it is not bad compared to the previous Titan. Secondly, the attack methods are relatively diversified. Although its attack power is not the strongest, it can now deal with various enemies with the cooperation of carrier-based aircraft and turrets. It can release carrier-based aircraft to target small enemy aircraft and target large battleships. It also has a flagship main gun. All in all, it is a very versatile battleship. However, the biggest disadvantage of this battleship is that it is particularly short of energy. After all, it does not have the energy recovery method of the previous Titan, which also means that if you want to ensure its normal operation, you can only forcefully smash the ore in. All in all, each of these warships is extremely unparalleled. And after some discussion, the players decided to bite the bullet and arrange a Titan. Although Titan requires a huge amount of capital investment, players can still find ways to scrape together enough. First of all, the Yuling civilization itself is a big benefactor. Apart from him, the reserves in the hands of the super civilizations that have been fighting with it will definitely not be short. If they are taken down in one fell swoop, the players will probably lose money no matter what. It should be enough to play with resources. Chapter 526. The Moon Spirit Civilization of the Insect Swarm is rediscovered. Brothers, I have to say that we are frightened now. After this matter was settled and probably planned, the players couldn't help but start talking about it. Yes, when faced with these super civilizations, our first thought was how to escape. But now we actually dared to think about how to kill them all. This is incredible. We couldn't even think about doing this before. But it's different now. With our current strength, not to mention being the king in that universe, there is absolutely no way you can be reduced to what we were before. Situation. The next thing we have to do is to deal with the Zerg and the Empire first. Although the Zerg Queen has escaped to nowhere, it should be difficult to find them out with the detectors we ordered. Not too big. After deciding to build a Titan, the players knew that they would not be able to rely on him in the short term. So they still ordered a batch of detectors from Tyrone. These detectors are the most basic type, which are spacecraft equipped with a huge detector. And the technology of the spacecraft is not very high. Its main function is to provide enough personnel and carriers for the detector detection. The detector is full. The universe is running around. Although Tai Lung repeatedly advised the players regarding their operations that this would not work, because it feels like you are carrying millions of dollars with something worth hundreds of dollars. Obviously, the safety of those millions of things cannot be guaranteed. But it doesn't matter to the players. For players, as long as the detector can be used, it is okay. They ordered a total of 2 detectors. One followed by the Thunder Beast, and one followed by the Neutron War Star. Players do this not because they are reluctant to part with the detector due to its high price, but because they do not want the detector's technology to be learned by other civilizations. The 2 super units that follow will take action to destroy the detector when necessary. Just like this, after everything was ready, it was already 1 year later, and the large army of players also left this universe in a mighty manner and returned to the original universe. After struggling in the new universe for so long, players finally began to attack the old universe. As countless bugs flew out of the galaxy, the students were immediately divided into 2 groups. One group was led by Thunder Beast, and the other group was led by Zhongji Zixing, and started heading towards different areas. Only a huge spaceship was seen in space, followed by a mighty insect swarm army. There is a huge detector head above this spacecraft, which looks particularly conspicuous. After the flight position is almost reached, the detector starts working. In just an instant, everything within a radius of several thousand light years was displayed in front of the players. Holy crap! This thing is so awesome. Yes, this is too exaggerated. We have found out everything within a radius of several thousand light years so quickly. You must know that if it were in the past, if we wanted to investigate such a large area, we would have to have at least one person. Millions of years. And now, sure enough, technology changes life. It's so incomprehensible. In just a few seconds, we found 5 living planets and 2 mineral veins. This efficiency is true, but it is a bit exaggerated. Now that we've found it, let's take action quickly. First we'll take a look at what's going on over there at the mineral vein. And then we'll also go and visit those living planets. In this way, Everyone set off towards the destination while communicating. This kind of detector can detect high-level civilizations within a range of 1,000 light-years. As for low-level civilizations, its detection range reaches several thousand light-years. Although such a distance is still very small for the entire universe. It's small, but it's enough for players. And only after using this black technology can the players fully feel how rich the resources of this universe are. They also tried the same method after getting the detector. It's just that the place they tried at that time was the new universe. Within a few thousand light-years there, they found a total of more than 30 civilizations. And there were no wars at all. But when I came to this universe, I found the mineral veins so easily. After the players went to conduct on-site surveys, they found that these 2 mineral veins are also very valuable for mining. Although the reserves are not very high, for the players it can be considered a considerable amount of income. Players estimate that the total output of 2 ore veins should be 200 million units, and the other should be 300 million units of ore. Although this amount is too small for players, especially after they have to consider buying wives and other accessories. Overall, the investment cost is very exaggerated. Under such circumstances, this unit of ore is not enough to fill the gap between teeth. And after understanding, they also know that the investment of this Titan is actually far less simple than they thought. The first is Titan's drawings and materials, which in itself is a terrible amount of resource investment. And just when the players thought this was the big head, they discovered that Titan's overall investment was far more than that. Maybe for other civilizations, once you build the ship, it's over. But for my wife, once you build it, it's just the beginning. Not counting the special ammunition he carries. Every round is priceless. Let's just talk about the characteristics of Titan. First of all, Pi, because it is assembled from modules. This also means that this ship can be modified. And according to the records left by ancient civilizations, after Titan was created in their era, many modification parts would be added. And the combined price of these modification parts may not be lower than that of Titan. To put it simply, you can assume that these modified parts are equipment in the game. After the Titan is manufactured, it can be equipped with a variety of equipment. Of course, this is what the designers considered when Madame was designing it. Because for them, the Titan is a very functional ship that can not only it can be used for combat, and can even be used in other aspects. So it gives a very free space for the equipment column. The first is the additional film, which is like the armor in the game. And it is armor with different attribute resistances. Titans can choose different riches according to their own circumstances to improve their abilities in certain aspects. For example, the enemies you face. The main damage is kinetic energy damage. Then you can add more kinetic energy additional films to improve targeted defense. This coincides with Jiang Yao's original idea for Yuling's civilization. But Jiang Yao did not have a reasonable idea at that time, and Titan has already implemented this idea. It was only after getting to know Jiang Yao that he realized that even if he had an idea, he would not be able to implement it, because the technology of these things is no lower than that of Titan. It is absolutely impossible to create it at his current level. So this also means that after Jiang Yao successfully takes out Titan, he will still have to worry about these equipments. And these equipments are divided into 2 types. The first type is the conventional equipment that has been researched, just like a certain type of attribute resistance equipment against attacks. The conventional ones are the ones that the Federation has the technology to master and can be manufactured infinitely. This kind of equipment is usually relatively cheap. The other type is the copy map obtained in ancient times. And the copy map of these equipment has process restrictions, which makes the equipment relatively rare. And the higher the technological level of the equipment, the more exaggerated the price. To give a very simple example, the same equipment complex can produce unlimited weapons with the same power. The power of the special equipment obtained from the ruins may reach 2 or even 3. Although this may not seem like a big improvement on the surface, it is actually not. First of all, each battleship has limited equipment slots, and it is impossible for you to have unlimited equipment. With the same number, the technological products obtained from the ruins can increase your overall attributes by 2 to 3 times. If this number is used for defense, it means that the same warship equipped with this kind of equipment will be able to withstand 2 to 3 times more damage than the conventional equipment. It's just the effect of one piece of equipment. If you bring all the equipment, the damage capacity may increase by more than 10 times. And this is also the most critical point. Xiao Zhou may not be able to feel the difference. But if the battleship in your hand is a Titan level, then the difference is huge. It was also for this reason that Jiang Yao not only had to find a way to get Titan's funds, But he also needed to get the supporting equipment funds for him. And if these two are added together, the overall investment will increase several times. Because if the same equipment is ordinary equipment, it is cheap. But if you want the best equipment, then the price may be hundreds or even thousands of ordinary equipment times. The whole set will be an astronomical number. But if it is used on Titan, then it will be worth it. Because in their plan, they are going to build the strongest Titan. A Titan of this level. Naturally, it must be equipped with the best equipment. At this time, both Jiang Yao and the players are working hard for this goal. But they also know that this goal is very difficult to achieve. Therefore, during this period of time, players will focus all their energy and time on finding resources. At this time, as these two mineral veins were discovered, a mighty army of worker bees was transported to the site and began the collection work. At the same time, many locusts came here and started transporting them one by one. Resource. However, as time went by, players quickly discovered the problem. That is, transportation is particularly labor-intensive and costly. Although the transportation cost of the king worm is relatively low, its transportation efficiency lies here. In the past, the resources collected by players following cordyceps can be recycled immediately. And then the resources collected by players later can be recovered immediately. Resources are basically piled up in one place. And now they have to transport them to another universe. This also makes players quickly discover that their own transportation efficiency cannot keep up. After all, the number of players gathering armies was too large. And the collection efficiency was very high. As a last resort, the players use some resources to evolve the king and slaves. Of course, this time, they only evolve the king insect to the second stage. Because the transportation capacity in Phase 2 matches the upper limit, the current number of players is completely sufficient. At the same time, in order to ensure that resources can be transported smoothly to the destination, players have also set up a special escort formation. Because recently they have found that they often make mistakes when transporting resources, and they may encounter other civilizations. So escort formations are very necessary for players. Of course, they also know very well that there is a high probability that the universe has been causing trouble, which also makes the players allocate part of their energy to this, resulting in the overall efficiency not being very high. If they do not consider this, the players can completely, while collecting and transporting, launch attacks on other civilizations, or find other resource points. However, although there is such a problem now, players feel that it does not matter. After all, the efficiency of finding resources on their own side has been improved. In this way, as time goes by, the reputation of players gradually begins to walk in the universe. In the past, attacking civilization was relatively gentle. After all, efficiency lies here. But as players have this kind of detection weapon, civilization has the speed of destruction is very fast. And during the process of destruction, many civilizations want to fight to the death and spread the situation of the players to the whole universe. The civilization that suddenly received the news immediately became alert. And at the same time, the news was naturally spread to the ears of those advanced civilizations. Players might have been more afraid of such a thing in the past. But now that players have absolute force in their hands, they are not afraid at all. Just like this, no matter what the outside world said, the players were still proceeding according to their own plans. However, compared to the current players, the Moon Spirit civilization is no longer calm, because they never expected that the insect swarm would appear again. Since the last time they lost contact with the insect swarm, they have been thinking about how the other party removed the marks they left. They even thought for a time that maybe the other party was destroyed by a certain civilization. But they never expected that just how long had passed before they actually received news from the insect swarm again. And they know that the current insect swarm is developing rapidly. This month, the Lunar Spirit civilization has also held a meeting for the insect swarm. In fact, they don't need to pay too much attention to the insects. After all, they are just a low-level insect in their eyes. Just civilization. However, because these bugs lured the starry sky beasts over last time and caused them a big loss, they must get this dead back. Originally, they thought that after the bugs cut off the marks they left, the swarm is no longer to be found. But now they didn't expect that the insect swarm would take the initiative to enter their field of vision. So naturally they were unwilling to let this opportunity go. Chapter 527 Prepare for War. At this time, within the Yuling civilization, in the huge virtual conference room, a group of core personnel of Yuling civilization were gathered together. When technology has developed to our level, It is very difficult to improve on a technology that has been researched to the extreme. At the same time, we have almost researched many other aspects of technology. At this stage, it is particularly difficult to improve our technology. So we launched the Observer project to observe some potential civilizations in the universe and gain inspiration through the study of their development routes and technology. This has opened up more areas of scientific and technological research for us. In the years since the Observer project was implemented, we have indeed made a lot of achievements. But I guess you are also very young. The Observer project appeared not long ago. Accident. Observer no. 1145 is aware of our existence and uses various methods to conceal their true situation. In the end, when the time was right, they escaped from our control. This was a failure in the Observer's plan, and the only failure. At the same time, because of this failure, not only did we create an enemy, but this enemy also created a lot of trouble for us. Therefore, through this incident, everyone must have understood that in the universe, we should not treat anyone. People must be cautious in everything they do. Even if the other party is just a weak insect, it can still bring unexpected disasters to you. Speaking of this, the man paused and then added, and what surprises us even more is that these bugs actually removed the marks we left on him some time ago. Although it is not a means, their performance has seriously threatened us. For this civilization, we cannot have the same views as other low-level civilizations. We must be careful about your civilization. But fortunately, the technological level of this civilization is not high. So if we want to eliminate them, we can still do it. Arrived. Originally, after I was out of control, I was thinking that maybe by the time they appear next time, they will have become extremely powerful. But I never expected that they would appear in our field of vision so quickly. It's so far away from the last time. The separation, the time span here is not long. So they will not improve much in such a short time span. Actually, in order to prevent them from bringing us more trouble in the future, I decided we have to get rid of them as quickly as possible. And now is the best time to get rid of them. At this time, the rest of the people who heard this man's proposal naturally agreed to it. Then they began to discuss an attack plan against the insect swarm. Although we suffered heavy damage in the last encounter with the starry sky beast, even so, we are not something that just a Zerg can compete with. Of course, no matter how weak the civilization is, we cannot be careless. So in response to this Zerg attack plan, I decided to send out all the remaining troops while ensuring the safety of our small universe. Naturally, everyone else agreed to his proposal. After all, this was their style all along. They will not look down upon the other party just because it is a low-level civilization. And they will not send a lot of little Karami to level up the protagonist as in some novels. For them, a lion fights a rabbit with all their strength. This is why they can send a large number of main battleships to pursue the insect nest. And this time, as the players brought him such a big disaster, they decided to send a large number of troops there. Of course, you should also know very well that in the face of this kind of civilization, sending so many soldiers there is nothing more than making a fuss out of a molehill. But this is not important. What is important is that we can use this to let some of the new commanders of our civilization practice their skills. Naturally, this proposal was unanimously approved. When a civilization has developed to the point where the beauty of their position has the corresponding ability, if you don't have this ability, even if you have the connections, you will still be in that position. Because this civilization has a complete promotion system and testing mechanism. For people who achieve this position, the ability requirements are very high. There will be no incompetent people who achieve a relatively high position. In this civilization, relationships can also play a part, but they are more of a supporting role rather than an absolute role. Even if someone opens a back door for you, you must have the corresponding ability to take it. For example, there is only one person for this position, and two people are competing for this position. If you have connections, then you will definitely be selected first. In the past, but the premise is that you have the same abilities as him and are equally strong. If the gap between you and him is too big, no matter where you are in the relationship, you will definitely not be the one to win. So for this civilization, every position and occupation requires relevant experience. Is this why? There are so many commanders and students in this civilization, but there are very few real commanders. That's because most students are still stuck in theory. If they want to become real commanders, they still need a lot of actual combat. But there are only a few actual combat targets in this civilization. There are many of these people who want to be in high positions, but there are very few positions. Therefore, for people in this civilization, There are many must-win battles that they will give these newcomers to practice. The benefits of this have several low points. It achieves the purpose of training for newcomers. The second point is that novice commanders may make a lot of mistakes. If they cross civilizations of the same level, such mistakes will be irreparable. But for these weak civilizations, even if they make such mistakes, they will not cause any losses to the civilization. So these civilizations are the best training objects. Among these training subjects, Chuan is undoubtedly the best, because they know this ethnic group very well. They know how strong this ethnic group's fighting ability is. And they also understand how deep the routines of this civilization are. And such a civilization, with a strong sense of combat and deep routines, cannot cause effective damage to them. This is undoubtedly the best training target. However, it is a pity that this training target has gradually escaped their control, so they can only use once. Although it is a pity, there is nothing we can do about it. Of course, in order to make better use of these training targets, their training quotas are also carefully selected this time. The most important thing is to select some who can become real commanders with one kick. Students, they want to use this opportunity to allow these people to truly step onto the stage of commanders. In fact, sometimes we have to talk about the utilization of resources by Yuling civilization, because the insect swarm is more than just a role in training in their eyes. At the same time, they also brought the latest researched weapons and used the insect swarm to experiment with this weapon to see how effective it was in battle. All in all, for this operation, they used everything they could and arranged everything they could think of for him. The purpose was to make this battle not just a battle, but he could also collect other things besides the battle. There is a lot of useful data for them. This is that the self-cultivation of advanced civilization will never waste even a little bit of resources. But what they don't know is that something big is likely to happen during their expedition this time. Because at this time their detector came to the galaxy where the message was received, and then discovered the swarm of insects. What they didn't know at this time was that long before their detector discovered the swarm of insects, their detector's location has been exposed. If the players hadn't tried to take advantage of the situation, they would have sent their detectors away long ago instead of letting their detectors discover them. Jiang Yao was also very concerned about this time with Yuling civilization, because he also received the invitation to conduct. This is a good thing for him. But this good thing is only for him before, and not for him now. In the past, he needed to blend into this civilization and gain a place in the civilization, so that he could use this as a basis to slowly disintegrate the civilization. But since he found the new universe, he feels that such behavior is completely useless, because it can purchase various technologies through the new universe, and he will not be afraid of facing this civilization head-on in the future. At this time, Jiang Yao was also entangled in this civilization, because now he was facing a difficult choice. Based on the invitation letter he received, he knew that this time civilization sent out a lot of soldiers. It is even said that the number of these soldiers is already half of the total military strength of civilization. It will be very clear what this amount of troops means. It means that after this group of soldiers is sent out, there will basically be no defense inside the civilization. If he goes to sneak attack inside the civilization now, then although these soldiers will return to defend, but the interior of civilization will definitely be hit hard. This is an opportunity for him to wreak havoc on this civilization. But it is obvious that Jiang Yao does not intend to use this opportunity. What he wants to do is another thing. That is to eliminate the soldiers they sent. Jiang Yao is actually very conflicted about whether to do this or not. Although they have battle stars and have purchased a batch of combat robots, theoretically speaking, he has a relatively good chance of winning in this battle. But what he needs to think about now is how many of his troops will be left after the battle is won. Whether the remaining ones can allow him to destroy the Moon Spirit civilization is what he cares about. Because in this battle, if he uses these weapons, it means that his strength will be exposed. After exposing his strength, Yuling civilization will be very careful when fighting him in the future. So what he needs to do now is to make good use of this opportunity. First of all, his idea is very simple. Through assault operations, he will wipe out all the fleets sent by Yuling civilization to attack him, because the current Yuling civilization does not know its own intelligence. Under such circumstances, it has the opportunity to use the information gap to deal a ruthless blow to them. After he solves them, the next thing will be easier to handle, because now he knows exactly where the home base of the Moon Spirit civilization is. Then he can lead a large force directly to the home base of the Moon Spirit civilization, because the Moon Spirit civilization has already sacrificed half of its troops in the previous battle. And now he only needs to face the other half of the Moon Spirit Civilization's small universe. So the most critical question now is whether the remaining warships here can support the second battle after the first battle. If not, then his plan will fall short. Not only will the plan fail, but it will also make Yuling civilization aware of his current situation, making it basically impossible to find such an opportunity in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao also fell into entanglement. Based on my understanding of this civilization and their combat power, I estimate that it would be difficult to wipe out their first vanguard, let alone the other warships in this small universe. Although it is not impossible to eliminate them all, it is definitely too late in time. After all, if we order a batch of combat drones at this time, not to mention that the resources on hand are completely insufficient. Even if we have enough resources, we can't keep up with the time. We purchased a large number of combat robots from Tai Lung before, but now he can't produce so many in this period. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao has fallen into a dilemma. At this time, the same problem is also plaguing players. I'm telling you, old guys, have you thought of a solution? Is there any way to put it bluntly? What we have in hand now that can compete with them is the 1 million combat robots we purchased and the Neutron Battle Star. Apart from that, we have nothing else that can compete with them. Fight with the other party. If we go there on our own, it will definitely be for free. And it won't work if we rely on combat robots. Because I heard from the leader that they will send out at least tens of millions of combat robots this time. With the amount we have in hand, there are so many people. They can kill us. Mate, this civilization really doesn't care about martial ethics. How can we shoot so many at once? According to the normal script, shouldn't it be about squeezing out toothpaste and squeezing in bit by bit to help us level up? Actually, the most uncomfortable thing now is that our own strength is not enough to participate in this battle. If we have the same strength, then they will be like meat buns and beat the dog with no return. As long as our bugs can give them some strength and drag out a group of bugs that can cause harm to them, then I think this wave can still be fought. But it's a pity that we can't. Yes, it would be great if our banelings could be more powerful. We could directly use them to blow up a wave of banelings to let them experience what cruelty is. But it is a pity that with their technological level, our explosions, the bugs can't harm them at all. At this time, after hearing what this player said, the Emperor Penguin couldn't help but think about it. Soon an idea flashed in his mind. Yes, banlings. Why didn't I think of that? As he said this, the Emperor Penguin looked at everyone excitedly. Brothers, we can blow them up. Chapter 528. The old method always works. But when the Emperor Penguin said this, the salted fish next to him couldn't help but glance at him. Are you confused, Penguin? Our banlings can't cause any harm to him. I don't mean to use banlings to blow them up. We can buy bombs over there and use them. But when they heard what Emperor Penguin said, the players couldn't help but their eyes lit up. Yes, why did I forget this? Although we don't have enough funds to order large quantities of combat robots, we should still be able to buy some bombs and go to the Yin people. Thinking of this, the players immediately contacted Tai Lung and chatted with him about the bomb. Do you want a bomb that can cause damage to warships with at least an 8th level civilization? After hearing the players' purchase intentions, Tai Lung immediately became excited. He does have a lot of reserves for this stuff. After all, the area he is in is not safe now, so he has to prepare a little bit of everything. Thinking of this, he immediately told the players that he could produce 10,000 bombs to meet their needs. Although Tai Lung's current total bomb reserve is only 20,000 bombs, it stands to reason that he can only sell 1,000 or 2,000 bombs at most. But because the target of the transaction is players, he made an exception and took a risk. For him now, this group of players is his sponsor, and he must take good care of them, because after working with them for a few times, his living standard has risen sharply. In the past, his combat robots only dared to use mixed energy sources. But it's different now. Now he has changed all his robots to pure, or energy. There is no other way. If you have money, you will be willful. After all, he is working with the players on big orders. And now he has to find a way to provide the players well. Because through their previous chats, Tai Lung knew that the players were very interested in Titan. And Tai Lung is sure that they are most likely planning this matter. When they have enough funds, they will definitely buy the Titan's blueprint. After buying the blueprint, his business will come. Because if you want to assemble Titan, you need to order a large number of modules. And modules require a lot of materials. And I have a lot of these materials in reserve. They are usually left on the resource planet and left there. This wave can just use players to acquire modules and make use of these wastes. According to Tai Lung's estimate, if nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to earn at least hundreds of billions from this deal, and possibly even trillions. So in order to ensure that players can successfully purchase and manufacture type bombs in the future, he must now ensure the safety of players. So after learning that players had needs in this regard, he cut off half of them without hesitation. Bombs are sold to players. I don't know how many enemies this civilization has offended. In the past 3 days, people have been looking to me to buy weapons. But think about it. It's impossible for people to get so much or out of thin air. I guess they must have found a certain vein and encountered enemies while digging there. Tai Lung felt envious when he thought of this. I don't even remember the mineral veins. I haven't seen this thing in many years. In this way, the players successfully acquired the bomb and began to deploy it. We are familiar with the method of frying fish. It's just that we used to use banlings. But now we use bombs. There is nothing to say about the specific operation process. Brothers, go and prepare. In addition, we will also make more copies of the player's energy when the time comes. No problem. Also, prepare more cannon fodder bugs. After all, the enemy's firepower is so fierce. If you accidentally get blown up halfway, you will be in trouble. After everything was ready, the players started to make arrangements while communicating. At this time, they also received news from Jiangyao. Jiangyao told them that the Yuling Civilization's expedition team had also set off. Naturally, after learning the news, the players immediately began to operate. This time they will let ordinary bugs take the lead, and the neutron battle stars and some combat robots will enter the battlefield after the bug swarms are eliminated. After being arranged in this way, as the distance between the two sides gets closer, players can also discover the enemy's location through their existing conventional methods. Brothers, the enemy is very close to us. Now it's time for us to perform. How about we wait for them to get closer before we start performing? I always feel that this one is a little far away. The leader said that we can act now because the other party has sent the beacon. Immediately after the players' words fell, hundreds of special instruments suddenly appeared within their perception range. And after these instruments appeared, they exploded like cannonballs, and then split into countless gadgets. Then these small instruments began to interfere with the surrounding space, making it impossible to jump. As this wave of operations began, the players also started acting, and the bugs who were still pretending to work immediately became riotous. Brothers, act like it. It's obvious that we are being attacked by surprise. As a swarm of insects, we should not run around, but should immediately gather our troops to prepare for a counterattack. In this way, the players were communicating and acting. As the delivery of the beacon was completed, it didn't take long for the enemy's mighty troops to appear in their field of vision. When the players saw these machines after the battleship, I saw them pretending to rush over to see the situation and preparing to die together. At this time, the commander-in-chief of the battlefield was looking at everything in front of him coldly. As the combat units on his side began to fire, he saw that many of these bugs were shot down. And most of them, they are all false bugs made of energy bodies. It's this move again. In fact, they are not unfamiliar with this trick of reunion. After all, they have observed bugs in previous battles and often use this routine to discuss the enemy. Then, just when he thought that the insect swarm was preparing and charged in this way, the next moment, he saw the Thunder Beast appearing in the center of the insect swarm. Immediately afterwards, violent space fluctuations occurred, and the next moment a large number of corruptors appeared directly in the middle of their plain sea. The commander who saw this scene couldn't help but frown. What he was afraid of was not that these bugs would suddenly attack the center of their battleship and disrupt the formation. He felt a little confused about such interference. Under the premise, the opponent's Thunder Beast was actually able to use this ability, which made him a little surprised. And after seeing Thunder Beast use this ability, he naturally knew what kind of tricks the other party was playing. "You want to use those explosive bugs to consume us?" Commander Ming said with a look of hasty disdain. "Although your strategy is still very useful, it is only for low-level civilizations. When civilization reaches our level, your bugs will not be able to cause any harm to us." What he didn't know at this time was that Jiangyao was watching his performance coldly. In fact, the commander's performance was as he thought. A high-level civilization like this would inevitably be a little arrogant when facing a low-level civilization. So he directly chose to ignore this wave of sneak attacks. And then he immediately ordered the combat machinery to people started to attack. For him, even if the bugs use self-destruction tactics, they cannot cause any damage to their combat units. After all, The technological gap between the two sides is too big. Although the banlings of the bugs are powerful, they are not of the same dimension as their defense. If we use all the capabilities of our combat machinery to fight these bugs, it will completely defeat the purpose of training Commander Shinran. It seems that some restrictions must be placed on it to allow these newcomers to experience how to fight when there is not much difference in strength. In this way, the Commander-in-Chief began to figure out how to operate. In fact, for him, sending more than half of his troops to clean up the insect swarm this time was completely overkill. At this time, he didn't take the players seriously. What he didn't know was that there would be a big surprise later. Immediately after, a few more rays of light were seen, and the rest of the Thunder Beasts also activated the teleportation technology. What surprised the commander was that, logically, these spiritual beasts had teleported. They would definitely join the battlefield immediately and break up their formation in this way. But he never expected that after these Thunder Beasts teleported the insects over, he would teleport back without looking back. This also made the commander extremely surprised. What's going on? The commander of Yuling civilization, who saw this scene, was a little confused. This is simply not in line with the swarm's fighting style. At this moment, when he was still a little puzzled, the next moment he saw countless insects emitting dazzling light, and he roughly guessed what these lights were. First, teleport some troops carrying banlings around our battleship through Ultralisk, and teleport from different points as much as possible to expand your explosion range. I have to say that your idea is very good, because only in this way can we eliminate as many enemies as possible. You seem to have forgotten one thing. That is, after spreading out like this, the power that the banlings can release in each of your areas is also shared. This means that although the fire coverage area is large, the firepower within the coverage area is very small. And the most important thing is not to mention that you share the firepower. Even if the firepower is concentrated together, the damage to us will be limited. Under such circumstances, you actually want to share the firepower. When he thought of this, he suddenly felt a little ridiculous about what he did before. But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because of this, he found in his management system that the combat robots on his side were going offline at an extremely fast speed. The speed of going offline made him feel a little shocked. At this time, he immediately turned his attention to the battlefield. And suddenly he realized something. Obviously, the thing that exploded in the insect swarm just now was not the baneling insect that he knew. It was a brand new thing. A bomb he had never seen before. But the power of this bomb was quite astonishing. Even their combat robots couldn't withstand it. The robots affected by the explosion were instantly dropped. When he saw the scene, he knew that there was something wrong with the opponent's explosion. But unfortunately, even if he knew there was a problem at this time, he was too late to stop it. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. Jiang Yao murmured when he saw the scene. He was not surprised at all that his plan could be implemented smoothly. Although the Moon Spirit civilization is cautious enough about its enemies, you can never ensure that everyone in the civilization is very cautious. However, there will always be some people in the civilization who have unparalleled confidence and arrogance. The commander-in-chief in front of him was one of them. Before setting off, Jiang Yao had a brief understanding of this person. Through understanding, he also roughly understood the character of this commander. Although he would be very cautious when it comes to civilizations whose strength is similar to his own or slightly weaker than his own. But how he would deal with those who were too far apart, it's different. It was because of this that Jiang Yao agreed to the player's plan. And the final result was just as he thought. The commander was very arrogant against the Zerg. If it were another commander, I guess my player's plan wouldn't be so smooth. But it's a pity that Wenming sent you. At this time, Jiang Yao could already imagine the shocked expression on the commander's face when he saw all this. And the fact was just as he thought. The commander at this time was also dumbfounded. Realizing that the situation was not good, he immediately began to mobilize the surviving robots and asked all the new commanders to work hard, because the insect swarm in front of them was beyond their imagination. Although he was very ignorant of the current situation at this time, he really couldn't imagine how the swarm could have such a powerful weapon. According to his understanding, the swarm was just a group of races that had followed an evolutionary path. Although they are also tinkering with technology, their skills in technology are very low. And even if they have achieved certain achievements in science and technology, it is absolutely impossible to create such a weapon because of the explosion just now. He was basically certain that he could create a weapon of this level. So the opponent's strength would not be weaker than their own. And it was obviously impossible for the insect swarm to reach such a level. Did they find some ancient ruins and get these bombs from it? At this time, he could only think of this journey, because he knew very well that Songchuan did not have this ability. At the same time, it is impossible for them to obtain such weapons from other civilizations. You must know that it is absolutely impossible for an advanced civilization to provide weapons to such a low-level civilization. And there is no need for that. Just when he was still extremely confused, everything that happened next completely subverted his three views. Because after he ordered the attack, he found that except for the bugs that detonated the bomb, everything else except entities was replica. In other words, everything in front of him was fake. And just when he was surprised, the next moment, he saw densely packed combat robots flying towards them. Chapter 529 The War with Yuling Civilization begins. This is this? At this time, Yuling's commander looked at the densely packed combat robots flying towards him. And he was also a little surprised. Combat robot? When he saw this scene at this moment, he was slightly stunned. It was obvious that he did not expect that the insect swarm was also researching this technology. It depends on the situation that they are still studying something. At least the shield system and energy system of the combat robot look like this. They are even much faster than our combat robots. But it's a pity that the gap in technology means that even if you develop cooking methods similar to ours, the difference in robot capabilities will be huge. With such a disparity in strength, your numbers are still more than 10 times lower than ours. Under such circumstances, I really don't understand where you got the courage to send out these scrap metals. Obviously, the commander at this time did not learn from the previous lessons. At this time, he still believed that the previous wave was just a matter of the bugs inadvertently obtaining a batch of special weapons, which caught him off guard. But now, he did not think at all about the technological competition between the two sides. You will lose. Of course, the reason why he thinks that these robots were built by bugs is also very simple. They have done a little research on ancient ruins, and they know very well that every ancient civilization has its own style. In these years, they have generally understood things built by ancient civilizations, whether they are battleships or other overall styles. The robots of the bugs in front of us do not have these directions, which means that these robots are made by the bugs. The technological level of his comrades is here, so he doesn't think that the things they create with their current technological level can have any impact on him. But it is obvious that he will be taught a lesson this time. If his thoughts are known to other commanders in the civilization, there is a high probability that his commander plant will be directly removed, because he has been plunged into the abyss of blind self-confidence by the power of civilization. Even if he encounters such a situation after suffering a loss once, his first reaction is still to be arrogant, rather than to treat it with caution. It is good to be more recognized with the strength of civilization, but this cannot be a reason for his blind arrogance. And then the players also taught them a good lesson. Oh yo. Yuling civilization, and these people are awesome. Yeah. This is so unbelievable. After we made a conspiracy, when we saw our robot army, they didn't organize their formation immediately. It still maintains the original wave formation. And we also blasted many holes in the middle. 66,666. He is very confident in their combat robots. Can you not be confident? After all, this is the route he took. I guess in his mind, he thinks they have never lost on this route. So they have absolute confidence in facing our robots. Confidence. It's a good thing to have confidence. But it won't take long for them to be slapped in the face by us. This is a robot with extreme attack power created by Tai Long. A 9th level mechanical civilization. Yes. Don't even mention it. Tai Long is about to enter the 9th level of mechanical civilization. Even if it is an early 8th level mechanical civilization, the robots he built were definitely several levels higher in strength than the robots created by a biological civilization, like the Yuling civilization that followed a mechanical route. They are still so arrogant against a robot of this level. How dare they? It can be seen that they have never experienced severe beatings from society. It doesn't matter. We will give them a painful beating later, and let them have a good time. It's just time to try out the power of this batch of extreme robots tailor-made by Tai Lung for us. That's right. The players' robots were customized by Tai Lung. They are different from the robots sold by Tai Lung. This batch of robots is first driven by pure, or energy, which means that these robots will consume a lot of energy after starting up. But the characteristic of this kind of robot is its powerful attack power. There are many other energy-driven robots, apart from the big flaw of energy consumption. Compared with other robots, its attributes are not much better. Such robots are also the most suitable for players to use. After all, in Tai Lung's eyes, These bugs are landowners. They lack everything except money. And considering that in order to make these lands shine, he also specially modified this type of robot, increasing his attack power by at least 2 or 3 times. Although after such a wave of transformation, the robot's good character will be improved a lot. But this is not important. What is important is that he wants this group of bugs to see the subtle and powerful side of the robot he designed. As a businessman, he knows very well that if he wants to firmly capture customers, he must impress them and dazzle them. With the power of these robots, he is confident that he can dazzle them. But at this time, just as he thought, these robots really made the players' eyes shine. Following the battle between the robots on both sides, Tai Lung's robots were seen shooting out at the speed of light, directly taking away the Yuling civilization's robots and their shields in a wave. The attacks of the robots from the Yuling civilization were easily knocked down by the shields of the robots. With the confrontation between the two sides, the strength of this technology was immediately judged. The technological level of the Moon Age civilization was not even compared to the extreme technological level of Tai Lung. Even the robots produced by the other 2 robot companies in the consortium could easily crush them. It is even said that if the robots on the Yuling civilization side are not the latest generation, but if they are older generation robots, then Tai Lung's robots are estimated to be able to penetrate at least 2 robots with 1 attack, instead of just 1. Holy crap! This power is awesome! After all, it is a robot that is called the ultimate attack robot by the Federation. How could it be called such a robot without something? I just like this kind of robot. It's powerful enough. The source of all fear comes from insufficient firepower. And now that we have enough firepower, this Moon Spirit civilization can only do that. Don't get too happy too early, guys. Although our robot technology level is superior, don't forget that we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. So I guess we will lose in the end of this wave. Don't we still have Terminator astrology? No matter what, we are going to eat them this time. It just so happens that they are also using the jump interference position around the galaxy. They have no intention of running away at all. But considering that this attitude was arranged by them, they can shut down us at any time. We will take advantage of this time to arrange a wave. This time we will prevent any of them from running away. Just in case, we'd better get some more anti-jump bugs. This way they brought a lot of warships, and we'll leave all these warships here for them. At this time, the players were discussing while controlling the combat robot and correcting the enemy. Compared to the calmness of the players, Commander Yueling's head was already frozen. As a leading civilization in the research of combat robots, he confidently believes that no civilization in this universe can surpass them in this aspect of technology. But now, their robot is being chased and beaten by the opponent's robot. And the best thing is that the opponent is still a bug that he has always looked down on. How can this be? What's going on with these robots? How could the Zerg create such powerful robots? Thinking of this, he immediately shook his head and put away the thoughts in his mind. No, the Zerg definitely don't have the ability to create such robots. So if nothing else, they should have obtained these robots accidentally. Although robots like this are powerful, the number they obtain is definitely limited. And the reason why they dare to stay here to compete with us is because of this batch of robots. But they may not know that if I destroy all these robots, they will have no trump cards. To be precise, they have guessed that this batch of robots will be destroyed by our group, because the surrounding area has been arranged by us, and it is impossible for them to escape from here. So they sent this batch of robots just to let it's just a big loss on my side. Thinking of this, an imperceptible smile appeared on his lips. I have to admit that I was careless in this incident. I didn't expect you to have such weapons in your hands. But it doesn't matter anymore, because these weapons will be destroyed by us in this battle. Without the protection of these weapons, you will also face the fate of destruction. But I have to admit that our civilization's policies towards other civilizations are not overkill, but very correct. If what happened today were other civilizations, maybe you would have fallen into your trap, because other civilizations would never be able to mobilize like our civilization. So there is a high probability that the part of the troops they sent would be eaten by you. But it is a pity that our civilization is very cautious in dealing with any civilization. So we also brought battleships in this wave. Then as his order was issued, a fleet of 100,000 warships appeared on the battlefield in a mighty manner. And the leader among these warships was unusually huge, reaching a length of nearly 1,000 kilometers, which is the civilized flagship of their civilization. Of course, in addition to the previous one plus this one, the entire civilization has a total of 5 civilization flagships. These civilization flagships were all created by them in the process of development. because of the characteristics of the civilization flagship itself. Even if more advanced civilization flagships are created, the old civilization flagships still have strong combat capabilities. Therefore, the Moon Spirit civilization retained them all. And in order to ensure that the players could be completely eradicated without any accidents during this expedition, they actually sent out this civilization flagship without hesitation. But at this time, he didn't know that the players were also waiting for him to send this civilized flagship. In fact, all the arrangements on their side had already been clearly detected by the detectors purchased by the players. The main reason why the players did not send neutron battle stars to appear at the beginning was because they were worried about the other party, and would be embarrassed if they ran away after seeing neutron battle stars. At this time, when they saw each other's civilization flagship enter the scene, the players all looked at each other, and then showed expressions of understanding. Finally, their civilization flagship has arrived. Ha ha ha. We have been waiting for this moment for a long time. In this wave, let's kill their civilization flagship first and collect some interest. Yes, it's time to ask them to collect interest. I think when we were weak, these grandsons monitored us as if they were our own family. This evil spirit can finally be released today. Brothers, stop blaring for now and remember our plan. We must try our best to keep the situation as beautiful as possible in this battle, because we still have to drive it to the next battle. Don't worry. We all understand. In addition, the loss on the robot side is close to our estimate. It's time to send out the cannon fodder bugs. No problem. And just when the players began to implement the next plan, the commander of the Moon Spirit civilization was looking proudly at the civilization's flagship that appeared on the battlefield. I guess this bunch of bugs are dumbfounded now. They may never think that we actually brought the civilization flagship here. At this time, he was talking while imagining the desperate expressions of the insects. Bugs are bugs. Do you think you can do whatever you want if you accidentally obtained equipment that far exceeds your technological level? Some things are of no use if you pick them up because the quantity is limited. Only after you have mastered this technology can you create unlimited products. But unfortunately, with your current level, if you want to create such a thing, you will have to wait at least tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. But unfortunately, now you have no chance. At this time, with the entrance of the civilized flagship, the commander felt that there was no need to continue watching, because the outcome of this battle had been decided. At this moment, the movement in the distance suddenly caught his attention, because he discovered that the strongest hidden strength of the bugs came out, which was a formation composed of thunder beasts and other high-level bugs. And apart from the familiar thunder beast, there was also a Leviathan mixed in. Leviathan? But why does the size look so different from the size and the intelligence? I don't know what happened, but it doesn't matter anymore. Since you have brought out all these troops, it means that you are at the end of your rope and want to fight us to the death. But it's a pity that your garbage doesn't have such ability. Just when his words fell, his eyes suddenly widened, because at this time their detectors discovered an abnormal energy reaction in the insect swarm. Chapter 530 Take Action. There are two ways to judge the strength of a civilization in the universe. The first is to determine directly through combat, and the second is to determine by judging the opponent's energy response. To be precise, it should not be about judging energy, but rather about judging the energy level of the other party. However, compared to the first method, the second method is more uncertain, because this kind of energy reaction can be hidden by the other party. And even if the other party wants you to notice it, they will deliberately work on it to mislead you. At this time, when he discovered this abnormal energy reaction, its first reaction was that the insects wanted to misguide it in this way to influence his judgment. It is even said that it can achieve the purpose of scaring him away. But it is obvious that such a method will have no effect on him under normal circumstances, because with the strength of his civilization, he will not believe that there is anything in this universe that can scare him away. But at this time, his heart was shrouded in deep fear, because when he locked on to that thing that emitted special energy, he was shocked. In front of him was an inconspicuous white sphere, only a dozen kilometers in diameter. Compared to its civilization flagship, it might even be smaller than a sesame seed. Not really. But this thing, which was not even a sesame, made him feel deeply frightened. Through the mass analysis of the sphere, he found that it was a neutron star. The neutron heart that can be controlled has a very scary name. Neutron battle star. He only learned about this kind of thing from ancient documents in some ruins. And he knew very well that this kind of combat unit was very difficult to make even in that era. If you want to make such a neutron battle star, you have to be a super civilization. Nope either. because this is also very difficult for super civilizations. And the neutron battle star that can be created with such difficulty naturally has unparalleled power. At this time, he panicked when he saw everything in front of him. All his arrogance was wiped out at this moment. At this time, he would never foolishly think that this neutron battle star was just superficial. At this time, he combined everything before. And he was basically certain that the bugs had a great opportunity. And this great opportunity was very likely to threaten his own civilization. And at the same time, he suddenly reacted. The fight from the beginning. At this point, he suddenly took 2 steps back. Because at this time, he seemed to have discovered a terrible thing. That is, he had been plotted. From the initial battle to the sudden attack later. And now the entrance of the neutron battle star. Everything seems to be carefully arranged by the other party. And the other party has carefully arranged the script for itself. When he thought of this, he was stunned. Because there is only one possibility for something like this to happen. And that is that there is an insider within the civilization. And the second possibility is that the other party is monitoring methods that they don't know about. And they can clearly monitor their every move. Even when he didn't discover them. The other party had already discovered him. And began to formulate such a series of plans. And then lured him into the trap. Perhaps it was not a coincidence that they discovered the Zerg before, but a deliberate arrangement by the other party, with the purpose of trapping them. The current battle has proved this. The enemy's formation and the order of the troops' appearance were obviously in advance. Arranged. Thinking of this, he immediately realized that the situation was not good. At this time, he knew very well that facing the current situation, he had only one way. And that was to find a way to drive away the fleet and other combat robots. But obviously when he thought of while here, he discovered that the bugs had deployed another wave of jump fields on their own. When he saw the scene, he still didn't understand that the reason why the insects did this was to eat them. Eat us? You are quite brave. If that's the case, then I'm here today to see how powerful the neutron battle star is. As his words fell, all battleships including the civilized flagship opened fire towards the neutron battle star. And at the same time the players also took action. It can be seen that these advanced units have shouldered the important task of holding back other warships except the civilized flagship. Although such a wave of operations will cause great losses to these advanced units. But what they have to do now is to ensure the condition of their combat robots and neutron battle stars as much as possible. And they will not hesitate to pay a heavy price for this. In this way, the battle between the two sides was about to break out. And as the battle began, the commander of the Moon Spirit civilization also completely realized the power of this battle star. As he saw, countless artillery fires were easily blocked by the neutron battle star. With the fluctuations in the space, the neutron battle star had appeared around the civilization flagship. Immediately afterwards, battle star was seen crashing towards the civilization period at an extremely fast speed. And he happened to hit the shield of the civilization's flagship. Ripples were set off on the powerful shield of the civilization flagship. And the commander who saw this scene naturally knew that this was an attack from higher dimensions. The overall shield value of their civilization flagship's shield dropped by a quarter under this blow. When he saw the scene, he was also frightened. Before he could react, the neutron battle star launched the second and third attack. In less than a minute, the huge protective shield of the civilization flagship, the shield was immediately shattered. And when the shield of the civilization flagship was shattered, the neutron battle star was seen hitting the hull of the civilization flagship at an extremely fast speed. And along the route he traveled, the entire space was distorted. Not only that, he also saw thin cracks appearing in the space. The commander who saw this scene naturally knew that the distortion of space was caused by the gravity of the star itself. And the fragmentation in space meant that the neutron battle star activated the dimensional attack weapon. He was constructing a four-dimensional space as he moved forward, wanting to attack the low-dimensional defenses from a higher dimension. Because the characteristic of their warships is that even if you are in higher danger, it does not matter this level of defense. But high-dimensional tools are the destructive power of this layer of defense is very powerful. When he saw the scene, he naturally panicked. The fort of the people's flagship. The attack and bombardment hit the middle finger in the heart, but could not stop him. At the same time, looking at the middle finger getting closer and closer, the commander knew that this wave was over. The next moment, as the two sides collided together, the armor of the civilized flagship only lasted a few tenths of a second before being penetrated directly by the neutron battle star. At the same time, after the middle finger star appeared inside the civilization flagship, something even more incredible happened to them. The skin on the middle finger front began to fall off. And the next moment countless scales appeared in front of him. It turns out that the surface of this middle finger is actually composed of special scales. There are more than 100 scales in total, and each one exudes strange energy. At the same time, their energy source is naturally the neutron battle star. That one has already a much smaller neutron battle star. Then, in the commander's horrified eyes, he saw only some fragments exuding terrifying power and starting to spread towards the surroundings of the civilization. Wherever they passed, there was a mess. Even the interior of the civilization flagship was hard enough. But it is of no use in front of these scales. You must know that this is one of the most powerful attack methods on a late 8th order starry sky beast. Kuei's scales are also its means of attack. The scales on its back are divided into ordinary scales, and this special scale. He usually sells ordinary scales, because those scales recover very quickly. So it won't take long for it to recover after selling it. But he has never dared to touch these special scales. Because these scales are not only powerful, but the most important thing is that the scales are also the core of his attack. And losing these not only does the recovery of some scales require a huge amount of energy, but the recovery time is also very slow. So according to his principles, it was absolutely impossible to sell these scales. But unfortunately the players gave too many. So he couldn't resist the temptation and chose to add these scales. And these scales are like sharp blades, cutting the civilization flagship from the inside out. In the eyes of outsiders, the very solid defense of the civilized flagship is no different from paper to these scales. Under the cutting of the scales, and the gravitational pull of the neutron battle star, this civilization flagship carrying countless memories of the moon spirit civilization is gradually disintegrating. And the high-quality materials inside the civilization flagship are also being swallowed by the neutron battle star. The battlefield commander, who saw this scene, was dumbfounded. He never expected that the civilized flagship of his own civilization would end in such a funny way. And after the civilization flagship came to an end, the next moment, the scales separated from the neutron battle star began to clean up the surrounding battleships. And these battleships, which are difficult for players to break through the defenses, are like paper in front of these scales. And they are easily cut in half even with the shields taken out. With the activation of these scales, players also fully realize the power of the neutron battle star. Rely on, brothers. I feel that our previous worries are unnecessary. With the combat power of this middle finger front, there is no need for us to send bugs out as cannon fodder. Originally, I was worried that the neutron astrology would be seriously injured in the battle with the moon spirit civilization. But who would have thought that this would be a complete crushing situation? I'm kidding you. This neutron John Xingye is too strong. And it's not in vain that we have been fighting for so many years. You guys, this can no longer be described as strong. This is simply outrageous. I can finally understand what Tai Lung meant when he said that this battle star has a little bit of group attack capability. A little bit? This is obviously 100 million bits. Why do these little silver pieces look so familiar to me? You guys, don't tell me anything. It looks a little familiar to me. I feel like I've seen it before somewhere. Forget it. Let's not think about this. Brothers, the king insect troops are ready. When they are all cleaned up, the overlord insects will enter to collect materials. And we can only kill their small universe immediately to get them. A wave of destruction. At this time, after experiencing the power of the middle finger battle star in a true sense, the players also had great changes in their subsequent operations. Their original plan was to clean up this wave of formations, and then harass the moon spirit civilization. Try to send away the group of troops that guarded home as much as possible. Then, they would recharge their batteries and regain their strength. And finally launch a general attack on Yuling civilization. And then take down this civilization. The players planned for Yuling. But after seeing the power of the neutron battle star, their plans changed. After they captured this wave of fleets, they immediately killed the elders of the Yuling civilization. Chao promoted Yuling civilization. At this time, the players all want to do one thing. And that is to let this former hunter experience the feeling of being a prey. Compared to them, the players' operations are much simpler. Your attitude towards other civilizations is to observe. But our attitude towards other civilizations is to eliminate them. This wave of players is bound to wipe out this moon spirit civilization. As long as we get rid of this serious problem, and then get rid of the serious problem of the starry sky beast, then the players will no longer have enemies in this universe. The players are very excited to get here. Because for them, this is something worth being happy about. You have suppressed them for so long. And you can finally feel proud. Whenever you think of the days when you were trembling under the control of these super civilizations, you feel very excited at this time. At this time, they felt quite happy to kill their enemies with their own hands. There is quite a sense of pleasure in being in Hedong and Heshi for 30 years and not bullying young people into poverty. At this time, compared to the players, the entire Moon Spirit civilization was shrouded in a dull atmosphere. The reason why this situation occurs is also related to the way the Yuling civilization itself handles things. Although there are many battles in the Moon Spirit civilization that will not be announced to ordinary people, once they encounter a major event related to the life and death of the civilization, they will let all the people know immediately and work together to find a solution. This is their civilized way of dealing with things. Compared with some low-level civilizations, it is completely different. Some low-level civilizations like to do some ridiculous things. That is, when your civilization encounters a life and death crisis. At this time, the people above still concealed the news and did not tell the people below, thinking of solving it themselves. This kind of behavior is a joke to Yuling civilization, because the possibility of 100,000 people thinking about a problem and coming up with a reasonable solution is always much higher than that of hundreds of people. The people have reached the point of life and death, and everyone's life will be in danger. At this time, it is necessary for everyone to know what they are about to face. But whether ordinary people can bear such a thing is a key. Whether it will fall into despair and collapse because of knowing this matter is also something that the Yuling civilization needs to consider. However, their ancestors have considered these issues long ago, so this is also included in the knowledge instilled in them. The content of the section. Therefore, they did not need to worry about negative situations at all. At this time, everyone in the Moon Spirit civilization also saw the scene on the other side of the insect swarm battlefield through projection. Chapter 531. The old civilization still has something to offer. After seeing this scene, everyone in Yuling civilization was dumbfounded. Obviously, at this time, they felt a little incredible about what was happening in front of them. Through simple information introduction, they learned about the situation of that ethnic group. They never expected that this ethnic group could actually come up with such a weapon. And when they saw the scene where their civilization's flagship was torn apart by a neutron battle star, their hearts tugged at the same time. The civilized flagship is one of the strongest combat forces in their civilization. They know very well that this civilized flagship has absolute power. Even if this civilized flagship is an old version of the civilized flagship that they created very early, the lethality it possesses, the power is enough to suppress most civilizations in the universe. But now this extremely powerful civilization flagship was torn to pieces by that inconspicuous planet. At the same time, they also learned a terrible thing. That is, the insect swarm possesses neutrons that have only appeared in literature. Battle star. This is not good news for them, because the strength of this battle star is so powerful that they don't know whether the civilized flagships in their hands can defeat them. Not only that, the other side has powerful robots. And these robots are actually more powerful than the combat robots they are proud of. At this time, everyone who saw this scene knew that civilization was at a critical moment, and they had to consider how to defeat this opponent. Because this opponent had only developed in too short a time, and could surprise them every time they met. The last time they met, they lured out the starry beasts, and caused heavy losses to the entire civilization. But this time, they actually sent out neutron battle stars, and robots with such powerful combat capabilities. At this time, everyone thought of a question in their minds. That is, the other party could give them such a big surprise this time, which made them a little unable to bear it. So what will the other party give them next time they meet? What kind of surprise? They don't know this, but what they know is that the next time they meet, it will be the moment of their destruction. So they must come up with a targeted strategy now. It's a pity that they don't have time to think about this now, because the next operation of the swarm made them dumbfounded. Because after the bugs eliminated their batch of combat troops, they saw a mighty swarm of armies, and an army of robots starting to accelerate in a certain direction. At the same time, a large number of small bugs appeared and began to destroy the surrounding jumps. Jamming device. The direction that the other party is heading is exactly where their small universe is. Seeing this scene, they still didn't understand. After the insects defeated their army, they were not satisfied with them. They focused on their own small universe, and they wanted to take the blame for themselves. At this time, while they were cursing the mentally retarded commander, they also began to think about how they should deal with it next. Due to the characteristics of the small universe, the towing battleship could not take it to jump, but could only take him forward at high speed. This means that comrades who can pinpoint their position can catch up with them and attack them at any time. So this battle is inevitable for them. For them, those robots are easy to deal with. As long as they rely on a large number of piles, they can still send them all away. But the only one that can be solved is the neutron battle star. And a somewhat reliable method they thought of was to use 4 civilized flagships to fight the opponent head-on, while their own side sent all combat units to fight the opponent's robots. After destroying the opponent's robots, they joined forces to attack that neutron battle star. Indeed, for them now, fighting head-on is a better choice. In fact, the current situation of the insect swarm and them has reached a dead end in the final analysis. They didn't know what method the insect swarm used to locate them. If it were in the past, for them, the insect swarm's ability to locate them would just cause them some minor trouble, because it would attract some advanced civilizations from the swarm. They themselves will also bear certain risks. In this case, even if the other party attracts advanced civilizations, they are actually a great risk. And the trouble they cause to them is also time-based. Not all the time. At the same time, when attracting advanced civilizations, the insect swarm itself may be exposed to itself, which means that there are 2 hidden dangers in their operations. But now the current situation has changed with the combat units in the hands of the insect swarm. If the insect swarm itself has the strength to compete with them, and under such circumstances, the opponent can accurately locate itself, then for yourself, this trouble will not be a big deal. Simply put, it means having such ability, yes. The insect swarm will start a formal battle with them. At the same time, the insect swarm has an absolute advantage over them. That is, they are not positioned as before, but the insect swarm can locate them. So what we need to know about the current situation is where the combat units in the opponent's hands come from. Actually, for this question, I think everyone here should have the answer. That is, they obtained it from the ruins. Whether it is those powerful robots or the termination of the horoscope, these things do not look like those of ancient civilizations on the surface. But there are so many ancient ruins. What specific styles do they have? We only know part of them. So maybe what they obtained is the product of a certain style of civilization that we don't know. Of course, this is not important. What is important is that we need to understand that they only obtained some of the weapons through the ruins. But they still obtained the original drawings and production lines of these weapons. Because there is an essential relationship between the two. The difference. If we obtain some combat units, then this matter will be easy to handle. We only need to win this battle, and weaken their combat power as much as possible. Then the damage they can cause to us will be limited. But if they obtain a complete production line and blueprint, as long as they have enough materials, it means that they will have a steady stream of combat units manufactured and put on the battlefield. At this time, everyone within Yuling civilization is holding an emergency meeting. This time, they are discussing 2 main directions. The first one is about the battle in the near future, and the other one is about the policy against the insect swarm in the future. Compared to them, the players were excitedly heading towards their small universe. About 2 days passed like this. 2 days later, the players had arrived at the place where the Yuling civilization microcosm must pass, and were waiting for them. Because the distance was too close, the players' whereabouts had long been exposed to them. So the players did not choose to hide it. In this wave, players are prepared to choose hard resistance. Then, under the gaze of the players, they saw countless combat robots and civilization flagships flying towards them in a mighty manner. The battle between the 2 sides was about to break out. As the battle began, 2 completely different robots in the universe were seen fighting. Compared to the robots of the Moon Spirit civilization, the number of robots in the hands of players is obviously at a disadvantage. But their lethality is several times that of the Moon Spirit civilization. However, because of the previous battle, the players themselves lost 200,000 to 300,000 robots. And this wave of Moon Spirit civilization is also constantly producing combat robots. This also causes the number of robots left by players to decrease at an extremely fast rate. At this time, the commanders who were becoming more and more famous on the battlefield became more and more frightened when they looked at the technological gap between the robots on both sides. Because the other party was far superior to them in terms of technology or other aspects, which made them feel a little incredible. But at this time, they are also starting to plot a conspiracy against the players. As the battle continued, although the players were much stronger than the Yuling civilization, the gap in numbers made them quickly defeated. However, the robots of the Yuling civilization defeated the players. After this batch of robots were cleaned up, they also lost nearly half of the robots. Although he is powerful on the neutron Battlestar side, he is still a little unable to face the enemy's 4 civilized flagships at the same time. From the beginning to the end of the battle, countless attacks hit the neutron battlestar, and the neutron battlestar also released its scales to fight back, and collided with Yueling's civilization flagship. And at the beginning of the battle and the end of the battle, the firepower on neutron battlestar's side was attracted by the smaller flagship of Yuling's civilization. The defense of that flagship is several times that of other flagships, and because of its size, it frequently avoided the attacks of neutron battlestars when fighting against them, which also allowed players to attack many times. All failed and a lot of time was wasted. The time they wasted naturally became precious time for other civilizations' flagships to attack. In this way, the battle between the two sides was dark, and the woman only saw victory at the same time. The other victorious combat robots also launched a siege towards the neutron battlestar. The players who saw this scene naturally knew that it would be very detrimental to them if this battle continued. So they immediately began to control the neutron battlestar to escape from the battlefield. I have to say that we were too reluctant in this wave. The opponent is worthy of the old civilization, and this strength is leveraged. Actually, it's not bad. We at least sent away so many of their troops this time. At this time, after the battle was over, the players on the way back also began to communicate about the situation of the battle. I said to you guys, we lost this battle, and the remains of some of our robots were also left behind at the Yuling civilization. Do you think it is possible for them to collect these remains, and then study them to see if they can crack the technology, and improve your own robot manufacturing technology? That's for sure. I'm not a fool. I'm sure they won't let go of such a good opportunity. Damn it. Isn't this the end of the world? Once they upgrade their robots, their strength will increase a lot. After hearing what this player said, Xianyu waved his hand and said it didn't matter. Brothers, regarding this, you don't have to worry that even if you give them the complete robot, they won't be able to crack it. What's more, what we left behind is still some scraps of metal, and they will risk their lives to crack it. Xianyu then added, we need to figure out the new universe. There are so many civilizations there. They want robots, but they have no funds and cannot afford robots. In such a situation, these civilizations, the choice is simple. That is to buy a few units and see if they can be copied at home. But unfortunately, so far, there are only a few companies selling robots in the entire consortium. What does this mean? This shows that people have long thought that someone might imitate their technology, and they have already planned their escape route. Do you really think those business people are fools? They have already thought of things you can think of, and they have thought of things you can't think of. So I guess that if Yuling civilization wants to decipher these robots, there is a high probability that they will. It's nothing but a bamboo basket. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with what Xianyu said. Whether it is the Tailong civilization or several other civilizations, they have already thought of this when selling robots. And in order to ensure that their technology will not be cracked, they use internal methods to prevent cracking. There is even more technology than the robots themselves. After all, for them, whether they can live a good life depends on these robots. If these robots can be copied so easily, it will be difficult for them in the future. Therefore, in order to avoid such a thing from happening, they naturally rely on all aspects of their efforts. It's done relatively well. At this time, just as the players thought, Yuling civilization looked at the remains of these robots and felt like they had found a treasure. Then they began to decipher the work non-stop. But unfortunately, this deciphering work was destined to be fruitless. While the Moon Spirit civilization was still busy deciphering these things and producing more combat robots. On the player's side, a group of players drove neutron battle stars to where the Tyrone civilization was. Area. At this time, the leader of the Tailong civilization, the robot Tailong, looked at the neutron battle star in front of him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Bosses, your neutron battle stars have suffered a lot in this wave. The size of this neutron battle star is at least 2 kilometers larger than before. What is the concept? How much damage did you bear by launching this middle finger star? After speaking, Tailong continued, the neutron war star was severely damaged, and even these attack scales lost most of them. As he spoke, Tailong looked at everyone. Bosses, how miserable are you being besieged? As he spoke, he continued to add basically, the situation of the neutron battle star has been figured out, and the damage has exceeded 20%. The cost of repairing the infrastructure is about 1 billion, because this battle star is quite special, and about 50 pieces have to be remade, which would cost at least 5 billion here. Chapter 532, if the fight continues like this, We will be the first to fail. So expensive? The players who heard this price were also shocked. Obviously, they did not expect that this wave of maintenance costs would be so exaggerated. It's not that maintenance is expensive. It's because your losses this time are really too great. We see that the neutron battle star has not changed much. Is the loss really as big as you say? After hearing this, Tai Lung also explained, Boss, the loss of a neutron battle star and a battleship are different. Your battleship has been severely damaged and it looks tattered on the surface. But the neutron battle star is different. The expression of the neutron battle star after being injured is volume expansion. Simply put, its mass will decrease with the severity of the injury. Under normal circumstances, if a neutron battle star is injured and its volume expands by more than a few meters, it is already a very exaggerated injury. That's good for you. What is the concept of expanding directly by 2 kilometers? This is basically a serious injury. According to this posture, if you expand it any more, the battle star will be useless. Hearing Tai Lung's words at this time, the players couldn't help but look at each other. Obviously, they did not expect that this wave of neutron war stars would be so seriously injured. And they really couldn't tell on the battlefield. But if you think about it carefully, it is like being attacked by 4 civilized flagships at the same time. And they are attacking at all costs. All weapons used their ultimate moves. And they were thrown away as soon as they had enough energy. There were a lot of robots dragging ores to replenish their energy. And after replenishing, they immediately used their ultimate moves. After being hit, Neutron Battlestar continued to hit him as if nothing happened, even though it seemed fine on the surface. But in fact, the damage is real. Thinking about it this way, players can understand why this wave of Neutron Battlestars was so seriously damaged. And the Tyrone civilization also told them that the theoretical damage limit of the Neutron Battlestar is 10 kilometers. The general meaning is that if the Neutron Battlestar suffers damage and causes it to expand beyond 10 kilometers, it will expand infinitely. And after it expands to a certain extent, he said, and what he said means that the Neutron Battlestar just died. It also means that their investment was instantly wasted. After understanding the situation clearly, the players could only pay the fee and let Tyrone start repairing the Neutron Battlestar. Yes, we thought we only lost some robots this time. But who would have thought that this thing would have such a high maintenance cost? Thinking about it this way, I feel like our losses this time have been heavy. Yeah, it's a bit uncomfortable to do this. You guys can't do it. I don't think our economy can support this strategy. After all, Yuling civilization has so much property, and they can always replenish it if they lose it. And we don't have any reserves now. We have managed to save a little bit over the years. But in the end, all of it was lost in that wave. If we continue to fight them in this manner, I feel that our side may be the first to be unable to handle it. Thinking of this, the players couldn't help but get entangled. And while they were still entangled, Tai Lung's voice came over again. By the way, bosses, where are the batch of robots I sold you last time? Why didn't you take them over for repairs? After hearing Tai Lung's words, the players could only helplessly tell them that the group of robots had been wiped out. So many combat robots plus neutron battle stars actually defeated the battle. Bosses, it turns out that your enemy is not simple. The players also nodded in response. The opponent's strength is indeed a bit beyond our expectations. Hearing this, Tai Lung also nodded. Yes, according to normal circumstances, the batch of arms I sold you will not cause any pressure to bulldoze an ordinary 8th level civilization. But now you have failed so miserably. You have such strength. And the opponent must have a lot of background. Bosses, if you continue to fight them according to the current situation, then your investment will be considerable. So, this is where we have a headache. Can't your robot be a little cheaper? Bosses, it's not that I'm not cheap. It's that our robot is already the lowest price for you. If it were the same price as other civilizations, they wouldn't even think about it. I'm just saying that we really don't make any money from you with this thing. Having said this, Tai Lung seemed to think of something again, and then continued, but judging from the current situation, although I don't know the level of your enemy, I estimate that this will be a tug of war. If this is done for a long time, it would be okay if the enemy's reserves are so small. If the opponent's reserves are relatively large, then when I think about this battle, fighting to support the battle is the key. After hearing this, the players all nodded and waited for his next words. For the players, Talon mentioned this point, which is indeed a point that they are more concerned about. Because if it is a consumption battle, then they will definitely not have an advantage over the enemy. But if you want them to collect resources while fighting, even though their current size supports them to do so. But after doing this, the efficiency will not be much higher. A short-term emergency response is okay, but it is basically impossible to maintain a long-term war. At the same time, after the players heard what Tai Long said, they naturally knew that Tai Long would definitely discuss some follow-up things with them. After all, people can't be bored. So they came here to express their feelings. At this time, Tai Lung's behavior was basically similar to what the players thought. So bosses, I think the way you fight is fine in the short term. But if you want to continue like this for a long time, it will definitely not work. Based on the current situation of the bosses, I personally think that if you want to maintain this battle, the bosses need two things. At this time, everyone was a little curious after hearing what Tai Long said. The first thing is that the right to recover the losses suffered by both parties on the field must be placed in the hands of the bosses. Although the recovered resources are not much more valuable than the intact ones, no matter how few mosquitoes there are, they are still meat. The ores inside some destroyed robots may be able to be refined. If they are to be used again, they must be recycled for him, to maximize resources. Secondly, the bosses also need to consider how to reduce their own battle losses. At this point everyone nodded and began to think. What you said makes sense. Especially for this government. We must think of strategies to reduce our losses as much as possible. When he heard what the player said, Tai Lung immediately quit. What he said to the people was not so that they could find a way to solve the losses. If they wanted to find a way to solve the losses, they would still have to do business. The thought of this immediately interrupted the player's thoughts. Bosses, please listen to my advice. Any so-called ways to reduce losses are nonsense. The opponent's firepower is here. As long as you are hit by the opponent, you will definitely suffer losses. And if the opponent's number is higher than yours, then in many cases, no matter what method you use, you will not be able to avoid a lot of losses. Perhaps you can take advantage of the so-called environment when fighting low-level civilizations. But it is completely different when fighting high-level civilizations, because their attacks can ignore all obstacles. More than 99% of anything naturally formed in the currently known universe cannot avoid the attacks of advanced civilizations. And it is even said that they cannot even block it. Under such circumstances, all you can do is rely on battleships or other units that do this can defend themselves. Having said this, Tai Lung was still worried that the players would not understand. So he continued to add, when you fight that enemy, you must have discovered that the attack power of both sides is very terrifying. Regular meteorite belts or planets cannot have any impact on these attacks. So maybe you used to use these things as bunkers to fight enemies. But when fighting that civilization, you must have also discovered this. These so-called bunkers have no effect at all. And even if they want to use the environment to disrupt their investigation, it is impossible. Because at this level, most of the environment has no impact on their investigation. In other words, no matter what method you use, as long as you are within a certain distance from them, it is absolutely impossible for you to escape their detection methods. In a state of absolute transparency over a large area, do you think any of your arrangements will be useful to them? When they heard Tai Long's words, everyone looked at each other. Indeed, what he said was quite reasonable. Especially when they fought against the Moon Spirit civilization before. The players had never thought of using any so-called routines. Although he did use a little trick in it. This trick can only be used once. In the final analysis, that time was the result of the players taking advantage of the information gap. Although their battleships or other things were exposed to the reconnaissance range of the Moon Spirit civilization. At that time, Yuling civilization also knew that they had two waves of soldiers. But they did not know the strength of these two waves of soldiers. And in their understanding, no matter how they played, the strength of these two waves of soldiers was definitely not as good as theirs. Also because for this reason, players used the information gap to trick them. But the same routine can only be used once for this kind of people. Because there are many of them. After being tricked by you, they will definitely be very careful next time. Especially after they find that you have two waves of soldiers. They will definitely send detection go over and find out the details of the other group of soldiers. It is absolutely impossible to make such a mistake this time. Therefore, the two sides must be more energetic next time they fight. The so-called routines will have no effect on them. What you said does make sense. So what method should we use to solve our current situation? When he heard the questions from the players, Tai Long suddenly felt happy and said, then you have asked the right person. First of all, you want to solve the current dilemma. As I mentioned to you before, we must ensure that in the final battle, it is best for us to win. Only in this way can we clean up the battlefield. Right. At this time, after hearing what Tai Long said, the players were also lost in thought. It was almost impossible for them to win a head-on victory against the Moon Spirit civilization, because their battleground is the home base of the Yuling civilization. Once they win, they don't need to clean up the battlefield. They can directly push away other people's home bases. In other words, there are only two consequences for telling this civilization. Either they will be defeated, or they will just take the blame. If it is a large-scale war, we can do it if we win. But our battlefield is their home base, which means that if we win, we can directly push their home away. After hearing what the player said, Tai Long naturally understood what they meant. That is to say, you must face the entire force of this civilization and the various defensive weapons of the opponent's base. The only way to win under such circumstances is that you have more troops than the opponent and rely on numbers to crush them. But civilizations of the level of your enemies have massive resource reserves and extremely exaggerated reserves of combat equipment. They are definitely not comparable to civilizations of your level. Even if you continue to acquire weapons through us, unless you can hold back for hundreds or thousands of years, it is basically impossible to solve them all at once. What I'm saying so far is based on a premise. The premise is that they won't produce more combat equipment in these hundreds or thousands of years. But you can continue to purchase it through me. If they are constantly acquiring new combat weapons like you, then the gap will only become wider and wider for them. And your chances of winning will be even smaller. After hearing this, the players naturally understood what Tai Long's civilization meant. So in your opinion, what do you think we should do? After hearing this and seeing that the topic had come to a head, Tai Long was not polite and directly stated his solution. Judging from the current situation, I personally feel that this battle will definitely not end in a while. This will be a long-term tug of war. In a long-term war like this, the battle is about which side has more reserves and who can last longer on the battlefield. Then whoever has a greater chance of winning. Because in order to prevent both sides from constantly expanding their forces, and because the technological gap between you and them is huge, you are far inferior to them in terms of the speed of troop expansion. So you can only consume their forces through constant fighting. And the prerequisite for a battle like this is that your investment is much lower than theirs. Only under such circumstances can you win. Players naturally understand what Tai Long said. But this matter is simple to say, but it is not the least bit difficult to do it. While the players were still thinking about how to operate this, Tai Long also revealed his plan. Chapter 533 Tai Lung's Plan. Bosses, I have a way to ensure that the current situation works. Hearing this, the players all looked at him and waited for his next words. First, clean the battlefield. According to your situation, it is definitely unrealistic for us to clean the battlefield after the battle is over, because the other party will not give us this opportunity. So we can only choose to clean the battlefield during the battle. Cleaning the battlefield during combat? How does this work? It's very simple. You need to order a special ship called a salvage ship. This kind of ship has extremely strong defensive capabilities. The biggest role of this kind of ship is to salvage the battlefield. It can use the tractor beam carried by the ship to pull the wreckage into its cargo hold, so that it can achieve the effect of collecting while fighting. Because the defensive power of this kind of ship itself is very terrifying. So as long as it is slightly protected on the battlefield, it will basically not suffer any battle damage. Injuries will definitely occur, but the cost of maintenance is not high. It would be too high. Hearing Tai Lung's introduction at this time, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. If there really is such a warship, then in the subsequent battles, such a routine of collecting resources to support it can still be implemented. While the players were still thinking about this, Tai Lung's voice came over again. Of course, in addition to adding salvage ships, bosses, you also need to consider the cost of making a robot like me. Through previous battles, you must have discovered that the loss of this combat robot is very serious. After all, the opponent's the quantity is here. So if you want to minimize the losses here during the battle, I have given two plans. First of all, the first plan is to expand the number of combat troops you send out every time. The second option is to reduce the cost of combat arms. Because the robots I sell to you are at cost price. It is definitely impossible to reduce the price. But at this price, it is definitely not enough to support your long-term consumption. So I thought of a compromise. What can be done? After hearing this, the players subconsciously asked. It's very simple. You don't need to use combat robots. Through my observation during this period, I found that the bosses are also considered to be relatively strong cosmic races. Although the degree of evolution is not high, you now have very strong combat robots, able The biggest difference between you and the enemy is that your own defense and attack power cannot cause much damage to them. So I personally suggest that I customize your exclusive armor according to the size of each boss. The main direction of this exclusive armor is offense and defense. As for some intelligent systems, we can completely abandon it, or only enable a small part. In this case, the cost of a mecha will be greatly reduced. It means that after using these mechas, the two functions of attack and defense are handed over to the mechas, while the other functions, whether it is control or something else, are all controlled by the bosses. In this way, we can minimize the number of mechas, functionality to reduce its manufacturing cost. The players who heard this looked at each other. Obviously they were shocked by this proposal. So how much does a mecha like this cost? Hearing this, Tai Long, he made a simple calculation and then said, the cost of such a super simple mecha should be controlled at about 100,000 units of ore. At this time, the players were discussing with each other after hearing this. They had to say that the price was very attractive. Compared with purchasing the robot directly, the cost was saved by nearly 5 times. At this moment, Tai Lung continued to strike while the iron was hot. And this price is only the purchase price for the first batch. The cost of adding new mechas in the future will not be so high, because the money salvaged by the bosses on the battlefield can also be used as waste. Because the internals of this mecha there are relatively few precision instruments, and the most expensive cost is raw materials. The raw materials can be used whether they are lost by you in the battle or by the enemy in the battle, because your enemy is at least a level 8 civilization. No matter how bad this level of civilization is, their materials can definitely meet the standards of. So after you use all these, there may be a battle in the end. The bosses lose 100,000, but they can make up for 70,000 through recycled materials. In fact, you only get 30,000 in materials. With such a loss, even if the civilization is an 8th level civilization and has a lot of reserves, it will never be able to withstand such an attack. At this time, the players who heard this couldn't help but their eyes lit up, because the suggestion given by Tai Lung was too tempting. A set of 100,000 armors was simply cheap for the players, and it couldn't be cheaper. You must know that any of their troops can evolve to a level of 1 million or 10 million, and now a mere 100,000 can raise the strength of their arms to a level that can compete with level 8 civilization. This makes them excited, but at this time, they still suppressed their excitement, and then started a new round of bargain. But this price is already very low. But for players, it always feels unjustifiable if they don't bargain. Moreover, Tai Lung's change to this price proves that he is ready to be bargained by players. So players, don't I feel sorry for him? Bosses, tell the truth. I made a loss when I sold the first batch of this kind of mecha to you. I had to lose materials and effort. What I want to make is your future maintenance and equity market. Because in this market, you can make some technical money in a steady stream. And that's why I offer you such a low price. The players who heard this thought for a while, and said, after all, they are all old customers. No matter what, your price must go a little lower. And we didn't say we wanted a 100,000 level product. We thought about it for a while. If we want to do it, we must at least do something that costs 100,000 yuan. 10,000 level. At least we have to fight their robots to the point where we can fight 1 against 5, or even 1 against 10. When he heard this, a hard-earned sneer flashed across Tai Lung's lips. This was what he had been waiting for. We have laid so much groundwork before, and talked so much about the price-performance ratio with players. In fact, the ultimate goal is to allow players to upgrade their purchase of mechas. The reason is very simple. First, through conversations with players, Tai Lung's civilization can basically determine that the other party is at least a mid-8th order civilization, or even a late-stage civilization. This level of civilization is actually the same as the early 8th order civilization. The technological gap between civilizations is not big, but the biggest difference between them is the reserve amount of resources and the utilization rate of resources. The resource utilization rate of this civilization is very low, which means that they must have suffered a lot of battle losses. I can imagine this, and players who have fought with the enemy will also be able to guess this. After guessing this, what they had to consider was how to get the maximum battle loss ratio with the lowest battle loss. And they provided them with this plan. But he knew very well that they would definitely not be satisfied with the plan he provided them, because there was a huge gap in military strength between the two sides. And it would definitely not be possible to make up for this gap in military strength based on their situation. If they could do that, they wouldn't have been defeated so miserably in that wave of battles. In other words, The combat forces they could actually use were limited. Even if they could use a lot, they would never be able to compete with the 8th level civilization. Under such circumstances, I gave them a battle loss ratio, which means that players with similar strengths on both sides can achieve a 1-to-1 battle loss ratio when fighting them. Taking into account that resources can be recycled, players actually only lost 30%, which means that the actual battle loss ratio should be 3-to-10. This means that the other party has to spend several times more resources than they do. How many times more resources can an 8th level civilization use? Very simple. Too simple. And they naturally thought of this. Under the situation that the number of troops that can be sent is constant, the only way to increase the amount of resources provided by the other side is to improve the strength of their own side. And the only way to improve the strength of their own side is add money to improve the strength of combat armor. And this is his purpose. At the same time, he is not worried about the sudden explosion of troops by the players, because if it is a long-term battle, their troop strength will not be reduced, and their reproductive capacity is amazing. So there is no need to worry about their sudden explosion of troops, and they can go directly with good equipment. Defeating that enemy will result in me not being able to make any money. All in all, for the players, Tailong civilization is very confident. After thinking of this, he said in a pretentious manner, "Boss, this is an 8th level civilization. If you say that I can produce a mecha that can fight 1 against 21 against 3, I can still do it. But if you want a mecha that can fight against 10, I guess with the current combination, I am afraid that few companies can produce it. Even if it can be produced, the cost will definitely not be solved by 1 million. Speaking of which, Tai Lung did not forget to provide popular science to the players. Bosses, you need to know what this means. It means that you have to face the concentrated fire of 10 warships at the same time. That is to say, your defense capability must be increased 10 times on the original basis. What is this concept? What does this mean for defense? The material requirements are very high, and the cost of some defense materials can even be comparable to that of war. In this case, I will definitely lose money if I buy 1 million units. And there are so many big guys among you, and they all use this kind of material. How much cost do I have to invest in each big guy? So bosses, my bottom line is 1.5 million for 1 unit. After hearing this, the players also started talking quietly. In fact, they know that this product is trying to raise the price again, but they have nothing to do, because after the previous cooperation, they have gained a firm foothold in the alliance, and they have also met many civilizations. By chatting with these civilizations, experts also have a simple understanding of these civilizations that can sell robots. To put it bluntly, among the current robot technology in the entire joint system, the most advanced one is the Tailong civilization. Compared with the mechanical technology of the Tailong civilization, some other civilizations it's always a little bit close. But the biggest drawback of Tyrone's civilization is that the cost is too high. For the players, their so-called high cost is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the players. So the players are willing to cooperate with the Tailong civilization, because what they need is powerful power, which is their requirement. So now the players can only choose to cooperate with him in the final analysis. So the two parties started talking about the price again. We are all old customers. And if you think about it, the number of large-sized combat units among us is limited. Most of us are medium-sized. To put it bluntly, the most you can do is fight with Thunder Beast Levi. Tank, or rather a one-eyed monster, loses a little bit of cost on some units. Other than that, what other arms can make you lose money? So you gave this price of 1.5 million. He is not suitable. For the sake of old customers, I'll give you a discount of 1.4 million. 1 million. We have a long-term cooperation. You have to know that our fight with that civilization will definitely be a long-term battle. Under such circumstances, our business will continue to be done in the future. This requires a steady flow of water. We can't lose money if we keep running smoothly. Why don't we do this? Boss? How about a deal of 1.2 million? This is also my bottom line. It's really impossible to do this business at such a low price. In this way, after a series of bargaining, the two parties finally settled the deal at a price of 1.2 million. After the players left, Tailong civilization finally couldn't help laughing. I have to say, that old tortoise was really good news to me, as he introduced me to such a high-quality customer. The armor that can withstand the fire from 10 warships at the same time must not only have a strong shield defense, but also a strong armor defense. Of course, it must also have strong enough firepower to satisfy these 3 points. It is very difficulties. It is even more difficult to meet these requirements at a low cost. But it is a pity that you met my genius Tai Lung. I can easily complete these requirements. The first is the weapons system. Don't think about the attack capabilities of the weapons system in the field of combat mecha wings or combat robots. I really haven't lost to anyone, because I manufacture the weapons system myself. The cost is kept down. The second thing is about the energy system, because the bosses have said that they can store massive amounts of energy themselves, which means that the bosses themselves are not only drivers, but they are also energy reserves. If this is the case, I only need to reserve a lot of energy. A small energy storage device is okay, so that more space in the armor can be used to arrange other functions. As we usually say, normal maintenance is carried out through the energy reserve, and then the energy is provided by the bosses themselves after the battle. And the bosses also have ways to build small shields. Although these shields are very weak, they are enough for daily use. Yes, use the battleship shield when fighting. However, although this shield device can withstand damage, the cost is here after all, especially the cost of energy use. If too much effort is put into it, then I will have to think carefully about the energy devices of other systems. And if the shield is too strong, won't the boss's maintenance costs be much less? So I decided to get rid of this crappy shield system or shield strength, and just choose a moderate okay option, and focus on the armor. Because repairing the shield launcher will never be as expensive as repairing the entire suit of armor. Chapter 534 Plan Against the Empire. What the Empire didn't know at this time was that the players had already found him, and made a series of attack plans against him. First, the Empire's radiation range was determined through ultra-long distance detectors, and corresponding preparations were made. Based on the information managed by the Empire that we have detected so far, I think there should be nothing missing. At this time, a player responsible for monitoring the detector said this. Let's investigate again. Although we now have a rough blueprint of the area where the Empire is located, don't forget that the development model of the Empire is different from the development model of most civilizations we encounter. Speaking of which, the player continued to add, other civilizations are fine. Many civilizations habitually gather the entire civilization into one area. Simply put, their collective consciousness will be stronger. Under such circumstances, it will be easier for us to annihilate this civilization. Unlike the Empire, its entire civilization system is relatively decentralized. The disadvantage of this is that the development of the entire civilization is very slow and prone to various problems. After all, if the entire civilization is dispersed, it is inevitable that some people will have other ideas. Under such circumstances, this in addition to the separate camps, there are still people who want to cause trouble, which will also slow down the development of the entire civilization infinitely. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that although such a civilization develops relatively slowly, once they develop into an advanced civilization, the survivability of their entire civilization system is very strong. Everyone in the civilization is in a high position. The organization under it can be understood as a brand new civilization. These people hold most of the Empire's technology, which means that even if we eliminate most of them, the remaining people can completely use the technology they have to make a comeback. Plus, they have so many affiliated civilizations under their control, which means that these affiliated civilizations will help them at critical times. After hearing what this player said, many players suddenly felt doubtful. According to what you said, wouldn't this empire be equivalent to that centipede insect? Indeed, the empire is a very difficult civilization. There is another question. According to what you said, if most of their senior leaders are cleared by us, then although some of the remaining people can redevelop the empire's civilization, if they want to find their own affiliated civilization to obtain resources, if so, wouldn't those affiliated civilizations have other ideas? I also think there is something wrong with this. Think about it. I have been squeezed by the empire for so long, and I will definitely not let it go if I finally have such an opportunity to break away from the empire. After hearing everyone's comments, this player could only say that they were too naive. Old fellows, I'm afraid you haven't understood things clearly. First of all, the situation on the empire side is that the technology mastered by their affiliated civilizations is very rudimentary, including many weapons purchased through the empire, and the empire is also restricting them to study related technologies. This means that in the final analysis, these civilizations are consumers rather than creators. They themselves do not have any ability to manufacture these weapons, and because of their long-term dependence on the empire, their own research on science and technology is not deep. Of course, you may ask why they don't research new weapons while purchasing imperial weapons. Regarding this, Similar examples have occurred in some civilizations we have encountered before. And last time I remember someone gave you a simple analyze the causes and consequences of the whole thing. Here I will give you a brief explanation. To put it bluntly, the span of science and technology is too great. You cannot study the principles of the weapons the Empire provides you. And the things the Empire gives you not only include conventional weapons and many convenient living facilities. With the addition of these things, in civilization, many scientists may start to build their own technology trees at first. But when they find that their research results have been given to them by the Empire, they will how to think. It's very simple. In their eyes, the things they have worked so hard to research don't have much value. Because these things have long been available and are very popular. Then why are they still studying? At the same time, even if some of them know very well that they must go down this road. But again, you have to consider a question. That is, how many such people are there in their civilization? There are only a few people who have such ideological consciousness. But the most important thing is that even civilized managers realize this issue and support research in these aspects. But you also have to consider an issue. That is, he cannot achieve this position forever, and if he goes down, will the person who comes back to the position have such thoughts? Even if there is, do you think the Empire will not interfere? It's obvious that the Empire will definitely intervene. He wants someone who suits his heart to be in that position. So this matter looks very simple on the surface. And the logic and the Empire's conspiracy can be understood at a glance. But it is actually very difficult to prevent this from happening. First of all, there is no guarantee that every manager can support this matter. And at the same time, there is no guarantee that the researchers under them can withstand such pressure. You must understand that people who engage in science are very fragile in their hearts. Scientific films cannot allow them to take into account other things. However, one day they discovered that what they worked hard for seemed worthless in the eyes of others. And many people wasted a lot of resources, economy, etc., just to study these meaningless things. What would they think and what would they do? At this point, the player continued to add, after all, there are only a few people who take a big picture view. And even fewer people are willing to adhere to this belief. In the development process of civilization, low-level civilizations protected by high-level civilizations are like babies in swaddling clothes. They will be protected by high-level civilizations. It gradually degenerates until it can only reach for clothes and open its mouth. And this kind of civilization is exactly what the Empire needs. Because only such a civilization can emerge as the Empire's last line of defense after it encounters real danger. Let's take a look at what we have discovered so far on the Empire's side. First of all, we won't talk about the large known Imperial strongholds, because this is the target we will attack next. In addition to him, we also discovered 13 small strongholds related to large strongholds during this period. And there may be other strongholds below these small strongholds. With so many strongholds in such a short period of time, the Empire is how is it created? Where do they come from for these resources? Although they have some reserves, the reserve resources must be placed far away from here. So this will involve transportation. And after the last battle, how many transport ships do they still have to participate in these tasks? The number of these transportation parts is not large. And where did they mobilize the extra transportation parts? The answer is self-evident. So if we want to completely clean up the Empire, we must understand their construction system and the opponent's methods. How many subsidiary civilizations are there? At this point, everyone felt a little helpless. Not to mention how many annexes the Empire had. They might not even know it themselves. You must know that the territory controlled by the Empire was as big as a small galaxy. There are thousands of civilizations in it. Although many civilizations came to encroach on that star after the war, it is obvious that even if they went to encroach, they would not be able to clean up all the affiliated civilizations in the entire Empire. Lose. After such a discussion at this time, the visitors have a general understanding of the situation in the Empire. In fact, they all now understand that according to what this player said, it is basically impossible to capture the Empire or completely eliminate it. Realistic things. After all, a civilization that develops like the Empire is indeed too difficult to deal with. If you want to step on it personally, you must get all its information. But this is basically impossible. Compared with those civilizations that gather together, it is very easy. It was just thrown into the pot. It would undoubtedly be a lot more troublesome for this civilization to deal with it. At this time, when everyone was still distressed about this matter, the voice of the Emperor Penguin came over. Okay, brothers, don't discuss these things. Our attack plan this time is very simple, and not as complicated as everyone thinks. In fact, From the beginning, we have never thought about destroying the Empire. Huh? After hearing what Emperor Penguin said, the players were a little confused. Penguin, what's going on over there? One moment they say they're going to be wiped out, and the next they say they won't kill you. It's all confusing to us. Actually, our idea at the beginning was to directly eliminate the Empire. But later we gradually changed this. Right? Because if we want to eliminate the Empire, the amount of work is too large. And even if we do this, there will always be things that slip through the net. Penguin, if we can't destroy the Empire as you say, then it should be clear that the Empire's strength is useless. And it is an advanced civilization itself. If we let them go, or only destroy part of them, then the other part will be very powerful. It may grow in a short period of time, and you may pose a certain threat to us in the future. First of all, it is absolutely impossible for this kind of thing to happen. Because after they develop, I guess our Titan will have been built. By then, even if they come to trouble us, what's the use? What we are playing is misses. Can his ordinary equipment cause harm to us? Obviously not. Speaking of Emperor Penguins, I didn't forget to add. Old fellows, have you forgotten that key thing? Now we can go to another universe. We can obtain many things in the inner universe that are inaccessible to this universe. So for us, he said that our development speed will take off immediately. If we take off, others will climb slowly. Why should he fight with us? I heard a player here asking the question mentioned by the previous player. Penguin, according to what you said, I feel that we are basically the same as those affiliated civilizations of the Empire. Now all our technologies are purchased through the Tyrone civilization and the Big Turtle. If this trend continues, I suspect that we may not have anything of our own in the future, and we will become more and more dependent on them in the future. This is a very scary thing. Could it be that we have always planned to do this? Continue the operation, and then follow the old path of Empire-affiliated civilization? At this point, the player said something, and didn't know what to say for a while. Old Ty. First of all, you can think of this. I personally think you have used your brain. But I am curious that you have been playing the game for a while. Have you forgotten who we are? We are Zerg. To put it bluntly, we live by evolution. Our development is improved through evolution. Do you understand what I mean? Technology is just an auxiliary to us. Even if we have been relying on technology to help us, our own evolution is still continuing. Which means that we will not be in the same situation as them. Because for them, they do not study technology. Or if technology is locked up by others using other methods, they are doomed. But we are different. Whether we study technology or not, we all have to evolve. Our core is evolution, not technology. Technology is dispensable to us. Although technology is helpful to us, it cannot determine our future. This is the biggest difference between us and them. Originally, according to our development route, it was impossible for us to use these technologies. So for us, even if we use them, the impact is not big. Here the Emperor Penguin continued. Okay, fellow veterans. This is the end of the chat. Next, let's discuss the future attack plan. First, we attack the Empire. Our main purpose is not to destroy all the Empire's warships. Or even if necessary, the Empire will run away from the war. And we don't need to pursue it. Of course, many people will have questions about our plan. I will tell you directly. Since the fate of whether we pursue the Drama Empire is the same, then why should we waste time and energy pursuing it? We have only one purpose in attacking the Empire. That is emptying out the resources in the hands of the Empire. Because the Empire has developed for so many years, and has so many huge economic systems. Which means they have a lot of resources in their hands. In the past, our other civilizations' attacks on their home planet only took away part of their resources. And it was a very small part. But this time, the main purpose of our attack plan against the Empire is to take away all the resources of their other galaxies. Chapter 535 New Plan for the Empire. What the Empire didn't know at this time was that the players had already found him, and made a series of attack plans against him. First, the Empire's radiation range was determined through ultra-long distance detectors, and corresponding preparations were made. Based on the information managed by the Empire that we have detected so far, I think there should be nothing missing. At this time, a player responsible for monitoring the detector said this. Let's investigate again. Although we now have a rough blueprint of the area where the Empire is located, don't forget that the development model of the Empire is different from the development model of most civilizations we encounter. Speaking of which, the certified player continued to add. Other civilizations are fine. Many civilizations habitually gather the entire civilization into one area. Simply put, Their collective consciousness will be stronger. Under such circumstances, it will be easier for us to annihilate this civilization. Unlike the Empire, its entire civilization system is relatively decentralized. The disadvantage of this is that the development of the entire civilization is very slow and prone to various problems. After all, if the entire civilization is dispersed, it is inevitable that some people will have other ideas. Under such circumstances, this in addition to the separate camps, there are still people who want to cause trouble, which will also slow down the development of the entire civilization infinitely. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that although such a civilization develops relatively slowly, once they develop into an advanced civilization, the survivability of their entire civilization system is very strong. Everyone in the civilization is in a high position. The organization under it can be understood as a brand new civilization. These people hold most of the Empire's technology, which means that even if we eliminate most of them, the remaining people can completely use the technology they have to make a comeback. Plus, they have so many affiliated civilizations under their control, which means that these affiliated civilizations will help them at critical times. After hearing what this player said, many players suddenly felt doubtful. According to what you said, wouldn't this empire be equivalent to that centipede insect? Indeed, the Empire is a very difficult civilization. There is another question. According to what you said, if most of their senior leaders are cleared by us, then although some of the remaining people can redevelop the Empire's civilization, if they want to find their own affiliated civilization to obtain resources, if so, wouldn't those affiliated civilizations have other ideas? I also think there is something wrong with this. Think about it. I have been squeezed by the Empire for so long, and I will definitely not let it go if I finally have such an opportunity to break away from the Empire. After hearing everyone's comments, this player could only say that they were too naive. Old fellows, I'm afraid you haven't understood things clearly. First of all, the situation on the Empire side is that the technology mastered by their affiliated civilizations is very rudimentary, including many weapons purchased through the Empire, and the Empire is also restricting them to study related technologies. This means that in the final analysis, these civilizations are consumers rather than creators. They themselves do not have any ability to manufacture these weapons, and because of their long-term dependence on the Empire, their own research on science and technology is not deep. Of course, you may ask why they don't research new weapons while purchasing Imperial weapons. Regarding this, similar examples have occurred in some civilizations we have encountered before. And last time I remember someone gave you a simple analyze the causes and consequences of the whole thing. Here I will give you a brief explanation. To put it bluntly, the span of science and technology is too great. You cannot study the principles of the weapons the Empire provides you. And the things the Empire gives you not only include conventional weapons and many convenient living facilities. With the addition of these things, in civilization, many scientists may initially take pictures of their own technology trees. But when they find that their research results have been given to them by the Empire, after civilization, what would you think? It's very simple. In their eyes, the things they have worked so hard to research don't have much value, because these things have long been available and are very popular. Then why are they still studying it? At the same time, even if some of them know very well that they must go down this road. But again, you have to consider a question. That is, how many such people are there in their civilization? There are only a few people who have such ideological consciousness. But the most important thing is that even civilized managers realize this issue and support research in these aspects. But you also have to consider an issue. That is, he cannot achieve this position forever, and if he goes down, will the person who comes back to the position have such thoughts? Even if there is, do you think the Empire will not interfere? It's obvious that the Empire will definitely intervene. He wants someone who suits his heart to be in that position. So this matter looks very simple on the surface, and the logic and the Empire's conspiracy can be understood at a glance. But it is actually very difficult to prevent this from happening. First of all, there is no guarantee that every manager can support this matter. And at the same time, there is no guarantee that the researchers under them can withstand such pressure. You must understand that people who engage in science are very fragile in their hearts. Scientific films cannot allow them to take into account other things. However, one day they discovered that what they worked hard for seemed worthless in the eyes of others. And many people wasted a lot of resources, economy, etc., just to study these meaningless things. What would they think and what would they do? At this point, the player continued to add, after all, there are only a few people who take a big picture view, and even fewer people are willing to adhere to this belief. In the development process of civilization, low-level civilizations protected by high-level civilizations are like babies in swaddling clothes. They will be protected by high-level civilizations. It gradually degenerates until it can only reach for clothes and open its mouth. And this kind of civilization is exactly what the Empire needs. Because only such a civilization can emerge as the Empire's last line of defense after it encounters real danger. Let's take a look at what we have discovered so far on the Empire's side. First of all, we won't talk about the large known Imperial strongholds, because this is the target we will attack next. In addition to him, we also discovered 13 small strongholds related to large strongholds during this period. And there may be other strongholds below these small strongholds. With so many strongholds in such a short period of time, the Empire is how is it created? Where do they come from for these resources? Although they have some reserves, the reserve resources must be placed far away from here. So this will involve transportation. And after the last battle, how many transport ships do they still have to participate in these tasks? The number of these transportation parts is not large. And where did they mobilize the extra transportation parts? The answer is self-evident. So if we want to completely clean up the Empire, we must understand their construction system and the opponent's methods. How many subsidiary civilizations are there? At this point, everyone felt a little helpless. Not to mention how many annexes the Empire had. They might not even know it themselves. You must know that the territory controlled by the Empire was as big as a small galaxy. There are tens of thousands of civilizations in it. Although many civilizations came to eat away at that star after the war, it is obvious that even if they go to shovel shit, they will not be able to destroy all the affiliated civilizations in the entire Empire. Clean it up. After such a discussion at this time, the visitors have a general understanding of the situation in the Empire. In fact, they all now understand that according to what this player said, it is basically impossible to capture the Empire or completely eliminate it. Realistic things. After all, a civilization that develops like the Empire is indeed too difficult to deal with. If you want to step on it personally, you must get all its information. But this is basically impossible. Compared with those civilizations that gather together, it is very easy. It was just thrown into the pot. It would undoubtedly be a lot more troublesome for this civilization to deal with it. At this time, when everyone was still distressed about this matter, the voice of the Emperor Penguin came over. Okay, brothers, don't discuss these things. Our attack plan this time is very simple, and not as complicated as everyone thinks. In fact, from the beginning, we have never thought about destroying the Empire. Huh? After hearing what Emperor Penguin said, the players were a little confused. Penguin, what is the situation over there? One moment you say it will be destroyed. The next moment you say it will not be destroyed. You have confused us. Actually, our idea at the beginning was to directly eliminate the Empire. But later we gradually changed this. Right? Because if we want to eliminate the Empire, the amount of work is too large. And even if we do this, there will always be things that slip through the net. Penguin, if we can't destroy the Empire as you say, then it should be clear that the Empire's strength is useless. And it is an advanced civilization itself. If we let them go, or only destroy part of them, then the other part will be very powerful. It may grow in a short period of time, and you may pose a certain threat to us in the future. First of all, it is absolutely impossible for this kind of thing to happen. Because after they develop, I guess our wives will have already been built. By then, what is the use of them coming to trouble us? What we are playing is our wives. Can his ordinary equipment cause harm to us? Obviously not. Speaking of Emperor Penguins, I didn't forget to add. Old fellows, have you forgotten that key thing? Now we can go to another universe. We can obtain many things in the inner universe that are inaccessible to this universe. So for us, he said that our development speed will take off immediately. If we take off, others will climb slowly. Why should he fight with us? I heard a player here asking the question mentioned by the previous player. Penguin, according to what you said, I feel that we are basically the same as those affiliated civilizations of the Empire. Now, all our technologies are purchased through the Tyrone civilization and the Big Turtle. If this trend continues, I suspect that we may not have anything of our own in the future, and we will become more and more dependent on them in the future. This is a very scary thing. Could it be that we have always planned to do this? Continue the operation, and then follow the old path of Empire-affiliated civilization? At this point, the player said something, and didn't know what to say for a while. Old Ty. First of all, you can think of this. I personally think you have used your brain. But I am very curious that you have been playing with machines for a while. Have you forgotten who we are? We are Zerg. To put it bluntly, we live by evolution. Our development is improved through purification. Do you understand what I mean? Technology is just an auxiliary to us. Even if we have been relying on technology to help us, our own evolution is still continuing. Which means that we will not be in the same situation as them. Because for them, they do not study technology. Or if technology is locked up by others using other methods, they are doomed. But we are different. Whether we study technology or not, we all have to evolve. Our core is evolution, not technology. Technology is dispensable to us. Although technology is helpful to us, it cannot determine our future. This is the biggest difference between us and them. Originally, according to our development route, it was impossible for us to use these technologies. So for us, even if we use them, the impact is not big. Here the Emperor Penguin continued. Okay, fellow veterans. This is the end of the chat. Next, let's discuss the future attack plan. First, we attack the Empire. Our main purpose is not to destroy all the Empire's warships. Or even if necessary, the Empire will run away from the war. And we don't need to pursue it. Of course, many people will have questions about our plan. I will tell you directly. Since our fate is the same whether we pursue the Drama Empire or not, then why should we waste time and energy pursuing our wives? We have only one purpose in attacking the Empire. That is emptying out the resources in the hands of the Empire. Because the Empire has developed for so many years, and has so many huge economic systems. Which means they have a lot of resources in their hands. In the past, our other civilizations' attacks on their home planet only took away part of their resources. And it was a very small part. But this time, the main purpose of our attack plan against the Empire is to take away all the resources of their other galaxies. Chapter 536. Prepare to go to war with the Empire again. In fact, the plans mentioned by Emperor Penguin were finally finalized by the players after many discussions. At the beginning, after discovering the people in the Empire, our plan has always been very straightforward. That is, to destroy the entire Empire. But then they thought of this. The territory of the Empire is so vast that it is basically unrealistic for them to clean up these territories. And in the process of clearing up, who can guarantee that the Empire's minions will not escape? Unlike other civilizations, their entire civilization is like a drop of water. This drop of water carries the hope of this civilization. And the Empire is like a tank of water. Even if a drop is removed, they can regroup and slowly grow. In such a situation under the circumstances, wanting to completely eliminate the Empire is tantamount to wishful thinking. So the players later rejected this plan. Since they couldn't eliminate it, they drained the value of the Empire and used their resources. This became the player's short-term goal. After the target is determined, the next step is easy. It is nothing more than a slight change in the way of attack. First of all, the armor players acquired are not intended to be used. Because after using this thing, and the Empire knows their true strength. If the two sides fight, if nothing happens, the Empire will definitely run away. Or they will give up the area attacked by the players directly. Because once they use those things, they will know that the gap between the two sides is too big. So big that they cannot make up for it. In this case, giving up the area is far more important than it is much more reliable to resist or provide support from other places. But if the players use some low-evolved entities or use bugs from the previous battle with the Empire to fight against the Empire, then the Empire will obviously fight them. And the two sides will have a protracted war. During the war, the Empire will definitely continue to transport supplies to the war area. And as long as they transport supplies, they cannot escape. With the detection of players' detectors, players can follow the clues to find some other strongholds of the Empire. After finding these strongholds, they only need one stronghold. And if they capture them one by one, they can continue to harvest these resources. Even if the Empire transfers the resources of the stronghold in advance before they capture these strongholds, it doesn't matter, because no matter how they are transferred, they always have to be placed somewhere. As long as you know where they are placed, the next step will be easy. As for the players of the Moon Spirit Civilization, they are ready to let them go for the time being. Of course, the players letting them go is not because they are merciful, but because the players know the situation of that civilization very well. And the players are also very clear about their location. Under such circumstances, this civilization is like a turtle in an urn, and the players want to find it. They were a breeze. As for the players, they are now looking for trouble with the Moon Spirit Civilization, using the newly purchased equipment to fight against the Moon Spirit Civilization. Players cannot guarantee 100% that they can win the Moon Spirit Civilization. The inability to win 100% means that the battle between players and this civilization will be a continuous battle. During the battle, the player's own losses are constantly suspended. And the Moon Spirit civilization also needs to continuously consume their reserve resources to replenish this, which means that the resources of both sides will continue to be consumed during the battle. And after the two sides have finished fighting, after deducting the cost of the battle and the consumption reserves of the Moon Age civilization itself, how much meaning can the players gain from this battle? Players also speculated about this, and the final result was less than 10%. Under such circumstances, it would not make much sense for the players to attack again. To put it bluntly, their efforts in the past were in vain. So the players came up with a plan to destroy the Empire first, or obtain the Empire's resources to once again expand their own strength. After ensuring that you have 100% ability to take down the Moon Spirit civilization, you can then attack the Moon Spirit civilization. In this way, after defeating the Moon Spirit civilization, their resource loss rate will definitely not be too high. Players, the losses will also be very small, and only in this way can they maximize their profits. To put it bluntly, what they have to do now is to stabilize Yuling civilization. It doesn't matter if they replenish the damage now. After they replenish the damage to a certain extent, they will no longer continue to consume their own resources. At this time, Jiang Yao actually admired this civilization very much. Since the last war, this civilization has suffered heavy losses. So they have learned from the pain. Start studying the methods of targeting the weapons possessed by the insect swarm. Through the data collected from previous battles, they began to slowly sort out some details. They began to study the defense and attack methods against those robots. Although it was basically unrealistic to copy the complete technology tree with their technology. However, they can still create some targeted defensive weapons according to the opponent's attack mode and attack dimensions. During this period of time, this civilization has focused on this, and they have also invested a lot of resources in order to understand this thing. But for Jiang Yao, their actions were in vain, because the next wave of players' attacks are completely different, both in terms of attack methods and the weapons they carry. So any actions they take now will be meaningless for the rest of the war. Of course, for such things, he is naturally happy to see the results. After all, the enemy spends energy and time on these useless efforts, which is naturally the best for him. He even said that it wouldn't matter even if he figured out how to target his new weapon, because there were many advanced civilizations in the Commonwealth, and it would be too easy for him to change his attack method. This was the benefit of having an organization behind him. He was also extremely emotional. In fact, the biggest reason why he was able to solve the current predicament was because he found a new universe and joined the alliance. It can continuously transport some technologies from other universes to solve its own problems. And some of the ore resources in this universe can be collected by it and sold to the consortium to buy some things it needs. Of course, for Jiang Yao, what he wants most now is the combined Super Titan. Although Titan has heard rumors about this kind of battleship in this universe, he is sure that the ones in this universe cannot compare with those Super Titans in the Alliance. Because long after he wanted to get Titan, Jiang Yao had roughly learned about the situation of this kind of battleship. First of all, this kind of wife is generally divided into two types. The first type is the ordinary Titan, and the second type is the Super Titan. The difference between the two types of Titans is also very obvious. First of all, ordinary Titans are the drawings that some civilizations finally obtained after analyzing and deciphering the drawings of Super Titans. However, the drawings obtained in this way are not perfect. Although Titan technology can create Titans, the gap compared with Super Titans is still very terrifying. The Super Titan is different. This is a battleship left over from a certain super civilization in ancient times. Because of the power of this battleship, that civilization did not leave any blueprints. Originally, they only made a partial copy of the blueprints. But I didn't know it later. For some reason, civilization was destroyed, and these copies were scattered throughout the universe. Therefore, copies of pictures like this are very precious to advanced civilizations and are rare to find. Because only by using the copy map can you create a real Titan. And the Titan obtained by analyzing the copy map is really far behind. Of course, the reason why Jiang Yao can be analyzed is probably because that super civilization did it deliberately. At the same time, in addition to Titan, there are also copies of related equipment to be produced. Now in the United Universe, all the equipment used by the Sword God has corresponding equipment boxes. You can directly purchase the blueprints and then use the blueprints to create these weapons and equipment. But the technological level of these weapons is very low. Of course, the low here means that the technology is much lower than the special copy map they obtained. That's right. The Alliance not only found copy pictures of Titan, but also found copy pictures of some equipment. And many of their original equipment pictures were low-level versions analyzed through these copy pictures. The situation is basically the same as that of the Super Titan, compared with the effect created by the copy map. The analyzed effect is one in the sky and one on the ground. Therefore, these equipment drawings have naturally become his goal. He wants to collect a batch and manufacture them to equip Titan. However, compared to Titan's drawings, the prices of these equipment drawings are very exaggerated. As for the reason, he is also very clear. Although the materials used in these drawings are also massive. After all, they are just some equipment. No matter how much they are, it will not be much more. Therefore, the cost of materials has gone down. Naturally, the cost of drawings has to go up. It is also because the high price of blueprints makes many exploratory civilizations willing to venture into unknown and dangerous places to find these things. Through these things, he also discovered some similarities, because the same things are also found in this universe. Although there are big differences in form, the functions are the same. Although he has not found them in this universe blueprint, but he estimated that there must be some ruins similar to those in the United Universe in this universe. And similar things might be found through these ruins. It's like the relics where I released the Starry Sky Beast before. Except that these are very difficult to find. If you want to find these relics, you have to be very lucky in the United Universe. Because everyone works together, shares information, and there are no disputes. Many exploration civilizations can be found freely without worrying about being exposed. However, it is completely different in this universe. So there is no so-called exploration civilization. Many civilizations can find some good things purely due to luck. After all, compared to that organized universe, the environment of this universe is completely different. In the organized universe, they can put all their energy and time on one thing, and multiple civilizations cooperate at the same time. However, in this universe, there is no so-called intelligence sharing and no so-called cooperation. It is more about each other. It is a camp. So it is very difficult to find these places. In fact, he didn't have much hope as to whether he could find a similar place in this universe. At this time, while he was still thinking about these issues, the players had already started their actions. After the players' monitoring equipment was in place, they immediately sent out the Zerg army to attack the gathering point on the Empire's side. Their attack plan was naturally very simple, mainly using the Empire's transport ships. Mainly, with combat ships as auxiliary. They need to get rid of the transport ships first. In this case, they will not be able to take away the resources here. After cleaning up the combat ships, they can naturally give away the resources here. Collect them. Although using these bugs to fight the Empire will cause a lot of casualties, it doesn't matter to the players. After all, these casualties are nothing compared to the huge wealth captured by the Empire. At this time, when the mighty insect swarm army appeared at this gathering point of the Empire, the natural Empire also reacted immediately, and saw countless goodbyes setting sail from the gathering place, heading towards the heavy swarm. Killed over. And then the battle between the two sides broke out again. Of course, in order to reduce casualties, the players decided to mention their new strength after discussion. When it comes to war, the Empire has the ability to kill you, but the cost of killing you is very heavy. In this case, at least there is still a desire to resist, and players can naturally minimize their own casualties. I have to say, sometimes it's quite emotional. Yes, when we were chased by this civilization, we didn't even make a sound, and we were quite low-key when moving in the universe. At this time, what we are afraid of every day is that we are afraid of the discovery of my civilization. But now after such a long period of development, we can already be excited with them. And even fighting has become our dominance. Yes, it is like this sometimes. This is why in this universe, when you discover other civilizations, the first thing you have to do is to destroy them. Now is a very good example. The Empire did not destroy us, and now we can easily deal with them. Time is really a scary thing, especially on the scale of the universe. If you meet this civilization in this time period, and you do not eliminate it, when you meet it in the next time period, you may become a bug in his eyes. There is no way. The time span is too big on the scale of the universe. Just like the technological gap between your civilization and mine is about 1,000 years. Although this data seems to be a lot, when you put the entire time scale into 100,000 years after that, you will find that there is no gap at all. Chapter 537 War with the Empire. as the war between the Empire and the players begins again. This time in the Empire Fortress No. 03. Report to the headquarters. Zerg found. The number is about 400,000. At this time. In Fortress No. 03. As information about the fight with players was reported one by one. The entire Empire also knew that the war had started again. I didn't expect them to be able to find us. That's quite interesting. Although we suffered heavy losses after the last battle. No matter how heavy our losses are. This group of bugs cannot defeat us. At this time. In the Empire's General Command Room. Everyone was discussing this matter. Although that wave of battles left them injured. It is undeniable that they brought out a lot of important information. And they also brought out a lot of battleships. Under such circumstances, although they may be a little powerless against other powerful civilizations, they think it should not be a big problem against this group of bugs. Don't be careless. Although we don't hide our strength now. Through our previous battles with the insect swarms, you must have seen that they are also constantly evolving. And the speed of evolution is very fast. And now that we haven't been together with them for such a long time, we don't know to what extent they have evolved over such a long time span. No matter how they evolve, their improvement is limited. You must know that as far as the current situation is concerned, the original stage of the heavy group was already the limit of biological evolution. But they broke through that limit and continue to improve. For them, this is a miracle in itself. Being able to take a few steps forward is already very good for them. Under such circumstances, do you still expect them to evolve to a level far beyond ours? Don't forget, we have used all those hidden technologies. So we don't need to worry about this bunch of bugs that have fallen into a trap. All we need to do now is follow the clues and find the nest. That's roughly the situation now. The man before hearing this couldn't help but shake his head. There are some things that are engraved in your bones. No matter what your experiences are, you still use them. If these things were in the past, it wouldn't matter. But now that the entire empire is in such a situation, you are still holding on to the same set of ideas as before. At this point, just as he was about to say something, he was suddenly interrupted by a report from his subordinates. Fortress No. 3 requested support. The insect swarm has evolved again. It is much stronger than what we encountered before. Now the strength of the insect swarm is on par with our modified warships. At this time, after hearing the content before this, his expression changed. Really? Just as I thought. They have evolved again. When you thought it was impossible, they have evolved again. According to the data given by the frontline team, our fleet stationed on the frontline only has 200,000 troops. Facing a strength of 400,000, we have no chance of winning against the same insect swarm. And the most important thing is that these warships need to protect the safety of these fortresses. We can only send warships from other theaters to support us. But if the troops are sent out, will the security in other war zones be affected? After all, Fortress No. 1 and Fortress No. 2 are harassed by other civilizations from time to time. Then what else can we do now? Either send warships to support us, or abandon Theater No. 3. You can choose for yourself. Can we make use of the defenses deployed in War Zone 3? In addition to those warships dealing with the insect swarms, we have also deployed a lot of defenses there. Logically speaking, they should be able to block the insect swarm's attack. Are you serious? What are you still fantasizing about now? Do you think that only one type of soldier in the swarm has evolved? All their arms have evolved. And each arm of the insect swarm has different abilities. Whether it is offense or defense, or even engineering, they all perform their own duties. Under such circumstances, what do you still expect from us? Is the turret useful? Everyone, I hope you will lose your previous pride and see the worms as a rival that is on par with us, instead of thinking that they are just a race that we have stepped on. At this time, on the Empire's side, while still discussing this matter, on the player's side, in the space, countless warships were seen flying out of the Empire's fortress and began to deal with the players. At the same time, the defensive forts around the fortress were also releasing firepower at the players at the first time. As the battle began, the entire galaxy no longer had the peace it had in the past. Small combat groups can be seen everywhere in the galaxy, as well as artillery fire flying everywhere. And some of these artillery fires fell on the planet, causing huge shocks on the planet. There are some planets with smaller masses that have been shattered by the bombardment of these cannon fodder. The weapons used by the entire civilization are devastating to these planets. If the artillery fire does not hit the enemy on the battlefield, once it hits the planet, it will be a disaster for the entire planet. In the face of advanced civilization, Planets are sometimes so fragile. Sometimes even just the aftermath of a battle can destroy a planet. At the same time, facing the sky full of artillery fire, the players were divided into multiple combat teams to deal with the Empire. The reason why the players chose this combat method was because they needed to intercept the industrial ships transporting goods. For to them, the Empire's battleships were far less important than these industrial ships. After all, it is too easy for them now to destroy these battleships. It just depends on whether they want to or not. Old veterans have to say that this Empire still has something to offer. And they have actually improved a lot in just a few years. Yes. Fortunately, we chicken thieves chose to come over with a slightly higher level of evolution. Otherwise, I guess we might not be able to win this battle. Actually, even if someone with a lower level of evolution comes over, we can still fight. But the losses will be greater. Based on the current situation, I estimate that the Empire may have sent reinforcement warships on the way. Then let's slowly start to destroy the battleships here. Of course, everyone should slow down a little. At least until the other party's resources arrive. In addition, the detection team is also prepared and always pay attention. Conditions in surrounding galaxies. In this way, the players were discussing the specific details while fighting. At this time, compared to the calmness of the players, the defensive warships on my side were playing very cautiously. Every unit should pay attention. The difference in numbers between the enemy and ourselves is now too great. Moreover, the insects are estimated to have evolved during this period. Their individual strength is no longer weaker than ours. Under such circumstances, try to avoid fighting with the insect swarm. Fight hard and try to delay. And the bugs' fighting style is also very different from the past. In the past, they liked to use thunder beasts to teleport over and carry out sneak attacks on us. But now they have not adopted such tactics. Because their strength is equal to ours. Completely you can raid us on a small scale. In addition, all combat teams should try to get closer to the defense facilities, and use the defense facilities to deal with them. The effect will be better. Just like this, the battleships on the front line immediately took action, as orders were issued. Compared with the previous calmness in the face of the insect swarm, they were very cautious at this time. But even so, their battleships were still moving at an extremely high speed. The number of fast decreases. What is going on with these bugs? They are following an evolutionary path. How long has it taken them to evolve to this level? If this trend continues, if we only need to give them a few hundred more years, I estimate that their strength may far exceed our battleships. But our record cannot make a qualitative leap in this time. That is, if we don't find a way to eliminate these bugs, we will be wiped out by them in a few hundred years at most. Didn't intelligence mention before that the advanced team seems to have found the insect's lair? I found it. But the data given there is that they fought with the bugs. They found that the bugs were very weak. And based on the data we collected in the past, we can basically conclude that there are two types of bugs in this universe. There are only one insect swarm. And one of the insect swarms is the one that fought with us before. But the one that is fighting with us now is another group. Are there any connections between the insect swarms on the two sides? Or will the insects on this side help when we attack the weaker insect swarm over there? We don't know about this either. All we can do now is get over the current predicament first. At the same time, what the Empire didn't know was that when their warships were dispatched and passed the first jumping bridge, they were immediately discovered by the players' detectors. Because the range of the players' detectors is wide enough. And the players are currently walking more widely. Thousands of light years around this area are within the players' surveillance range. Although the Empire has stargates and can teleport over long distances, due to the failure of that war, the Empire has closed all stargates. The main reason is because there are several civilizations above them that are eyeing them. At this time, using the stargate is tantamount to exposing your location. So considering safety, they disabled the stargate. It is also for this reason that now they can only use jumping bridges to move. But if they use jumping bridges to move, easily detected by players. Of course, they don't know this. After all, there are not many civilizations in this universe that can have the level of monitoring that the players have now. The kind of detectors the experts bought is not the technology used in ordinary detectors. It is basically a technology that can only be mastered by the best in the cosmic civilization. Even the simplified version is difficult to master. It is also because of this technology that people have figured out the locations of several bridge jumps without the Empire's knowledge. Then it became easier to find them. After knowing the location of the jumping bridge, we focused on searching around the jumping bridge. It wouldn't take long to find the galaxy where they lived. That's quite interesting. The few galaxies we found before we took action are only a drop in the bucket for the current empire. So far we have found 30 more Imperial galaxies. I have to say that this centipede is dead but not stiff. The speed of their development does surprise us. In just such a short time, so many galaxies have been developed. And at this stage, they may still have many hidden galaxies, and have not made any moves. Okay, everyone. We have gained quite a lot from this wave of battles. We have recorded all the bridge jumps. And then we can send detectors to conduct detailed searches around the jump bridges. After all, the Empire is like this. The hidden methods of civilization at this level are quite clever. In order to ensure that no fish slips through the net, we must conduct a comprehensive scan of every suspicious information to ensure that we can catch them all at once. In addition, please highlight the information on the reserved resources. These places will be our next key targets. After chatting here, the players quickly discovered the problem again. Old fellows, I've always had a question about this. Judging from the current situation, you must also know that we have found so many places in the Empire. You said that it is not a big problem to strike once or twice. But after the number of strikes is too many, they must also find out what our purpose is. What? Then they can transfer the ore from other areas. Wouldn't our work be in vain? No one needs to worry about this. I have already thought of a strategy. First of all, we will target all galaxies with ore reserves that meet the standard. And our attack method is also very simple. That is, to attack at the same time, now that the number of our players is sufficient. Under such circumstances, we can completely allocate part of the troops to each area. If this is the case, we may be able to allocate up to 50,000 to 60,000 troops to each region. With such a small number of troops, are you sure you can kill the Empire? Everyone can rest assured about this. You underestimated the batch of armor we purchased. I don't know who wears that batch of armor, but we have people who can compete with the 8th level civilization. And the Empire's current civilization is only a few levels. According to that universe, it is estimated that they can only break through the sky to the 4th or 5th level. To put it simply, there is a huge difference between them and us wearing armor. This feeling is similar to the feeling we had when we went to fight against the Moon Spirit civilization. Just a few people can beat us all. And then again, their forces cannot be evenly distributed in these places. So there is a high probability that we will crush them after we go there. And what we have to do during this period is also very simple. That is, through multiple attacks, test out all their positions. Chapter 538: The Empire's Targeted Plan. After a while the battle ended. This battle didn't last long, because during the battle, players also sent cannon fodder bugs to attack several other bases. So they had to allocate part of their energy to deal with bugs in other areas. Although those on that side were completely crushed by the Empire. Even if they could crush these bugs, it would not mean much, because they needed to clean up these bugs before they could support the base over there. But after they cleaned up these cannon fodder bugs, the battle at base 3 was basically over. And from the beginning of the battle, when the players found out that the other party was intending to kite with them, they immediately came up with a plan. Run directly to attack the bridge jumping facility. Because players know very well that as long as this thing is raised, it will be impossible for the opponent to come to support even if they want to come to support. At the same time, the opponent's combat warships will never give them this opportunity. It was so easy to destroy this transportation facility. Considering the safety of jumping off the bridge, they will definitely resist it with all their strength. Sure enough, when the players take action, the enemy's warships that were still dealing with the players immediately gathered here. And then, they had no choice but to engage in a head-on duel with the players. This would be fine if it was a matter of consumption in the early stage. But once they faced the front, the Empire had no advantage in terms of quality or quantity. So it didn't take long for their troops to be almost wiped out by the players. The players who had finished all this were naturally not idle. They immediately began to clean up the battlefield. And now the battle was over. Brothers, I never expected that this battle would be won so easily. Although I knew we would definitely win this battle. It was still a bit emotional after we actually won. Yes, in order to fight against them, we used all kinds of methods and finally managed to win. But now, we can win directly without any so-called conspiracy and tricks. After the battle was over, the players were busy discussing it. The harvest from this battle far exceeded the players' expectations, because this wave of players obtained nearly 6 million units of ore. This amount also shocked the players. Damn it. I didn't expect this empire to be so rich. You know, this is just one of their many bases. Yes. Originally, I thought that having 1 or 2 million units in a base like this would be extraordinary. But who would have thought that I was superficial? The main reason why players have such thoughts is that they have stayed in the new universe for too long. Their values are all affected to a certain extent by the universe over there. For the civilization over there, millions of units can basically be regarded as a large expense. But it is different here. Here, the million-level unit is basically a waste. After all, there is an essential difference between sharing the same mining area with 1 person and 10 people. However, for players, they are naturally happy to hear about things like this. After all, the fatter the civilians here are, the more they will earn. And the more they earn, the closer they will be to their goals. Although players know very well that even with the current amount of resource acquisition, trying to create a Titan is tantamount to wishful thinking. But at least they have a hope that their output will be enough to make Titan within a certain period of time. After cleaning up the place like this, the players all went back home. At the same time, compared to the players, the Calm Empire was exploding. Because they lost this battle, and their losses to the players actually reached an astonishing 10:1. Of course, the Empire is also very clear about such battle losses. It is mainly due to quantitative reasons that the casualties of their aircraft are very serious. If the numbers are equal, this ratio will be infinitely closer. If both sides are about the same strength, the Empire estimates that they should be evenly matched with the Zerg at a 50-50 ratio. Although this matter is nothing on the surface, the senior officials of the Empire are well aware of the seriousness of this matter. It was in a certain conference room in the Empire. There is news from Base 3. It should be a defeat. At this time, as the leader's voice fell, the people below couldn't help but whisper. Why did we lose? What is the battle loss ratio between the two sides? 1 to 10. At this time, everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they heard the battle damage. It was obvious that they also felt a little incredible about the current result, as if he saw everyone's doubts. Or for other reasons. He only heard the leader speak slowly. You don't need to worry too much about this. The reason why there are such battle losses is mainly because the number of insects on the swarm is much greater than the troops stationed at the base. Moreover, several surrounding bases were also attacked by insect swarms at the same time. Although the insect swarms attacking the surrounding bases were not very strong. Even so, they still played a role in delaying time. At this point, the leader continued to speak. If we have the same number, we are not inferior to them. But you must have discovered that the strength of the insect swarm has soared too fast. Everyone frowned after hearing this. And after a long time, only one person said, I didn't expect them to evolve so fast. It's only been so long. If this trend continues, I guess it won't be long before they surpass us. And through this battle, I can basically confirm that the bugs should have discovered us in advance and have been setting up here for a long time. Otherwise, they would not launch attacks in several other areas. After all, if they don't know much about us, how would they know about our other strongholds? So it's obvious that these bugs have been here a long time ago and have clearly touched the surrounding areas. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but look dark. For us, this is not good news. Because if this trend continues, I estimate that our bases will still be attacked by the swarm. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that according to the current evolution speed of the Zerg, I estimate that it won't be long before they can completely surpass us. The next thing is troublesome. If we cannot eliminate the slave group in the short term, or if we cannot significantly improve the current technological level, then the fate that awaits us will be destruction. Thinking of this at this time, all the people in the Empire couldn't help but fell silent. Their civilization has gone through too many years since its development. As the overlords of the universe, the territory they command can be said to be unheard of. Before the super civilization directly appeared, they could be regarded as the pinnacle of the universe. However, in order to pursue a more advanced civilization, they chose to take risks. It was also because of this adventure that they fell into a dangerous situation. From the initial rise of the Zerg, to the later period when the Zerg lured the starry behemoths and other civilizations to attack it. And now, the development of the Zerg has become irresistible. The Empire also made a very detailed summary and statistics of the development of insects during this period. First of all, it is certain that the evolution of insects did not occur as they imagined. Not only was it fast, but most importantly, it was smooth sailing. We can't continue like this. Combining our current understanding of the swarm, we can basically determine that this civilization will move to a higher level if left unchecked. Although we and them are evenly matched now, if we really fight, we may fail. Because compared to them, we have a fatal flaw. That is, we are currently in the stage of rebuilding civilization, as well as our military strength. Production the speed is far less than their reproduction speed. So if we continue to fight against them, sooner or later we will be wiped out by them. As for surrender, it is even more impossible. Combining our understanding of the swarm and everything we have experienced during this period, we can basically be sure that the goal of the swarm from beginning to end is to eliminate us, and even to wipe out the entire universe. Other civilizations were also wiped out. After all, for them, those who are not our race must have different minds. Compared to the insect swarm, although those civilizations are not friendly to us, in their plan, they should treat us as sheep in the pen. Sheep pens. In the past, we have been developing according to their plans, so they did not take action against us. But the last time the starry sky monster attacked, we used things that should not be used to this extent. It is also for this reason that now, they also showed hostility towards us. Although it's unclear why they didn't search the entire universe for us, and send a large army to attack us. It's not important anymore. What's important is that if we want to eliminate the insect swarm now, we can only rely on them. Upon hearing this, everyone already understood the next plan. If we contact them proactively, will they attack us directly? There is a possibility, but the possibility is not high. Especially after they know the current situation of the Zerg. They will never act rashly. For us, we only need to tell them this news. And then, they will also consider taking action against the Zerg. And because of the uncertainty of the news, they are definitely like this. They will not destroy us, and will only use us to understand the Zerg group situation. The few bases we have discovered will be attacked by the swarms before long. So for us, it is not a loss even if we use these bases as test sites for them. And it is absolutely impossible for them to take action against us before this matter is settled. It doesn't matter even if they want to take action. We can transfer resources, and transfer all useful things to another information. Even if they discover all the surrounding bases, it will not have much impact on us. If we do this, we will lose at most dozens of relatives around us. But the benefit we can gain is that the insect swarm will fight against these super civilizations. Once they fight against the super civilization, then we will not need to worry about the insect swarm. Because with the strength of the heavy group, it is absolutely impossible for them to defeat these super civilizations. And these super civilizations, after knowing the situation of the insect swarm, they will definitely not let this race develop. So we don't need to worry about what happens next. By then, we only need to lose most of the area to wipe out all the bugs and eliminate this hidden danger. In this way, everyone agreed to this method after some discussion. For the Empire, the current group is much more dangerous than those super civilizations. Because those super civilizations, after being together for such a long time, will never do anything to them as long as they do not violate the rules. But bugs are different. As long as they see you, they will attack you directly. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that super civilizations also have things they are dealing with that they don't know about. At least like the last time things fell out. The super civilization only sent a few fleets to search for them in the universe. The remaining fleets don't know what they are doing. In short, they have not been sent over. Through this, they have also guessed that the super civilization may also have its own things to do. And they cannot spend too much energy and time on their own side. For them, this is undoubtedly good news. Because at least even if they are targeted by a super civilization, they have room for relaxation. Unlike the insect swarm that just stares at them when they are targeted by him. This is why they are so looking forward to the insect swarm now. Thinking of the Empire here, they immediately started a large-scale mobilization. And they began to transfer the resources in this area to other areas. Because they all know that once they contact a super civilization and expose their coordinates, the super civilization will definitely launch a large-scale search for the surrounding areas, which will mean that all bases around them will be exposed. Therefore, they must transfer these resources to other areas to ensure the safety of the resources. As long as they have resources, everything is easy for them. In this way, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner according to the Empire's plan. In fact, for the Empire, the Star Destroyer in their hands can be regarded as a big trump card. For super civilizations, it is usually difficult for them to invade their side in a large scale if they do not deal with this warship. But if they want to deal with this warship, they must send a large number of troops. But now this civilization cannot send out a large number of troops. Which means that even if their plan fails in the end, the super civilization does not take action against the Zerg, but instead attacks them. And they still have a certain way to retreat. After all, as an old civilization, even if they know that their behavior is risky, they will find ways to minimize the risk. For the Empire, it is also very troublesome to transfer supplies from these bases. After all, the reserves of supplies are too large. And even if they mobilize all the transportation capacity, it will take a long time. Chapter 539 Message Passing. After formulating the plan in this way, the Empire began their great migration. At the same time, the players had the experience of the last victory. And then, they began to prepare for attacks in other areas. After all, the amount of money needed to attack the Empire was too great. Compared with their previous reserves, the reserves of their own collection Empire were much higher than theirs. Brothers, now that you have the experience from last time, you must know how to attack the galaxy this time. Right? Certainly. Don't worry. We have made clear arrangements for them this time. At this time, players within the Song dynasty were gathering together to discuss the next plan. But after the last battle, we discovered something about the Empire. At this moment, a player in charge of reconnaissance suddenly said. After hearing this, everyone also looked at him, their eyes full of curiosity, and looking at the eyes of everyone looking over. The struggling player continued to add. The situation is roughly like this. During the previous battle, didn't we monitor a large area of the Empire's area? We found bridges in many areas over there. Of course, the distance between these jumping bridges varies. But one jumping bridge caught my attention. Because the jumping bridge should be at the edge of the area where the Empire currently lives. And we have also conducted strict monitoring on the situation of that jumping bridge. We found that it was not connected to the current area of activity of the Empire, but connected from other places. After discovering this feature, we immediately launched a strict monitoring of the jumping bridge. Then we sent out all the detectors, using the jumping bridge as the edge of the detector's farthest detection range, and conducted continuous detection of thousands of light years around. As a result, within such a large range, we still found nothing. The connection to the second jumping bridge. When they heard this, everyone couldn't help but become interested, because they all knew that the range of jumping bridges was limited, and it was absolutely impossible for there to be another bridge that had not been found within thousands of light years, like this player said. Case. If this happens, it can only mean two problems. The first problem is that the jumping bridge in the area connected to this jumping bridge has been destroyed. The second possibility is that this jumping bridge has adopted some unconventional technology, allowing its distance can be increased again. According to the current situation of the Empire, they are now in a period of development. At this stage, it is absolutely impossible for them to waste useless efforts on building some useless buildings. So this means that this jumping bridge may belong to the latter. Do you think there is a possibility that the area connected by this jumping bridge is another area of activity for the Empire? Everyone nodded after hearing this. I feel like it's very likely. While everyone was still discussing, this player also released the projection of the jumping bridge scanned by the detector. At this time, everyone couldn't help but frown when they saw the projection of the jumping bridge. Obviously, the jumping bridge in front of them is completely different from the one they saw before. Compared with the previous jumping bridge, it was different from the disc building with a diameter of only more than 100 kilometers. This jumping bridge is not so much a jumping bridge as it is a building similar to a space city. First of all, this jumping bridge is a square building, and the length and width of this building are more than 1,000 kilometers each. Surrounding the square building are several huge metal pillars, and at the top of the pillars is a blue energy ball that is constantly emitting light. The space around the light has been distorted. From the data of the detector, they know that the node built by the jumping bridge is a space node. Space node? At this time, all the players couldn't help but frown when they saw this, because they knew very well what the space node meant. Normally, only the fontanelles will use space nodes to connect to longer distances, and this jumping bridge probably adopts this principle. If so, it can no longer be called a jumping bridge. Everyone nodded after hearing this. According to the construction scale and construction logic of this jumping bridge, it is not an exaggeration to call it a simple hard gate. However, compared with a normal hard gate, due to the energy supply of this jumping bridge it can't keep up. So the number of jump ships it can support is limited. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but frown. Obviously, the current situation also surprised them. Regarding this jumping bridge, everyone naturally knows the tricks involved. The first and most important thing is that if we look at the normal situation, the Empire can directly build the Stargate here, because only the huge energy supply of the fontanelle can activate the connection between the two space nodes. But if you do so, a very embarrassing problem will arise. That is, The energy emitted by the hard door lock itself can easily be detected by advanced civilizations, thus exposing Nu's location. That is to say, the reason why the Empire did this was mainly due to confidentiality considerations. In such a special period, they took the risk to build such a building at a spatial node. It can be seen that this building must be very important. After all, even if they do this, there is still a high chance that this jumping bridge will be discovered. After all, if you want to use the space node, the energy required will not be much less, no matter how small it is. It seems that the area connected by this jumping bridge should undoubtedly be another stronghold of the Empire. I have to say, there's nothing wrong with what these three cunning rabbits say. Originally, we thought that the area developed in this star empire was large enough, but we didn't expect that they would have other areas. This is indeed a bit unexpected. But as the saying goes, the centipede will die, but not the sky. Knowing that the other area is the Empire, the reconstruction after the war is still there. But this is not important. Because for us, now we just need to dig out that piece of sexual desire. Having said this, everyone seemed to have thought of a question. Old fellows, do you think there is a possibility that the Empire has started to transfer supplies from here to there? After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, they thought about it carefully, and felt that the possibility of this was really high. After all, this place is now under attack from their own side. And through this wave of battles, they have also understood the gap between themselves and the past. Under such circumstances, it is obviously irrational to continue to leave resources here. So they cannot rule out the possibility of their transfer. That's true. But judging from this job-hopping tool, their transfer efficiency shouldn't be too fast. If this is the case, then we don't have to worry that the resources here will be emptied by them in the short term. But even if this is the case, we must prepare in advance. First, arrange for detectors to closely monitor the surrounding area of the jumping bridge. If the distance is not enough, then we will go to Tai Long to order more detectors and try to use the detectors to cover the entire perimeter. If our guess is correct, then there is a high probability that they will start to transfer resources during this period. Then transfer resources after they activate the jumping bridge. It will undoubtedly be much easier for us to follow the clues. Because the other side of the jumping bridge, the China Unicom jump bridge, will definitely have a huge energy response when the ship delivers it. As long as our detectors cover that area, they will definitely not be able to escape our monitoring. And because the coverage area is large enough, we can even find some civilizations in the surrounding area and eliminate them. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Everyone nodded when they heard this. But soon they thought of something again. So they said, there is naturally no problem with this wave of operations. But the range covered by this modified version of the flea is very exaggerated. So the number of detectors we need to purchase is not likely to be small. It doesn't matter. If 10 detectors are not enough, we will just have 100. In short, if we keep adding more detectors, it will be enough. The more detectors we have, the higher the range we can effectively cover. The wider the range that can be effectively covered, the higher the probability that we will find other civilizations. As long as these civilizations enter space and know how to use ores, then they will definitely have some ore reserves. If we encounter some slightly more powerful civilizations, their ore reserves may be quite large. As long as we eliminate them and get these ores, we won't. We also gained a lot from the bases we attacked the Empire with before. And these gains can be regarded as our capital. In this way, after some discussion, the players decided to find out that part of the Empire first. Thinking of this, they immediately contacted the players in the new universe, and then asked them to go to Tai Lung to order a batch of detectors. Device. In this way, the players in the two universes are busy with their own tasks. In this way, another year passed quickly. During this year, the Empire is still busy with their transportation work, and the detectors ordered by players have arrived long ago. With the addition of these detectors, the players then began to explore the surrounding area, trying to determine the other location of the Empire's jump bridge connection. Of course, in order to ensure timely and effective discovery, the players also began to organize an investigation. Attacks in several other areas of the Empire, because only if the frequency of their attacks is high enough, the frequency of Imperial transportation will increase. And as it increases, the probability of being discovered will become greater and greater. At this time, the Empire was at a base not far from the No. 3 gathering point that had been destroyed before. I saw nearly 500,000 warships waiting here. And these warships suddenly gathered here in large numbers. Naturally, because they found traces of the insects. And they were already sure that the insects were preparing to attack here. So at this time, they must resist the attack of insects here. At the same time, on the other side, 13 super civilized people gathered together. There are various names for these 13 civilizations in the universe. Some civilizations think that they are the makers of rules. And some civilizations think that they are dictators. In short, each of these civilizations has its own explanation. But what is certain is that they are the leaders of this cosmic civilization. At least after reaching their level, they can be regarded as the top super civilization in the universe. Therefore, the reason why they refused to be together was because they received a message from the Empire not long ago. For this civilization that tried to escape their control, the first reaction of several civilizations was to destroy them. There is nothing that can be done about this. After all, although the Empire has done a lot for them over the years, he has become the biggest hidden danger. Originally they thought the Empire was quite honest. But who would have thought that in that incident the Empire exposed too many things they were not allowed to do? Although after that battle, the Empire was seriously injured, and it was impossible to recover in a short time. But they also knew very well that even if he could not recover in a short time, then it would not work. Because this civilization has acquired this kind of mentality. It must be eliminated to prevent them from causing trouble in the future when they become stronger. Therefore, after learning the news, their first reaction was to destroy the Empire. But because at that time, their battle with the Moon Spirit civilization entered an anxious state again. So they had to put their energy and time into the battle with the Moon Spirit civilization. Although these 13 civilizations are powerful, there are also super civilizations of the same level as them in the universe. Although these civilizations are relatively small in number, they are also very big hidden dangers for them. And their attitude towards this kind of civilization is that since the other party chooses not to join their side, then they will join forces to eliminate the other party. In this way, for a long period of time, they will be conducive to the elimination of other similar super civilizations. Because they were fighting in groups, there were many super civilizations that could not withstand their attacks. It was also for this reason that a large number of super civilizations were destroyed. However, they also gained a lot through the super civilizations they destroyed. The latest technology has once again improved its strength. However, in this universe, not every super civilization can be smoothly eliminated by them. After all, since you have the ability, how can it be easy to advance to this level of civilization? Among them, there are some hidden methods that are stronger, and civilizations with stronger strengths can compete with them, and these would also spontaneously united to attack them. So the battle between the two sides continued. Some time ago, they had a fight with one of them, the Moon Age civilization, because it was a mechanical civilization. The mechanical army sent by the other party also caused a lot of trouble for them. In particular, the opponent's robots are cheap to build, and it is very difficult for them to fight. And because civilizations like this are cheap to build, the war usually does not last too short. However, just when they were fighting fiercely with a domain-named civilization, they found that this civilization suddenly withdrew its troops. This made them a little confused. But it didn't matter. After all, it was a good thing for them to end the war early. Chapter 540 Super Civilizations Plan. Although they all know that the other side's withdrawal is short-lived, and that only one civilization of the other side has withdrawn its troops. Apart from this civilization, there are other super civilizations that are eyeing them. After all, as a coalition, if only one super civilization is targeted, then they don't care at all. But the current situation is, this alliance is not only targeted by one super civilization, but also because the number of super civilizations targeting them is almost the same as their total number. This is what makes them be contained. Otherwise, if a single super civilization is used, they only need to use all their strength to defeat it. Wipe out? Naturally, they are not clear about the plans of these super civilizations. But they understand very well that the entire universe is now a delicate balance point, and no one comes out to break this balance. Although the two sides are constantly at war, they are also because of these things. The forces of several parties can be contained. Why did they retreat suddenly? Under normal circumstances, their war with us would last for at least dozens or even hundreds of years. However, this time they only fought with us for a few years and then left. There may be some problems within their civilization, but for a civilization of our level, it's not that difficult to find problems. It is necessary to investigate this carefully. In short, we will carefully observe the situation of the Moon Spirit civilization during this period. If they really have any problems, then it is the best time for us to take action against them. Start? What are you going to start with? Are you able to find the other party's small universe now? Even if it is found, I guess you won't be able to intercept it. And while everyone was still discussing this matter, one of them couldn't help but interrupt them. Okay, everyone. I feel that now is not the time for us to discuss this matter. There is another more important matter that we need to discuss. But when they heard what this man said, everyone couldn't help but look at him with curiosity. What's the matter? We just received information from the Empire, and the Empire's position was exposed. At this time, everyone who heard the news was stunned for a moment. And then they thought of something and asked, the Empire? Are they just those disobedient pawns? It's interesting. They finally escaped our control. Instead of hiding well, they actually took the initiative to send us messages. It can be seen that they seem to have encountered some trouble. If they have any trouble, just kill them if they are disobedient. Some time ago, we did not have much time to pay attention to them when we were fighting with the Yuling civilization. But now that the fighting has stopped, they have jumped out again. This doesn't it just give us a chance? Everyone nodded after hearing this. And the person who spoke before also stood up. We definitely can't let go of the Empire. But there is a more important piece of information than what they have right now. And this information is also the reason why the Empire wants to risk sending us information. Everyone was a little curious after hearing this. They must know that the Empire sending them a message means that they will expose their whereabouts, which will be devastating to the Empire. Although they had also guessed that the Empire might just use a fake stronghold to frustrate them. But as long as they were known by themselves in a certain area, they would be able to conduct a large-scale search of the area. Their other bases hidden within this area will be discovered. Although the Empire can develop in several areas at the same time, the distance will not be too far because the opponent's current situation does not allow them to develop too far apart. First of all, the most critical thing is that their own resource reserves are currently placed in their previous strongholds. In other words, if they want to gather all these resource reserves together in the short term, they must not be too far away from these. After all, these strongholds are their affiliated civilizations, and these civilizations have a large amount of resources in their hands. Once the distance is too far, although they can be transported there, the remaining transportation capacity of the Empire wants to carry all resources over long distances. Long-distance transportation is basically unrealistic. After all, now they not only have to consider the reconstruction of civilization, but also the enemies that may come at any time. After considering these factors, their primary purpose must be to put it on the battleship. At this time, they simply do not have more energy and time to produce a large number of transport ships, which means that their current transportation capacity is limited. In other words, even if the Empire is in urgent need of a large number of transport ships, this is unrealistic. They have more than enough ambition, but not enough strength. So the best strategy for them at this time is to place their stronghold not far from the new domain where they were before. After they have developed a certain foundation here, they will go to some farther distances to settle new homes. This means that if they send messages to themselves before, this location will be exposed, even if they have arrangements in other locations. The arrangements there are definitely not as good as here. Maybe 80% of the new places have been arranged here, but the level of decoration may not even be 20%. This is the difference. And now they actually risk sending information, which means that they would rather give up 80% of the progress. It can be seen that if they had not come to the point of life and death, they would never have been able to do this. This is interesting. I never thought there could be civilizations in this universe, forcing them to this point. I also think it's quite interesting, although their behavior is a bit wrong, since they dare to take risks and do this secretly. It means that they are very courageous. Of course, they are also very aware of the situation on our side. So this civilization can be considered a very bold civilization. However, now there is actually a person who can make them do such a thing. I am very curious about who this civilization is. Insect swarm. At this time, as these two words slowly fell, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. It was obvious that no one present had expected that it was this civilization. How is this possible? It has only been a few years since the war between the Swarm and the Empire ended. It has only been a few years since the war between the Swarm and the Empire ended. Although the Swarm defeated the Empire through some conspiracies and tricks before, what I can confirm is that they have and the strength of the Empire. Could it be that the Swarm has other foreign aid? Everyone in Wenyan also began to speculate. To other civilizations, this race seemed to be an ordinary race in the universe. But for these civilizations, the situation is completely different, because they all know the origin of the insect swarm. And they also understand that most super civilizations in the universe are staring at this civilization. After all, this civilization was the civilization they had been staring at back then. At the same time, it is also a civilization they brought from another universe through some ancient technology. All advanced civilizations are tacitly aware of the situation of this civilization, and everyone wants to use them to pry out the mysteries of the universe or the connections between different universes. Among the many civilizations that came to this universe, the main reason why they chose to leave the Zerg behind was because in their eyes, this race was easier to control. Although compared to other races, the reproductive ability of this race is very exaggerated, but it is harmless to them. After all, the single strength of this race is not very strong. At the same time, because this race is following an evolutionary path. And the most important thing about this path is to be progressive. They are not worried about the sudden technological explosion in this civilization. It is also because of many reasons that they have chosen this race. However, the news they saw next overturned their perceptions. Because of the intelligence passed on from the Empire, they discovered that the evolution speed of the bugs far exceeded their imagination. From the last time the bugs were eliminated to this time, the time for their rise was really too short. And compared to the last time for the weak Zerg race, this time the Zerg are very powerful. Now they have evolved to the point where their individual strength can compete with the Empire. What is this concept? That is to say, in just a few hundred years, they have reached the level of the top civilization in the universe. If this trend continues, it is estimated that it will not take long for them to reach the height of super civilization. At this time, everyone who learned the news was also shocked. Obviously, they all knew that they could not let this ethnic group develop like this. At this time, they also understood why the Empire chose to use this method to fight against the insects. The group perished together, because the Empire should know very well that according to the current situation, they may no longer be an opponent of the insect swarm. In the past, they could rely on quality to crush the quantity of the insect swarm. But now that the quality of the insect swarm has increased, their only advantage is gone. They may have chosen this path because they were aware of this. Because rather than being wiped out by the insect swarm later, it would be better to sacrifice part of the place and preserve the other part. In this case, although their civilization wants to develop like this again, the height required a lot of time. But at least civilization was preserved. At the same time, the civilization present also knew very well that their routine was undoubtedly to cut off an arm. No matter where they have other sub-bases, it doesn't mean much anymore. If their main area is destroyed by us, and some of the affiliated civilizations around them are destroyed by us, then this will mean all their resources will be reduced to freezing point. Although they have massive resources to support their development, this is only temporary. No matter how much resources they have, they will eventually run out. When they arrive in a new galaxy, they will definitely not dare to incorporate civilizations as aggressively as before. They will definitely have to hide carefully. And then their development speed will become extremely slow. I estimate that it may take tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years to return to their original strength. And this is because they are lucky and have not encountered interference from other civilizations. If they encounter other advanced civilizations, they may be destroyed. This is because after this setback, they may withdraw from the stage. Although the price is very heavy, at least they have preserved the continuation of civilization. It seems that the influence of the bugs on them is not small. Such a powerful civilization was forced to become like this by these bugs. As expected, we cannot underestimate any civilization, especially civilizations from other universes. So what do we do next? Although the Empire is plotting against us, we can only jump into the current situation because our current classmates are out of our control. If this continues, it will be a disaster for us. That's true. It seems that the current situation is a bit beyond our expectations. Then we must take action immediately. We cannot let the Zerg develop like this anymore. Send a reconnaissance ship to the location where the Empire sent the coordinates to find out the opponent's situation first. When they attack the Empire next time, attack them directly. It's best to leave some of the population alive and see if we can follow the clues and find the nest of the insects. Now we need to find a way to catch them all. Otherwise, if this continues, it will not be a good thing for us. After some discussion, the coalition also decided to take action. They could no longer let this hidden danger go unchecked. They had not found any useful information from this civilization in these years. But now they have no time to take care of these things. And just after they made the decision, they immediately took action. At the same time, unknowing players were violently attacking other strongholds in the Empire. Although I am using a lot of transportation resources during this period, it is obviously not very efficient. In addition, The transportation volume is relatively large. So even if they have transported part of the resources in the base, the remaining resources are still massive. It is also for this reason that players have various plans to attack their bases during this period, never tired of having fun. After all, this is a good opportunity to obtain resources. And it is so easy. And through this period of fighting, they also discovered the current state of the Empire. It is obvious that the current Empire is only superficial. Although on the surface it seems that they are still very strong. Their number of warships is less than before. Very much. While the players were building their bases, they also set warships to resist. But the number of these resistances gradually became less and less. At the beginning, the player's construction may still be a little bit, but later it is already so small that it can be ignored. As for the current situation in the Empire, the players are somewhat unclear. But during this period, they are still paying attention to every move on the jumping bridge. And they are also conducting large-scale reconnaissance of the surrounding area or a certain distance from the surrounding area. For players, the most important thing now is to collect the resources of the Empire. And the other thing is to find the other end connected to this special jumping bridge. Chapter 541 finally found it. However, finding the Empire's jumping point was much more difficult than they imagined. The players thought they had scoured the area, but they still couldn't find the jumping point, especially since they deployed the detectors in advance every time they attacked. When attacking, they turned on the detector at full power. This stage was also the most anxious stage for the opponent, and it was easy to leave flaws. But even so, they still found nothing. Old men, things are getting more and more troublesome. Players waiting for the next attack are discussing this matter. Now they have attacked 4 or 5 resource points in the Empire. Although they have not obtained many resources, they can be regarded as a considerable income. And they also found that the resource points they attacked, both in terms of fighter planes and resource decline rates, were very high. It was obvious that the opponent had shipped out a large part of the resources during this period. If this trend continues, players estimate that if they hit a few more resource point empires, the basic transportation here will be completed. By then, they will want to find the location of the Empire, which is nothing more than a dream. Therefore, everyone at this time could not help but feel a little anxious. We have spent so many resource points during this period, but the final effect was not satisfactory. If this continues, I think our plan will be ruined, and the Empire will be able to escape smoothly. Things are getting more and more troublesome. We must find a way to solve the problem as soon as possible. We cannot continue like this. It's not that easy to solve. They are also very clever. If we continue with this routine, I guess our plan may fail. We have been so careful during this period, but we never expected such a result. In this way, while the players were discussing, they once again launched an attack on the Empire. While the players were still discussing, they were on the other side. Tens of thousands of warships are gathering. Compared with the Empire's warships, the technological level of these warships is obviously much higher. And these warships are exactly the warships sent by the 13 super civilizations. Although they did not send many warships, their technological level was very high. According to their estimation of the group, these warships were more than enough to wipe them all out. It is even said that for them, there is no need to send so many warships. If they send out 1 or 2,000 ships, neither the Zerg nor the Empire can do anything to them. After all, the gap between technology is so great that even quantity cannot make up for the quality gap between the two races. The main reason why they sent so many warships was that they wanted to wipe out these two races. At this time, as the battleships were assembled, tens of thousands of battleships set off in the direction of the players. This time, they did not find the old man of the players. But for them, if they want to find it, they can't just attack this time, deliberately leave some people alive, or target the opponent's reconnaissance unit, and then follow the clues. It's just a matter of time before they find each other. What they need to do now is to take down the attacking troops of the insects this time, and clean up some areas on the Empire's side. Naturally, on the player's side, they must have no knowledge of this civilization's actions. At this time, they are still planning their next plan. Brothers, we will expand the range of the detector again this time. Our chances are running out. This Empire is really cautious. I feel like the level of caution is just a lot more than what we used to be. But their other point, if we really find it, then they will really be finished. With so many resources transported there, I guess that point will be fat. Although it is difficult to find. We must find those points as soon as possible. I can only say that we have to do everything we can to accept fate. In this way, the players were discussing and launching an attack. The next moment, They appeared at a certain resource point of the Empire in this star field. After the players arrived here, their attention was attracted by the battleships here. Compared with the previous warships, this time the Empire sent less than 10,000 resistance warships, and the players only sent 20,000 to 30,000 Zerg. For them, it doesn't make much sense to send too many bugs now. And the Empire's resistance is basically perfunctory. It is obvious that the Empire does not want to consume too many troops on this matter. And the resources in these places have been transported almost. So there is little point in them continuing to defend them. Just like this, as the players appeared, the battle began. For players like this right now, they basically don't have much interest. They don't need any skills. They can easily destroy these warships by pushing all the way. At this time, the players' detectors are still expanding their range. During this period, in order to find the location of another area of the Empire, players launched attacks again and again, and the location of the detectors continued to expand. But even so far, they still haven't achieved particularly good results. In this regard, the players couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Why is it so difficult? Yes, there is no good news from them this time. It's estimated that we won't be able to fight for more than a few waves of this kind of battle. If we can't find it again, we may never find it again. At this time, the players in the battle saw that there were fewer and fewer Imperial warships. And they couldn't help but say this. At this time, good news suddenly came from the channel. Found it. Brothers, another resource point in the Empire has been found. Just now I discovered an energy anomaly. After the detector flew over, I can basically confirm that it is another resource point connected to the jumping bridge of the Empire. Because the bridge jump here looks exactly the same as the super bridge jump over there. Speaking of which, the player then added, not only that, but the most critical thing is based on the intelligence of the players we left under the Empire's jumping bridge. The warships they jumped over are basically consistent with the warships here. So if nothing else happens, this area is another home base for them. At this time, with the emergence of this piece of information, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, they had been tortured enough during this period. Since they learned that the connection range of this jump job was very far, they not only purchased a large number of detectors, but also searched day and night. By the way, the platoon launched multiple attacks to create opportunities. Every attack is a torture for the players. The main reason is that they originally had the strength to easily crush the Empire, but they could only pretend to be evenly matched. Although each loss is negligible to their profits, these losses are also losses. So the players are still very painful. And as time goes by, the transportation efficiency of the Empire is also very high. In just a short time, the Empire has already moved a large part of the resources. This is why the players are getting more and more anxious. After all, they don't want to end up fetching water from a bamboo basket was in vain. Originally, if they had directly used all their strength at the beginning, the Empire would have had no chance to transport surrounding resources. However, they chose another path, which was to obtain as many resources as possible. There is nothing that can be done, because for them, they really need these resources to improve themselves. So those who made this decision also knew that they were taking a risk. But wealth can be found in danger. So they still chose to take the risk. Just when they all thought that this time, the plan was going to fail, and they were going to suffer heavy losses, it turned out to be a good development. Finally, the big rock has fallen to the ground. Yes, this wave is really too thrilling. Just send troops to the Empire. If nothing else happens, I estimate that there will be at most a few more attacks. I'm afraid they will have completed the transportation. By then, no matter whether we attack or not, this place will be useless to them. It doesn't make much sense anymore. Even if they attack, they will only attack some empty bases, and they will not suffer much loss. And at that time, they will not need to resist, and they can leave the grounding to us. But fortunately, we finally caught the last train. At this time, people were discussing this issue with a relaxed look. But at this moment, another player in the channel came with bad news. Something big happened. Brothers, what the hell? What's the big deal? The detector has detected that another group of troops is coming from our side. There are approximately more than 10,000 ships. Judging from the energy response, they should not be troops from the Empire. At this time, everyone who heard this could not help but be a little surprised. What's going on? It should be that other civilizations have discovered this area, so they want to come and get a share of the pie. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Other civilizations find this place and want a share of the pie. I wonder what this civilization is thinking about. You must know that even if the Empire re-enters, they are still the Empire's technological level. Most of the civilizations here are not their opponents. And ours the strength is not bad either. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this civilization. Faced with two super civilizations, he actually wants to reap the benefits. I don't know what he thinks. A typical person who has never experienced severe beatings from society. I just used this opportunity to teach him a lesson and let him know that you can't be a girl at any time. If you want to be a fisherman, you must have enough strength. After chatting here, I saw that the players immediately stepped up their efforts to clean up the Imperial warships. After they had almost cleaned up the Imperial warships, they immediately set their sights on the incoming warships. At the same time, the person responsible for monitoring players also continued to provide them with information on the trends under construction. Brothers in charge of monitoring. How long until they arrive from us? According to their speed, they will reach this point in 10 minutes at most. You all should be prepared. We still have more than 20,000 people left. And they are all high-level Zerg. They only sent 10,000 warships here. And they just sent meat. Do you need to prepare for this? You can easily crush them. By the way, fellow monitoring players, please pay attention. After we defeat them in a while, they will definitely run away. At that time, you will be responsible for tracking their running paths to see if you can remove their lair. Found. Hearing this, the player in charge of monitoring also nodded, and then agreed. In this way, in the arrangement and communication between the players, the opponent is getting closer and closer. After the distance between the two sides was almost the same, the players immediately started taking action. The next moment, all the players began to charge up their attacks. They wanted to wait until the group of warships landed and directly smear them in the face. Not long after the players waited, they saw these warships leaving the jump state. When they appeared in the players' field of vision, the players unceremoniously greeted their faces with a bunch of skills. At the same time, these documents seemed to have been prepared for a long time. The first round of metal workers was easily resolved by them. The players who saw this scene were suddenly a little surprised. What's going on? Did the other party respond in such a timely manner? Damn. They reacted too fast. According to normal routine, they will definitely be tricked. At this time, while everyone was still communicating, some players had already discovered something was wrong. Brothers are in a bad situation. The level of these advanced technologies far exceeds our imagination. As his words fell, the next moment, these battleships also launched an attack. And as the battleships started to attack, the players all knew why that player said that. Because the firepower of the opponent's warship was so fierce that it surprised them all. Holy crap. Is this fire so powerful? No wonder they dared to take advantage of it. It seems that they have two brushes. But old guys, if I feel right, the other party's technology is basically the same as that of Yuling's civilization. If nothing else, the other party is also a super civilization. Looking at the strength of this attack, it's basically certain. Damn it. This universe is probably poisonous. Are there so many super civilizations? Yes. Why would you randomly encounter a civilization that is just reaping the benefits? It's a super civilization. Old fellows, I seriously doubt this civilization. I'm afraid it has been observing us for a long time. Otherwise, it would not understand our tactics so well. And considering the identity of the other party, I seriously suspect that he may be similar to the Moon Spirit civilization and have some ulterior purpose for us. I'm afraid their attack is not a so-called accidental discovery. Maybe they have been observing us fighting for a long time. Players who thought of this immediately realized another problem. We can't rule out that they are trying to find our home base during this period. By the way, detection players, did you monitor us when we returned during this period? Did you find anything strange? Don't worry. We have been very careful during this period. We did not find the little tail when we went back. Although the detector did not find it, we cannot be 100% sure that the other party is not following it. But then again, if the detectors of this level we use cannot detect it, then there is really nothing we can do. Chapter 542 Players' Awareness. At this time, in the battlefield, the players were discussing this sudden civilization with all kinds of sad faces. Mad. I don't know where this civilization came from. This civilization is hidden deeper than the Moon Spirit civilization. Yeah. It's so perverted. While everyone was still discussing, Xianyu seemed to have thought of something. Old fellows, I'm thinking, I should know where this civilization came from. From where? At this moment, everyone was shocked when they heard Xianyu's words. Do you still remember when various civilizations and starry sky beasts besieged the Empire? Hearing this, everyone nodded subconsciously. It stands to reason that at that stage, the Empire was absolutely capable of fighting back those civilizations. And the most important thing was that they still had a super battleship in their hands to fight off the starry behemoth. If we count that battleship, if so, the civilization that besieged them would have no chance of winning. But at that stage, they chose to run away instead of staying there for the first time. We all ignored this at the beginning. But now, if we connect this mysterious civilization that suddenly appeared, we can't guess the specific reason. If I'm not wrong, the Empire's situation is actually similar to ours. They should have been targeted by a certain super civilization when they were developing. Their routines should be similar to ours. They are all trying to slowly strengthen themselves and then escape control. It's just that compared to us, it's much more difficult for them to get out of control. So that's why the previous scene happened. That super battleship may be the battle for the Empire. But because of the starry sky beast, they have to use this battleship. Otherwise they may be destroyed by the starry sky beast. But it is also because their trump card is exposed. So they know they can't stay there any longer. Just like when we broke with the Moon Spirit civilization. Our first reaction after exposing our trump card was to run away. The situation on the Empire side should be similar. But compared to us, the future they prepared for themselves, there was more road. So he escaped the pursuit. Having said this, the Emperor Penguin thought for a while, and then added, I think I can probably guess the whole story. The situation in the Empire should be similar to what Xinyu said. But there may be a certain deviation. And I guess this deviation is because of our attack this time. After escaping from the control of the Empire, the first reaction should be to become obscene and regrow. And then wait until they have the strength to challenge that civilization before showing it. In the end, who would have thought that they would be discovered by us in advance? Through fighting with us, they must have discovered that our strength is comparable to theirs. But our reproductive ability is a mountain they cannot overcome. In addition, they are in the recovery period now. And their speed of manufacturing warships is definitely not faster than before. Considering our production speed, I guess they thought that if they really fought with us, they would not have much chance of winning. And they even said that they would be eaten alive by us. So they chose another path, which was to take this super civilization. Bring me here. I want to lure this super civilization over. Although all their bases in this area are very likely to be destroyed by this super civilization. It doesn't matter to them, because they have transported a lot of resources away. At first, we thought they chose transportation to preserve a lot of resources. In the end, who would have thought that they actually had such a plan? They wanted to use super civilization to eliminate us. And because they transported a lot of resources, they can still develop slowly in new places. It won't take long before they will return to their previous strength. And we will definitely be tracked by that super civilization. Which means that it will only be a matter of time before we are exposed to that super civilization. After all, according to their understanding of us, we have absolutely no ability to detect the super civilization's detection of us. Which means that we definitely cannot escape the control of the super civilization. When they heard the Emperor Penguin say this, everyone couldn't help but suddenly realized. If that's the case, then things are quite troublesome. What's the trouble? You have to know that our situation is different from what they think. We can be considered super civilized now. Although we buy everything, we can buy it continuously. But we don't know the strength of that super civilization now. If its strength is stronger than the Moon Spirit civilization, we will definitely have no good results if we fight against them. At this time, while everyone was still discussing, the player responsible for monitoring immediately reminded him loudly. Brothers have detected that many detectors are coming from here. Their technological level should be comparable to that of Yuling's civilization. When they heard this, everyone couldn't help but secretly shout in their hearts. Sure enough, it was obvious that this civilization really wanted to track them and kill them one by one. It seems that the Empire's plan is successful. Although they have lost this star field, they can afford this loss now. However, they only need to lose this star field to use other civilizations to defeat us. Uprooting it. They are very clever. What should we do next? Should we continue acting or directly expose our strength? After hearing this question, everyone couldn't help but fall into silence. Now they have a total of 2 paths to take. The first path is to learn how the Yuling civilization used to interfere with these super civilizations through various performances. Let these super civilizations think that their technological level is about the same as that of the Empire. In this case, they should not pay too much attention to their own side. The other way is to directly expose their strength and fight with the super civilization. 2 options. The advantage of the above one is that they can use this cover to continue collecting resources. But it is easy for the other party to find out that they have intercepted the resources. And in order not to expose their strength, they can only let them intercept the resources. Although you can obtain a large amount of resources, the risk is very high. The second way is to fight directly with the opponent and seize resources openly. Although the resources will be obtained more stably in this way, you will also face the full strength of this civilization. Attack. Each of these two paths has its own advantages and disadvantages, which also puts players in a dilemma. I think we should be a little more cowardly in the early stage. After all, it is not wise to fight two super civilized captains at the same time in our current situation. After a long time, only one player was heard speaking. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but frown. Although they knew that this plan was more suitable for them now, they didn't want to do it. Old fellows, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just going to tell you my opinion. From the time we entered this game, we have been very bad all the way. Because at that time we knew very well that our strength was not strong. And if we rashly stepped forward, we would easily be wiped out by the team. Of course, this idea is also correct. Because through this we have developed to where we are today. But I don't know if you have observed it carefully. Although we were very careful before, we were still targeted by various civilizations. In many cases in this universe, you are not safe just because you are careful. Conflicts may lead to various subsequent consequences, and some of these consequences may directly lead to our destruction. Although I don't know what you think, I still want to say that sometimes we have to fight. Although direct exposure is unwise, its benefits are also obvious. At least the other party must be careful when attacking us. It is impossible for them to randomly send fleets to interfere with us. In this way, we will have enough time to transport resources or plunder resources. But if we want to be careful, then the problem that arises is that the other party may send many formations to look for us in the universe. It is possible that they will come after us as soon as we find the resources. We still have to pretend to be wiped out by them, and finally give up the resources. Do you think it is worth it? At this point, the player was heard to add, if you don't have strength in the universe, you have to be careful. Otherwise you won't survive long. But don't we have strength now? To put it more bluntly, we have the entire coalition behind us. Do you know what this concept is? The technological level of these civilizations is at most similar to that of Tai Long. And there are more powerful civilizations above Tai Long. Although they rarely participate in transactions, we may not be unable to contact them. If we come into contact with them and buy some weapons from them, do you think we won't have the strength to fight against these civilizations? And don't forget our current goal. But you should know very well how many resources the Super Titan requires. Which means we must obtain a large amount of resources. We cannot give up the resources of the Empire. Nor can we give up the resources of the Moon Spirit civilization. It is even said that even these civilizations may become nourishment for us to obtain resources. If we give in, we will not be able to get these resources. This is of course just my subjective opinion. There must be many problems in it. But I feel that we cannot continue to give in to the current situation. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that we have been playing games for so long. As players, why should we be timid? After all, we are the big fish in this game. Why should we be so groveling? Seriously, I feel bad for being cowardly for so long. Why can't we do it? In the past, we couldn't do it if we didn't have the strength. So I admit it. But now that we have enough strength, there is nothing we dare not do. So what I want to say about this wave is that we go straight to it. Hearing that there were many players here, their blood boiled with excitement at what he said. There's nothing wrong with that. Why should we continue to be cowardly? In the past, there was a huge difference in strength. We were cowardly because we had to compromise. Now that we have ways to make up for these gaps, why should we continue to coerce the enemy? We don't need to compromise at all. Brothers, let's just do it without being cowardly. Yes. Don't be afraid. Just do it. You have to know how valuable the ores are in that universe. In the words of this universe, spending the ores to buy equipment, there is almost like free money. Not to mention anything else. The cost of upgrading Leviathan a few times will allow us to purchase the blueprints of the Super Titan. How much does such a heaven-defying thing cost in that universe? And as long as we get that thing, there is basically no pressure to sweep across the universe. So I think we don't need to be timid at all. We can now think of ourselves as big bosses. We have the strength to fight against those civilizations. Just like this, everyone communicated with each other in depression. And soon they made a decision. That is, they were going to have a real fight with each other this time. It is true that the opponent is strong. But they are not fooled. Although those armors are reserved for the Yuling civilization, there is no problem in letting this civilization experience it now. At this point, they immediately chose to take action against this civilization. At the same time, they also want to use this battle to allow these super civilizations to create a new super civilization in this universe. Okay, now that we have decided to do it, let's discuss how to operate it. Brothers, first of all, it is very difficult for a civilization of this level to find their home base. And what I just heard from the monitoring players is that the local detectors don't seem to use dimensional technology. I guess this civilization should be very aware that using dimensional technology is very likely to reveal its position, so it will be more difficult to find their lair. At the same time, we also need to communicate well to see how to dig out their lair. However, although we cannot dig out their lair in the short term, we can first let them bleed. At this time, after hearing what the player said, everyone was curious and asked how he specifically controlled it. After hearing everyone's inquiries, the player naturally briefly explained his plan to everyone. You see, these civilizations on the battlefield are deliberately leaving people alive. The purpose is to allow our bugs to escape back to the base and report, so we can use our tricks to create a fake Zerg base, and then destroy their warships first. They came to our Zerg base. We brought out several high-tech warships to confront them, and then killed them. This way they will know that we have high-tech weapons in our hands. But they will most likely think that these things should be obtained by us exploring the ruins. After all, there are not many warships like ours. And we are also a swarm of insects, which can easily make them think of this. Chapter 543 Preparations of Both Sides. At this time, after hearing what this player said, everyone couldn't help but fell silent and began to think about the feasibility of this routine. Your plan is certainly feasible, but we need to know how many warships we should deploy. After all, they didn't send many warships this time. There were more than 10,000 warships in many cases. If we want to clear out all these warships, then the warships we deploy must either be powerful or the number cannot be too small. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel that things were a bit awkward. Too many people would inevitably make them suspicious. But if the number was too small, they might be defeated. The battleships they currently dispatch should be of the destroyer and escort classes. We can order a batch of battlecruisers of these two classes, the number of which is about 200. It is not a big problem for this number of battlecruisers to escort and expel these ships. And there will also be a lot of casualties. In this case, we should be able to achieve the effect. After all, 200 warships were obtained from the ruins. This possibility still exists. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and immediately began to contact the players in the universe over there, asking them to order a batch of such warships. Just like this, after everything was ready, the players found a galaxy and began to arrange it. At the same time, the war on the Empire's side had long ended. Only a few of the players' insect swarms had escaped, and some of the escaping bugs were deliberately left behind by the other party. And at this time, the bugs were running around in the universe. Behind them were the detectors of several super civilizations. The players are naturally very aware of the opponent's actions, and now they are running around partly to give themselves enough time, and partly to prevent the opponent from becoming suspicious. If they return to the deployment point immediately after the battle, the other party is bound to become suspicious. But it is reasonable to shake off the possible tail by running around like this. In this way, under the arrangements of the players, everything is being arranged in full swing. About a month has passed like this, and the players have almost finished their arrangements. So, they immediately let the bugs start to return. And with the movements of these bugs, the detectors following them naturally they also followed. But what these civilizations didn't know was that the detectors on the player's side were also staring closely at the detectors on their side. Brothers, please pay attention. We will be in place soon. By then, the other party will definitely know the stronghold we have arranged. After arriving at the stronghold we have set up, the enemy usually has two choices. The first choice is to continue to observe. The second choice here is to take back the detector. Although the possibility of the second choice is very low, it is necessary to prepare in advance. And all players responsible for surveillance should keep an eye on their detectors. In this way, two civilizations with their own hidden agendas quietly arranged their arrangements. At the same time, on the side of the 13 civilized unions, they also successfully found the home of the Zerg. It should be here. At this time, these 13 super civilizations were seen looking at the galaxy where the insect swarm lived. In one of the galaxies, they saw a tower-shaped building that reached into the clouds. This building was obviously a larger version of the hive. At the same time, there were many bugs going in and out. After seeing this thing, they became more sure of their guess. The Tang dynasty is here. So this is undoubtedly their stronghold. Next, you ask the expedition team to go over and capture them first. By the way, when capturing them, try to capture as many living samples of each different insect as possible. After all, if this civilization is wiped out by us, then we will not be able to obtain samples again. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Just like this, as the order was issued, action began here. At the same time, the group of warships that were cleaning up other star systems in the Empire immediately stopped their actions, then set a course and set off towards the Zerg base camp. At the same time, when they acted, what they did could not escape the struggle of the players' detectors. In this way, the players stared closely at the detectors and looked at the enemies getting closer and closer to them. Brothers, they are here. All the battleships are ready. And all the bugs are also ready. Although we have to act in this wave. The complete insect nest is just an empty SHL in the end. So we try not to let them attack the cordyceps. Otherwise it will be embarrassing when they are exposed. In this way, the players communicated and began to make preliminary preparations. At the same time, the player responsible for detection was naturally keeping a close eye on his target. During this period of time, the detectors responsible for monitoring the insect swarm have not left, which also made the players give up the idea of finding each other's nest through the detectors. Of course, for them now, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the battle that follows. The bugs have discovered that we have begun to take action. At this time, on the United Super Civilization side, a group of commanders were staring closely at the images transmitted by the detectors. This is, while they were discussing, the warship that suddenly flew out of the insect nest caught their attention. Battleship? At this time, everyone present was very confused when they saw the sudden appearance of these warships. Obviously, they did not expect that the Zerg had such a thing in their hands. Did they manufacture these warships? Or did they obtain them through other channels? I'm not sure. We can take a look at the strength and quantity of these warships through subsequent battles. The style of these battleships is something we have never seen before. So there are only two possibilities. The first one is made by them themselves, and the second one is obtained from the ruins. As for the one that was given to them by other civilization resources, the possibility can basically be ruled out. In this way, everyone was discussing this matter. In fact, for them, the origin of these battleships was also very important. After all, it was directly related to their subsequent operations. While they were discussing, the warships on their side had also arrived at the location of the Zerg. And the moment they appeared, the battle between the two sides began. The Zerg surrounded the 200 warships that suddenly appeared and began to attack them. Attack! And as the battle began, the power of these battleships was also revealed. Originally, if the comrades faced these battleships, the ones that were so handsome would be killed first. Of course, the bugs would be killed first. But even if the bugs tried their best, they might not be able to destroy them. These battleships. This is the gap between the two civilizations. But with the addition of these battleships, examples immediately appeared. The powerful firepower of these battleships destroyed the battleships of these 13 joint civilizations, which was just like a joke. How can this be? As the war began, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw what happened in front of them. Although they had thought that these battleships should be some powerful battleships that were reorganized and obtained through the ruins. But they never expected that the technology of these battleships would be so high. Seeing the current situation, no matter how young they were, they naturally knew that the next thing might be difficult to deal with. So they didn't say much more. Everyone present immediately became alert. All the detectors on the scene turned on the power to the maximum and observed the surroundings to see if there are other warships on the other side. When all the warships on the battlefield are communicating with each other, they send as much combat information as possible to the mother. We be sure to confirm the status of these documents. All teams have focused their attention on this battle and carefully analyzed the origins of these battleships. Just follow the orders one by one. And the people here immediately became nervous. It seemed that no one had expected what was happening at the moment. At first, they thought that wiping out this group of Zerg was just a casual move. Yes, but who would have thought that things would develop like this? The opponent's strength was indeed beyond their expectations. To be precise, the strength of the opponent's warships was indeed a bit beyond the standard. Just like this, as the battle began, the number of warships on their side was decreasing at an extremely fast rate. But the opponent's warships stood motionless on the battlefield. And the gap between the two was naturally very obvious. Although a battleship of this level has warships that are several tonnages smaller than his, naturally it has an absolute advantage. But you must know that the technology of both sides is not on the same level. In their subconscious, the Zerg is giving it to a race they chose at will. Even the battleship they obtained by accident should not be too powerful. But the current result is that the battleship they obtained by accident is far stronger than they expected. This battle has completely crushed them from the previous one. Now they are completely crushed by each other. It's something they can't accept no matter what. In this way, as the battle between the two sides continued, several warships on the Zerg side gradually could no longer support the other side and were destroyed. However, the other side was not happy because they tabooed one of their warships. Because the current situation between the two parties has been extremely exaggerated. The number of their dead battleships has exceeded 1,000. Another result is something they cannot accept in any case. At least in the many years since they became a super civilization. This is the situation they have never encountered. How is this possible? Why is the gap between the two sides so big? At this time, everyone couldn't help but ask this question in their hearts. Although now they can basically confirm that these things were obtained by comrades through a certain ruins. But after so many years of development, they believe that even if their technological level cannot surpass those of ancient civilizations, no matter how bad it is, it can at least be on par with those civilizations. But now it is clear that there is still a very big gap between them and those civilizations. Of course, for them now, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that through this battle, they have realized their current situation. This is barely a blessing in disguise for them. And their next plan is very simple. That is, to get as many opportunities as possible for these battleships at all costs. Because these warships of the swarm were obtained through ruins. If one of them dies, they will lose one. In this way, the battle between the two sides is still going on. As time goes by, the warships on the player side also fall one after another. Until finally, when the players annihilate all the warships attacking them, the number of warships left in hand has also dropped from the original 200 to less than 20 now. Although they won this battle, in the eyes of these civilizations, the bugs were no longer fearful. Some powerful battleships have suffered heavy casualties so far. The remaining documents, they could no longer make much of a splash. And after this battle, they were also itching to get used to the technology of these battleships. After all, if they can adopt this kind of battleship technology for their own use, their strength will once again be raised to a higher level. So after the battle here ended, it didn't take long for them to immediately start planning the next battle. Just when they were still planning, they received bad news. That is, the detector they deployed on the insect side was discovered and destroyed. This news also surprised them. But when they later learned the specific situation, they were even more surprised. Because some of their detectors were discovered by the warships in the hands of the insects. And they were also destroyed by these warships. From this point of view, we cannot see how powerful these warships are. While these warships have strong enough combat power, they also have reconnaissance capabilities. This is simply a perfect battleship. And for this reason, they are even more urgent to obtain this battleship. At this time, they lost their vision and did not pay too much attention to the current situation of the insect swarm. Because in their eyes, the reason why the bugs were able to win the battle was simply because of the battleships in their hands. And now that they have lost those battleships, they basically have little chance of winning. As for whether they will escape during the time they lost, the probability is even lower. Because their insect nests were all there. It was basically impossible to move in a short time. But for the sake of safety, they started organizing immediately. In this way, their expedition fleet was quickly organized and completed. And this time, they also took out some examples. This time, they sent a total of nearly 200,000 warships. And just to be on the safe side, they also dispatched a civilization flagship. The main reason why they dispatched such a large warship was that they were worried that it would be embarrassing if they encountered other super civilizations on the way to intercept them. Although the possibility of this is very low, it is not impossible. So they are still relatively well prepared. Chapter 544 The Super Civilized Battleship is coming. In this way, the fleet on the United Civilization side also set off toward the galaxy where the players were located. Not long after they set off on the players' side, many players at this time also launched my strongest insect. At the same time, countless black insects were also busy. And these black insects were seen carrying sets of armors to these players. These armors are mainly silver-white. And after the entire armor equipment is completed, it will completely wrap the players in it. After the loading and unloading of the armor was completed, The black insects transported a large amount of ore and placed one of these ores into the armor's energy supply city. And the players also had a lot of ore in their mouths. After all this was done, the players activated the armor. The next moment, the armor was activated in the players' field of vision, and the armor on their bodies immediately became transparent. The actual armor naturally still exists, but it is just the vision function activated by the armor. Then, there are a lot more status bars in front of the players, which display the armor's current remaining energy, backup energy, etc., and many other data. Seeing all this, the players also moved with satisfaction. They were surprised to find that wearing this armor was basically the same as not wearing it. That is, this armor that looked relatively thick could not do anything to them. Activities have any impact. I'm going to be nice. I have to say that the things produced by these advanced civilizations are indeed not bad. Strictly speaking, the armor we are wearing can be understood as mass-produced armor. But even this armor is still very useful. Sure enough, the gap between high-level civilization and low-level civilization is too obvious. Yes, such a heavy crop has no impact on our actions. And I am more and more impressed by the operations of these advanced civilizations. They actually use us as the core, so that they can save a lot of material costs, just for this wild idea. I admire them in every way. It's not that their ideas are wild, but that they are too poor, so they have to think of so many ways to save money. As long as they have a little money, I guess they will never have such ideas. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, and they could only sigh with emotion. Sure enough, it is the same in any world. Money is the most important. The players who were ready in this way also embarked on the path forward. I saw the mighty Zerg army setting off, and at the same time, Sai was also detecting enemy detectors coming towards this side. At the same time, they also discovered the enemy fleet not far behind the detector. Brothers, the opponent's detectors are coming this way, and the opponent's fleet is also coming. According to preliminary estimates, the opponent has at least more than 200,000 warships. Everyone was slightly startled when they heard this number. And then, they immediately began to ask about the general situation. The one sent here this time should be from the other side. There are various types of warships in the main formation. Each type of warship should perform its own duties. By the way, the enemy civilization flagship was also discovered here. Everyone who heard the news couldn't help but be stunned, and quickly began to ask about the situation of the civilization flagship. We have only found one of the opponent's ships so far. If nothing else happens, they may have only sent one. After all, in their subconscious mind, we are a race they can control at will. They can send so many warships. Plus a civilization, the flagship, is already very cautious. Everyone couldn't help but nodded after hearing this. In fact, the current situation was a bit beyond their expectations. Originally, they had never thought that these civilizations would send so many battleships. After making this decision, they were still worried that if the other side sent too few battleships, they would not be able to break their muscles. In the end, who would have thought about the other side so cautious about this matter? Of course, the reason why the other party is so cautious is not only their previous deliberate arrangements, but also a more critical thing, which is the identity of the Zerg. If it weren't for this identity, it is no exaggeration to say that the other party would not be able to deal with them like this. Of course, the players have no idea about this. At this time, they are imagining how the group of people will react when they fight. Brothers, I guess their heads will be buzzing when they are beaten to shit by us in the battle later. That's for sure. It's the same as when we fought against the Moon Spirit Civilization. Originally, the Moon Spirit Civilization thought they could handle us easily. But who would have thought that after a lot of trouble, they would instead give it to us and handle it easily? I guess this super civilization will also be confused in this wave. By the way, fellow veterans, from which direction did the super civilization's battleship come? Have you tracked it? Just now we have specially tracked them here and determined the general direction. However, if we want to follow the general direction to their precise point, it is basically impossible. However, we will continue to try to follow the clues during this period of time. If the other party continues to send warships to interfere with us while we are following the clues, then their path will be easy for us to find out bit by bit. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Then let's follow this route and explore slowly for the time being. As for whether they will see each other again in the future, we can only leave it to fate. By the way, how is the situation in the Empire? How is their new star field going for us to visit? The situation over there is almost complete. They have a total of 57 points there. Should that be all the points they have in that area? As for whether they have points in other areas, we are not sure. But I think for the Empire, we can now consider closing the network. In that case, this battle is over. And then we can repair the damage and purchase a teleportation device similar to a Stargate. And then we can consider taking action. I don't know how much reserves this Empire still has. Don't worry. The Empire's reserves are indispensable to us. You must know that when the country was transporting resources some time ago, those transport ships kept running like this transport method for so long, and they were not finished. One can imagine how many they have fat. Now I don't ask for anything else. I only ask for the resources from the Empire to enable us to start the construction of Titan. After hearing what this player said, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Forget about building the Titan. Purchasing the blueprints will definitely be more than enough. But assembling the modules and other equipment materials, I guess it won't be possible even if the Empire is hollowed out. Then we can build Titan and at the same time find ways to get the resources of the Moon Spirit Civilization. Are you stupid upstairs? Once we start a war with the Moon Spirit Civilization, we will consume a lot of resources. We are building Titans and starting a war at the same time. You are thinking too much. At present, our only way is to combine the Empire, and after the Moon Spirit Civilization is captured at the same time, we will consider starting the Titan construction project. After hearing what this player said, another player immediately stood up and expressed his concerns. Brothers, I have something to say about this. I personally suggest that after the Empire is solved, we first get all the blueprints of the Titans, and the blueprints for adapting special equipment. We can figure out a solution later for the materials. Your method is feasible. But if you want to buy all these things, it will be a very exaggerated expense. Compared with the blueprints of Titan, the blueprints of some equipment are really the biggest expense. Especially those equipment copy pictures with a technology level of 10 or above are hard to come by. And any one of them is worth a sky-high price. If we get less resources from the Empire, maybe when we finish buying all these things, we won't have many resources left in our hands. And the remaining resources in our hands will definitely not be enough to support us and the other party. Starting a war. As for what this player said, the player who had previously proposed to get the blueprint first was naturally very aware of it. Old Tai, what you said is indeed correct. But during this period of time, I have carefully studied these blueprints. First of all, let's take the Super Titan blueprint. There are indeed several of these drawings in the consortium. But the attributes of each one are different. And the functions of the super wives they have produced are even more different. So far, the only ones that can meet our requirements are that Titan blueprint. Although there is basically no civilization that buys this thing. We can't rule out the possibility that a civilization will suddenly pop up. And then he just happens to take a fancy to this picture. And then we will be fooled. Now that we've talked about the Titan blueprints, let's talk about the equipment blueprints. Copy drawings with a technology level of 10 or above. I also have a general understanding. These things can only be found in the ruins. And these equipments can not only be equipped on Titans, but they can also be equipped on civilization flagships. Some super civilization flagships are equipped with this stuff. Therefore, the market demand for this thing is much greater than that of Titan. Although these blueprints can be put together on the market now, who knows which civilization might one day buy and install it on the flagship of one's own civilization. At this time, after hearing what this player said, everyone couldn't help but think about it. Because they didn't pay much attention to this matter during this period. They didn't know about it. At this time, under the explanation of this player, everyone also roughly understood the situation. If that's the case, let's get the blueprint first, and then talk about it. That's all we can do now. Otherwise, if we wait until we are fully prepared and then find that the drawings are gone, it will be embarrassing. Yes, these drawings are treasures for any civilization. And the reason why they don't buy them is not that they don't want to buy them, but that they don't have the money. Once they save enough money, they can grit their teeth and buy them. When the time comes, we have worked so hard to save enough money. But it will be embarrassing to find that the various drawings are lacking. At this time, after hearing what everyone said, the Emperor Penguin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If that's the case, then things will be troublesome to deal with. Speaking of which, he added, then all the plans we made before will have to be scrapped and started from scratch. The only thing we can hope for now is that there will be enough chatter from the Empire. Otherwise it will be very difficult for us to go forward. Especially now that there is another super civilization targeting us. Plus he also has the Moon Spirit Civilization and the Starry Sky Behemoth. We are now facing 3 major super civilizations at the same time. Under such circumstances, if we want to fight against them, it is impossible without sufficient resources. Maybe we will have to go back to the new universe and hide for a while. And this is not the point. The point is that even if we do this, there will be many hidden dangers. The most critical of these hidden dangers is that our door to the universe cannot be discovered. Once we are discovered there, we really lost everything. Because at that time, we most likely did not have enough resources to resist their attack. Everyone felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. It is true that once their previous plans were disrupted, the overall operation would be very difficult. But considering the future, they had to choose to take risks. Then let's stop thinking so much now. After this battle is over, we will start to have a long-term plan and see how to operate. In this way, 1 minute and 1 second passed while the players were discussing. At the same time, the fleet of the super civilization also came to the star field where the players were located. Everyone must remember our plan. No matter what happens to the warships in the opponent's hands, we must keep at least one intact. Even if we lose a lot to capture this warship, we still have to do this. Fortunately, we brought the civilized flagship here this time, so the problem should not be big. Just when the man was about to say something, another piece of information came from the frontline investigators. I'm sorry, Commander. Our detector has been destroyed by the opponent. The detector was destroyed? Hearing this, the commander's expression changed slightly, but he quickly adjusted. Although I don't know why the other party did this. Destroying the detector doesn't mean much. All warships still follow the scheduled plan. After landing, our first task is to kill those bugs first. Capture the team while killing the bugs. Find an opportunity to get close to the opponent's warship, and find a way to capture it. Once the capture is successful, then you can fire freely. They didn't have many tactics for this unsuspicious battle, because the technological gap between the two sides is so huge. Any conspiracy is meaningless. As long as they get what they want, they basically don't need to spend time and energy figuring out the rest. But when they think this way, this battle is destined to fail. Chapter 545, Fighting. This insect swarm is too powerful. Just like this, while the players were waiting, the fleet from the United Civilization also arrived in the galaxy where the players were located. The next moment, countless battleships suddenly appeared in the galaxy. And the moment they landed, they immediately rushed towards the players to kill them. Brothers, the enemy's warship has landed. Prepare to attack. All weapons aimed at target. All units should pay attention to their positioning and try to reduce losses as much as possible. As soon as the enemy warship landed, some excited voices came out from the players. There is a saying that they are also looking forward to this battle, especially giving them a head-on blow when the opponent thinks they are sure of victory. Old fellows, you looked really good looking when you came over here full of confidence. But it's really embarrassing when you evacuate hastily after we beat the shit out of you. You upstairs are thinking too much. They have no chance to evacuate this wave. In order to prevent them from running away, we also purchased an anti-jump scrambling device for them to stop the entangled beam device. What are these two? Why haven't I heard of them? You are ignorant at first glance, aren't you? These two things are good things. When a war broke out in the new universe, in order to prevent the enemy from evacuating, these two devices were born. First, let's talk about anti-jump scrambling. This thing can disrupt the space of the entire galaxy. Once activated, this galaxy will no longer be able to activate the virtual engine or jump engine, which means that once you come here, you can only slowly crawl out of this galaxy. So it is no more than a dream to completely defeat it in battle. Without the help of the jump engine, the only way to get out of the battlefield is to compete with the speed of the two sides. But now the conventional sailing speed of many warships has reached sublight speed. Although a galaxy is large enough, if it is sublight speed, it will only take more than 10 hours to climb out, which means that the opponent still has the possibility of escaping. For this reason, the stasis winding beam pulse wave was born. Strictly speaking, this equipment can be understood as a weather-changing equipment. But for low-level civilizations, they change the weather of the planet. And this set of facilities mainly changes the weather of the entire galaxy. It will emit a special pulse wave to disturb the entire galaxy. Once disturbed, the normal speed of the entire galaxy will be reduced by 50%. This also means that if it takes more than 10 hours for the other party to climb out, it will turn upside down. With the blessing of this time, it will be more difficult to escape from here. Of course, such interference is not only aimed at the enemy, but also on our own side. This means that once the two sides fight, then it's a fight to the death. Old fellows, I want to ask, according to what you said, if there is really no other way. They can completely destroy our two sets of launch devices. You can rest assured about this. Because the safety of these two devices. New Universe has already had a complete plan after so many years of exploration. First of all, these two sets of devices are anchored inside the control tower. And the control tower can be understood as a special equipment similar to a portable space station. Once the control tower is deployed, a circular stance shield with a radius of 500 kilometers will appear centered on the control tower. And the strength specifications of this stance shield are based on the civilization flagship. So it is basically unrealistic to destroy the control tower shield in a short time. Even if they want a chance. We can't just watch and kill them when they get the chance. They have only two choices. The first choice is to risk their lives to break the shield of the control tower. The second option is to continue to come over and fight us. All in all, it is very difficult to destroy this control tower, because the control tower shield itself is very strong. Therefore, it is unrealistic to break through in a short while. And this also gives us enough reaction. With time and the slowdown of the entire galaxy, any decision they make will take a long time to implement. Which means that there is plenty of time to arrange. Hearing this player's explanation at this time, everyone couldn't help but suddenly realized. I see. I understand. I understand. This also means that with these two things, once they fight, it will be a fight to the death. Fortunately, these things are all products of the new universe. If there is such a thing, wouldn't it be nonsense? If it were in the past, when we were still at a relatively low level of science and technology, we would really encounter such a weapon. I can't even run away. It is normal that such a thing will appear in the new universe. But if the old universe wants to have such a thing, it is tantamount to wishful thinking. Why? Everyone expressed their confusion about this. I know a thing or two about this. I paid special attention to these two items in the new universe before. After all, the equipment is such a heaven-defying thing. It stands to reason that the old universe should have it. But who would have thought that the old universe was uncharacteristically different? Not really. So that's when I was wondering what I was going on. After all, in the middle of an interstellar war, the opponent runs away. This is very uncomfortable. This is true for any civilization. Logically speaking, those advanced civilizations will definitely research the corresponding facilities. As a result, the research is yes. But they are all targeted at individuals. Later, after some research, I found out that this technology is understandable and is a technology derived from Titan's doomsday weapons. It turns out that this kind of thing is one of my wife's doomsday weapons, obtained through ancient ruins. Although this kind of thing is very powerful, if it is used as the Titan's doomsday weapon, it is indeed overkill. After all, Titan's doomsday weapons include powerful area of effect weapons. It is not cost-effective to replace area of effect weapons with such weapons that change the weather. By the way, this type of weapon is called by the new universe weather weapons. So the new universe has shared this technology. And many advanced civilizations have worked together to finally break through this technology and use it in deployment equipment. As long as there is sufficient energy supply, then it can use. It is matched with the control tower. 50% of the energy of the control tower is used on its shield. And the remaining 50% of the strength determined by this is used on these weapons. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. According to what you said, once we activate this weapon and kill them all, I'm afraid they will have to think twice about attacking us next time. After all, as long as this kind of deployed weapon is there, once a war breaks out, they can only fight us, damn it. If there is no plan that can defeat us 100%, then they can only choose to wait and see. That's right. That's it. And this time, they will also bleed a lot. Not only will so many battleships be destroyed by our group, but they also brought a civilized flagship over. And this thing will have to stay here. In this way, the players were communicating with each other while fighting the enemy. And at the next moment, when the two sides were fighting fiercely, they saw a very big change in the entire space. Although from a macro level, no changes could be seen at all. But all the spacecraft sent alarms, indicating that the surrounding space was severely disturbed. What's going on? What happened to the surrounding space? Seeing this scene at this time, the commanders on the battlefield could not help but frown. In fact, they realized that something was wrong from the very beginning when they arrived here. Because what was waiting for them here was not the insect swarm and battleship they imagined, but the insect swarm and battleship they imagined. It's a swarm of insects wearing unknown armor. Initially, they didn't pay much attention to the armor worn by the insect swarm. But as the battle began, they gradually discovered that something was wrong. because the attacks released by these armors can cause very considerable damage to them. And they can basically be sure that the attacks released by these armors include dimensional attacks. And when they knew this, the commander was also shocked. You must know that every insect in this group of insects wore a set of armor like this. What kind of concept is this? And considering the size and different types, it cannot be inferred that the bugs possess this technology. Otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to mass produce so many. It's so personal. After all, in the current situation, you have to say that you accidentally obtained a few sets in the ruins. This definitely doesn't make sense. How so? What the hell is going on with these bugs? Where did they master such technology? Even if they obtained such technology from the ruins, with their technological level, how could they crack the technology and master it in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, the commander couldn't help but think of a terrible thing. That is, these bugs have followed the technological and evolutionary route from beginning to end. It is just their cover. They even said that they knew it very early. Well, the existence on my side, in order not to attract attention, used the evolutionary route as a cover. But secretly they were studying the technological route. Thinking of this, the commander couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. And now he knew very well that these are not the most important things at the moment. The most important thing is that there is a problem in the surrounding space. And this is still a big problem. First of all, the environment in the space has changed a lot. The speed of their battleship has dropped by 50%. Although through observation, they found that the situation on the bug side was the same. But this gave him a bad premonition. And the most important thing is that not only the speed dropped by 50%, but also their warp engine and jump engine could not be used in this area. What this means, the commander knows very well. It means that from now on, the battle between the two sides will be endless. Either the bugs will wipe out their group, or they will wipe out the bugs. But from a purely quantitative point of view, the bugs had an absolute advantage. In addition, from a quality point of view, the bugs still had an absolute advantage, which made him feel a little desperate. You must know that they have developed for so many years and experienced so much before reaching the current level of technology. However, the bugs have the ability to compete with them in just a few years. He has also carefully observed some of the armors. Basically, several things can be determined. First of all, the first point is that the opponent's armor can cause considerable damage to us. Secondly, the technological content of these armors is not lower than that of our battleships. But the cost of these armors is definitely much lower than that of our battleships. If the bugs have mastered the technology of mass-produced armor, it means that if we fight against them, we will have to fight against them. We can only use resources to make up for the technological gap. Thinking of this, the commander couldn't help but feel a little ironic. It is simply an insult to them to know when the civilization at the top of the universe needs to use numbers to win. But it is so unbelievable at the moment. But it still happened. Looking at the people fighting on the battlefield at this time, both sides could see a scene like this at any time. They saw a bug shooting at the warship on their side. And then the warship on their side was hanging first. And the bug on the other side had nothing to do with it. That's right. In a 1v1 situation, their destroyer and escort level warships can't defeat the bugs at all. Only cruiser level and above warships can compete with the bugs. But a cruiser only needs to send 2 bugs to the opponent to keep dealing with it. 4 or 5 bugs can easily destroy a cruiser level battleship. What does this mean? Some estimates of armor or technology levels are completely wrong. The technological level of the bugs far exceeds theirs. And even only 4 armors are needed to reach their cruise level technological level. Now he can only hope that the materials used in the armors of the bugs are very rare and cannot be obtained on a large scale. Otherwise, if they can be obtained on a large scale, then they really will not have to fight this battle. Although they have a lot of resource reserves. When faced with combat units of the same strength, if the opponent saves several times or even dozens of times more resources than you do, no matter how much they have in terms of resource reserves, they cannot withstand such a torment. It was even said that it created the illusion that the armor cost of these bugs was the same as that of some robots from the Yuling civilization. However, at this time, he did not know that these armors were fake and even cheaper than the robots of Yuling civilization. In this way, the commander continued to stare closely at the battle in front of him with all kinds of trepidation. And as time passed, the battle gradually entered a fierce stage. The wreckage of battleships and the corpses of insects can be seen everywhere on the battlefield. However, compared to the corpses of the bugs, their losses were obviously much greater. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that the only thing they could rely on now was the civilized flagship. Because the armors of the bugs could not break through the defense of the civilization's flagship, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking of this, he also knew that there was only one thing he had to do next, and that was to find a way to keep it. Civilization. Because the current battle continues, they will definitely be destroyed by the group. Although all the large troops must be killed, no matter how bad it is, at least one or two useful things must be saved. Chapter 546: The Surprise of the United Civilization. Thinking of this, the commander of the combined fleet immediately ordered all warships to gather together and cover the retreat of the civilized flagship. As his order was issued, a large number of warships immediately began to approach the location of the civilized flagship. At the same time, seeing their actions, the players naturally guessed what they wanted to do. Depending on the situation, the other party should want to use the remaining warships as cover, and then ask the civilized flagship to evacuate here. For them, the cost of building a civilized flagship is very exaggerated. Even if all the warships here are cold, as long as they can keep the civilized flagship, their losses will not be too serious. That's true. But do they really think this matter will go so smoothly? Don't forget that we still have the ultimate killer weapon that we haven't used yet. We must give them a surprise this time. In this way, the players were chasing and communicating at the same time. I have to say that their strategy is indeed very useful. The civilized flagship itself has enough firepower, and there are so many cannon fodder warships on the outside to assist it. This also makes once the players pursue them, they will inevitably suffer heavy damage. Although their armor can withstand the attacks of ordinary warships, it is naturally very difficult to block the attacks of civilized flagships. At this time, on the United Civilization side, the fleet commander looked at the swarms of insects that kept coming up and then being repelled, and he could still breathe a sigh of relief. According to the cooperation between our warships and the civilized flagship, we should be able to persist until the civilized flagship escapes from this area. After that, he turned his attention to the scan of the entire galaxy. He quickly found two energies. The reaction was so abnormal that he didn't even have to think about it. He knew that the source of the strangeness in this galaxy was definitely these two places. Where did these technological bugs come from? If you say that one or two things can be understood as relics, then so many supporting things are definitely not obtainable from the relics. Thinking of this, the fleet commander couldn't help but frown, because at this time, he had a very absurd idea in his heart. That is, there might be a super civilization behind the bugs. He was not sure about this. If there was a super civilization behind him, and provided them with corresponding technology and crops, then it would all make sense. But this was also the biggest problem. That's why the super civilization wants to help the bugs. What's the point of him helping the bug? Is it to make the bugs fight against us? Although the possibility of this is very low. After all, judging from the technology currently displayed by the bugs, if they really want to directly confront themselves, they have a great chance of winning. Under such circumstances, why do they bother to support the Zerg? And if they support the Zerg, they may be bitten in return. So why bother? The commander explained that if the other party did this, it would not make sense logically. But if there were no civilization to help secretly, it would be absolutely impossible for the bugs to have such strength. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown. But just when he was still confused, an alarm suddenly came from the battleship. After hearing the alarm, he swore to discuss. But before he could react, the civilized flagship began to shake violently, which frightened him to death. What's going on? What happened? Sometimes, when he was extremely confused, the alarm sounded again, and he immediately started the projection without caring about the number of people who heard it. At this time, he wanted to see what was attacking his civilization flagship. At that moment, as the projection appeared, a small planet was seen crashing towards the flagship of his civilization at an extremely fast speed. The second shaking also suddenly appeared. At this time, after being hit twice in a row, the commander realized that the situation was not good. He subconsciously glanced at the shield and was immediately shocked, because at this time, the shield of the civilization flagship has been greatly damaged. How can this be? Obviously, 2 rounds of collisions caused the civilization flagship to lose so much shield, which was somewhat unacceptable to the commander. The analysis of that planet soon came out, and when he saw the analysis results, he couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Neutron battle star. How can this be? When he saw the display results of this planet, he was also shocked beyond measure. How is this possible? How could the bugs have such a weapon? They had also researched neutron battle star technology before. but later gave up due to various reasons. It is very normal to give up. After all, this thing requires too many technology trees, and the manufacturing time and cost are also very long. It is basically unrealistic to break through this technology in a short period of time. In addition, there has always been a war on their side, so they are not willing to spend too much energy and time on this. The reason why they do this is not because their mission is not strong enough, but because of cost reasons and core technology reasons. However, now this thing that they did not create was created by this group of bugs, which made him a little hard to accept. And this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that the Zerg now not only has so many armors, but also has such a big killer. This means that the Zerg now has a complete formation. Normally, civilizations at their level have different understandings of formations. In their eyes, the first thing a qualified formation needs is a large number of conventional combat ships. These building materials that perform their own duties are the main offensive roles in the formation. In addition to these ships, they must also have a ship that can make the final decision. The flagship of civilization. Only such a formation can be considered a complete formation. However, what he never expected was that the bugs now also had such abilities. And the technology they displayed was no different than here. This made them feel extremely unacceptable. If the bugs have accumulated their current strength after countless years, then they can accept it. But these bugs have such a thing out of thin air. How can they accept it? This was also the most uncomfortable thing for the commander. But right now, he didn't care so much. Because after learning that the bugs actually had this kind of power, he also realized that the situation was not good. Because maybe their civilization flagship may be set up here. Judging from the 2 rounds of attacks on Battlestar just now, this commander is basically sure that in a 1v1 situation, their civilization flagship will definitely not be the target. Xi Zhanqing's opponent. At the same time, don't forget that their regular formations can't defeat the insect swarm now. In addition, the insect swarm strength is still several times theirs. This commander is stupid when he thinks about it. Doesn't it mean that he will be crushed in all aspects? Thinking of this, he felt like his mentality was about to collapse. Knowing that their formation was full of confidence when they first came over. A warship of this size came here purely to show off its muscles and crush them. This time, his muscles were not flexed but were crushed by the opponent. At this time, looking at their escaping battleship, the players became more and more excited as they fought. Haha. Is this the legendary beating of a drowned dog? Brothers, I hit their civilized flagship hard. Mater came over with a civilized flagship and thought he could reach the sky. These grandsons, I think they are still very stubborn. Damn it. We are fighting well against the Empire, and they are going to come here to set us up. Originally, this group of grandchildren has nothing to do with this war. We have our Empire, our development, and ours. In the final analysis, we can be regarded as 2 things that do not interfere with each other. Yes, we were originally unrelated, but it turned out that these grandsons were better off. If anyone wants to come out to find us, we have to let them know what cruelty means. The operation of these grandsons before was very bad. It would be better to send detectors to check our bottom now. Just ask them if they are surprised or surprised. They really think we are easy to handle. The excited players at this time did not know that they had actually been noticed by this united civilization a long time ago. But they were hidden deeper than the Moon Age civilization who took action directly. It cannot be said that they are hidden deeper. It can only be said that they paid less attention to the players. Which also leads to the fact that the players are not aware of their existence. For players, this civilization should have been discovered accidentally. And then after discovering it, this civilization jumped out and wanted to destroy them. So now the players have no mercy at all towards this civilization that suddenly comes out to show off. At this time, the civilization flagship players, who were watching their retreat, first thought about whether to put this thing back. If they put this thing back, they might be able to follow the clues and touch the opponent's lair. However, after the players thought about it, they felt that this routine would not work. After all, they knew their current strength. Under such circumstances, they would never dare to drive their civilization flagship home in a short period of time. It is also for this reason that the players gave up this plan. To me, the linguists are not at a loss in this wave of battles. The first is the reuse of resources, because the resources here are ultimately collected by themselves. This means that just relying on these materials can make you lose a lot of money in this battle. In addition, players are also more careful when fighting. As long as they have residual health, they will retreat immediately. Although many players have their armor destroyed, the body is still alive. Because this set of armor also has a self-protection system. As long as the armor's health drops below a certain level, it will eject the bugs directly. And then it will rush directly to the enemy and explode. Such a wave of operations is to ensure the safety of the internal bugs as much as possible. This is also designed by Tai Lung for them. After all, Tai Lung does not want them to suffer heavy losses as the financial owner. Because of this set of insurance, the player's losses in this game can be said to be negligible. On the other hand, it was a tragedy for the United Civilization. The neutron battlestar directly smashed the shield of the civilization's flagship. And then the neutron battlestar plunged into the interior of the civilization's flagship. Immediately afterwards, the same routine followed. Countless scales flew out and directly disintegrated the civilized flagship on the spot. After the civilized flagship was disintegrated, countless scales turned towards the enemy's conventional warships. What follows is a crushing situation. Without the protection of the civilization flagship, the remaining warships are no more than wishful thinking to face the attacks of bugs and neutron war stars. Soon this formation will be easily defeated by the bugs. Solve. At this time, in the battle hall of the United Civilization, everyone was silent as they watched the pictures uploaded from the battlefield. Everything that is happening now is out of their control. They originally thought that this group of inconspicuous bugs was just a little out of their control during this period. It was also for this reason that they sent an army to Qingqing to talk about this uncertainty factor. But who would have thought that this group of bugs would give them a big surprise? How could this group of bugs be out of their control? Now this group of bugs has the ability to challenge them. What's going on? It's only been a few years. Why can the insect swarm develop like this? What on earth is the monitoring department doing? The other party has developed like this, and they haven't even discovered it. Let's not discuss this now. This time, because we have ended, we will definitely attract the attention of the giants. This means that we have moved from the place of love to the place of light. So what should we do next? Let's send troops to encircle and suppress them again. This time we will dispatch more battleships to pass by. How many should we dispatch this time? To be precise, how many such weapons do the bugs have? And how many are there in total? If we don't know this information and we rush to send troops, we may have the same result as this time. At this point, everyone fell silent. Indeed, what this group of bugs showed now was really beyond their expectations. They also know very well about this matter that they must handle it properly. If it is not handled well, it will be a disaster for them. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, they did not expect that things would develop like this. The other party's rise was so sudden, without any warning, so sudden that they had no time to react. And the other party just developed like this. They have been observing the insect swarm. Although the frequency of observation is not high, they think they still understand the general movements of their classmates. Who would have thought that it would be like this? Everyone was also confused about what was happening right now. Unable to understand. What they need to consider now is how to eliminate or defeat this race. Although the bugs are out of their control, it doesn't mean that they will let them continue. The bridge between civilizations on both sides has been forged, and the other side will definitely send troops to cause trouble for them before long. Therefore, they must rush to eliminate it before it reorganizes and develops to the point where it is impossible for them to defeat it. Although the possibility of this is very low, it does not mean that it does not exist. Chapter 547: Attacking the Empire's Last Gathering Place. In fact, the current situation is very uncomfortable for the United Civilization. It doesn't matter whether they fight this war or not. Although we don't know what the swarm will develop in the future, we know very well that if we don't make a decision quickly, we will have no future. Everything that the army has shown now is beyond our strength. If it continues to develop, I think we may no longer be able to compete with them. So the top priority now is to find a way to contain the insect swarm. Although sending troops hastily is very risky for us, I think we need to take this risk because we can no longer allow them to grow. If they continue to grow, we really don't know what the other party will develop into. As the words fell, everyone fell into silence. It was obvious that they also understood what their attitude towards the insect swarm should be next. At the same time, they also expressed various worries about their future, because this group of bugs is completely different from some races they imagined. And the strength of this group of bugs has exceeded their imagination. If this continues, that will indeed happen. So after some discussion, United decided to find a way to eliminate this race, while the insect swarm was not developing very fast, and they still had a way to compete with it. However, if they want to eliminate this race, even at this stage, they need to be very cautious. First of all, they have always been at war with other super civilizations, which also leads to the fact that their number of troops is not very large. So after thinking about it, they decided to avoid fighting for a while. Of course, this was just one of the strategies. There were many other strategies that they also needed to follow up on. One of the most important strategies was to investigate the situation of the Zerg. It is said that if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never defeat them in 100 battles. What you still need to know now is the general situation of the bugs, the number of bugs, and many other data. Only by understanding these data clearly and making corresponding preparations can we defeat them with sufficient troops. Swarm. In this way, the entire United Civilization has fallen into a busy state as the plan is drawn up. And all battleship manufacturing plants are activated at full power every day. Battleships are being built all the time. And countless detectors are flying towards the insect stronghold. They need to understand the insect stronghold clearly. It cannot be seen in the universe that the detectors of super civilization set off towards a certain target point. However, when these detectors are triggered to a certain position, the next moment countless beams of light fly out. And then these detectors are destroyed. Well, this scene lasted for a whole week. How is it possible that all of our detectors have been discovered? At this time, everyone was shocked when they saw the situation coming from the front line. Not only that, they also realized a very scary thing. Stop all detectors and launch towards the area where the Zerg is. All remaining detectors begin deploying around our stronghold. It is very possible that the location of our frontline strongholds has been exposed. After learning about this situation, the commander of the United Civilization immediately issued this series of instructions. Because through this period of observation, he was basically certain that the Zerg had detectors with stronger detection capabilities than theirs. At the same time, they also knew why the First War had such an outcome. It turned out that the Zerg had already known that they were coming, and had prepared traps and waited for them to get inside. I have to say, I really underestimated these bugs. This actually made us passive. One of our strongholds was discovered by them, because the detectors we sent out during this period were too dense. They only needed to follow the clues to easily find the location where our detectors were launched. So at this distance we may have to give up. Should we withdraw the warships we deployed here? The person who spoke earlier shook his head when he heard this. Abandon all these warships. Because once the opponent finds our stronghold, these warships will inevitably become the focus of their attention. Once these warships leave the stronghold, they will definitely follow them immediately, thinking use these sites to find our other locations. So at this time, it is no different for us to withdraw the warships. So we tell them where our stronghold is. This will make us passive. So the only thing we can do now is to give up all the documents there. Only in this way can other areas be secured safety. And from now on, all regions will stop launching probes towards the Zerg. All regions will enter a state of silence, and will produce warships as quickly as possible to prepare for the upcoming war. In this way, as orders were issued to the United Civilization side, they immediately began to take action. In fact, the real situation was what they thought. One of their strongholds has been discovered by the players. And after discovering that distance, the players also thought about finding their other strongholds through those battleships. However, after their current order was issued, the players' plans were destined to fail. However, it did not mean much to the players whether they missed the opportunity, because they never thought that they could get it here from the beginning. How many benefits? For the players, it doesn't matter what the situation of this civilization is, and it doesn't mean much to find a few of their strongholds, because now they have no ability to compete with this civilization. What they can do now is to tell the civilization in this way that we have reconnaissance equipment that is much higher than yours. So your various small actions are useless to us. If you want to fight, just go head on. If you have fought such a war with them before, the other party will definitely make a lot of assessments about your strength. But how they evaluate, the players don't know. But what the players can be sure of is that if they want to fight with themselves, they must have enough intelligence. Otherwise, if they send troops rashly, the result may be the same as before. And if they want to understand the situation of the players, their detectors will not be able to send it, under the premise that the detectors cannot be sent and accurate information cannot be obtained. They can only estimate the combat effectiveness of the players. But the error in the estimate is too large. And this is exactly the purpose of the players. Regarding my classmates, I convinced them that they must know that this is a race known for its numbers. Which means that if they want to defeat themselves, then they need to prepare enough battleships. Preparing so many battleships will definitely take a lot of time. And the current players use the correct time. because they want to use this time to solve the Empire first. The new resource points of the Empire have long been found by the players. If it weren't for the delay of this civilization, the players would have solved the Empire long ago. However, it is not too late for the players to find trouble with the Empire after solving this civilization. And the players know very well that in fact, judging from the current situation, it will not take them long to solve the Empire. In the past, in order to find out the true location of the Empire, players used some insects with relatively low combat effectiveness to interfere. And in this way, they could figure out the Empire's route. But now the players no longer need to hide their strength. After making the decision, the players' Zerg army set off towards the star field where the Empire is located. Because considering that the new reputation of the Empire is very far away from the area where the players are located, and at the same time, in order to ensure that the resources on our side can be transported quickly, this wave of players directly did a big thing. That is, the small hard gate devices they purchased were installed directly in the galaxies surrounding this small universe. In this case, the resources they looted can be immediately transported to the new universe to prepare for the purchase of various sample drawings. Just like this, after everything was arranged, everyone immediately started to take action. In the next lesson, all the players gathered near the small news. Immediately afterwards, Tuba came to the galaxy where the Empire was located with the ability to jump. After arriving in the new galaxy, Tuba quickly found a space node and arranged the star gate there. After the star gate was set up, and with everyone's orders, the mighty insect swarm army passed through the west gate, and instantly arrived at the galaxy where the Empire is located. After arriving here, they immediately began to deploy various forts around the Stargate, because considering that this Stargate was connected to the surroundings of their stronghold, for safety reasons, they had to ensure that this Stargate would not be used by other people. Civilization invades. Therefore, the necessary fort layout is certain, and these forts were naturally purchased through the Tai civilization, and they also gave the players a guarantee to tell the players that this kind of arrangement is a death penalty, and the opponent's fleet is arranged to come if there are too few. They will only be destroyed by the group, unless the opponent clears the nest. Otherwise, there is no way to get close to the Stargate. Of course, players naturally like this kind of powerful turret very much. After having the turret, the players immediately began to arrange other things. After everything here was arranged and perfected, the players immediately went out. This time, they found a total of 50 strongholds in the Empire, and the players' army was divided into one stronghold for each 50,000 people, and one offensive formation, for players who use all their strength. Any stronghold can be easily solved with only 10,000 or 20,000 people. However, considering that in order to 100% collect all the resources, they add more resources to each stronghold, a lot of people were gathered, and after everything was ready, the players set off towards their respective strongholds. At the same time, on the Empire side, they naturally had no idea about the arrival of the players, especially since the players had this kind of special armor. Within a certain range, they could not detect the presence of the players at all. At this time, here in the Empire, they are developing day and night, because for them, they now need to restore their strength as soon as possible, in order to lure the super civilization to eliminate the Zerg. They had already suffered heavy losses. Now they must seize all the time to restore as much strength as possible, because we sacrificed so many gathering places last time. Although we suffered heavy losses in the short term, fortunately, because of the sacrifices of those gatherings, the Zerg may have disappeared from the stage of the universe. After all, there are 13 unified civilizations in the room, and the Zerg will have no chance of winning against these civilizations. You must be very clear that this matter is not as simple as we thought, because although we defeated the insect swarm through this method also left us with many hidden dangers. That is to say, those 13 super civilizations will definitely search the surrounding area to see if they can find our location. Although we have destroyed the Stargate, we are not sure whether they have the means to track it through the clues left by the Stargate. Fine here. Now our top priority is to determine our future development direction. If we continue to be a stronghold, although it has advantages, it also has many shortcomings. So in my opinion, otherwise we will become a wandering civilization and create various living places and resource reserve ship, wandering in the universe in this way, obtaining resources while wandering. Although this will make our development slower, our safety will be guaranteed accordingly. Everyone is deep in thought about this issue. Indeed, their civilization has now reached a critical moment of life and death. They must make a decision as soon as possible. If the decision is wrong, their civilization will usher in destruction. So for this matter everyone is very cautious about things. In this way, a group of people were also referring to this matter, and finally made their decision. And they chose to become a wandering civilization. In this case, at least it will be difficult for them to be found by the enemy in a short period of time. Even if they are discovered, they will have a way to escape from the enemy's power, which will undoubtedly provide a layer of guarantee for their safety. But what such a civilization fears most is anti-jump equipment. Once some battleships are loaded with this type of equipment, and they are caught by these battleships, their giant battleships will definitely be left there. Therefore, this kind of civilization has advantages and disadvantages. In short, each has its own advantages. However, while they were still arguing about this matter, bad news came from the front line, interrupting their discussion. No, we have 20 strongholds, and they were attacked by the Zerg at the same time, different from the Zerg swarm that attacked us before. This group of regroups all wear armor that we have never seen before. These armors have very powerful attack power. According to the preliminary statistics from our front line, it is basically certain that the attack power of these armors is equivalent to the attack power of those super-civilized warships. Upon hearing the news, everyone in the meeting couldn't help but change their expressions. Chapter 548: The Eve of the Decisive Battle. Indeed, this is not good news for them. The first is that their stronghold here was actually found by the other party. You must know that this stronghold is very far away from their previous stronghold. It is so far away that even the most advanced reconnaissance equipment is unrealistic to find it. But such an unrealistic thing has happened now. At the same time, they were all dumbfounded after learning that the bugs actually had such powerful armor. You must know that these armors have the same combat effectiveness as those super civilizations. What does this mean? It shows that the bugs are far from being as simple as they seem. After knowing the news, and thinking back to the previous battles with the bugs, everyone realized a problem. That's why the insects are hiding their clumsiness. To put it simply, the bugs may have had the power to compete with them from the beginning, but they did not use these forces. As for the reason why these powers have not been used, it is naturally self-evident. To put it simply, the bugs want to know the location of all their strongholds through this method, and then kill them all. If this were not the case, then the insects would have no reason to use so little strength to deal with them in the first place. After understanding this, everyone in the Empire was dumbfounded. They never expected that things would develop in this direction. We have underestimated the bugs. The bugs may have already had the power to compete with us. They just deliberately showed weakness in the early stage, because they were looking for our other strongholds. Hearing this, the rest of the people nodded. Because they deliberately showed weakness, they gave us the illusion that their strength was about the same as ours. It was also for this reason that we chose to use this method when formulating the plan. While making plans, we began to transfer supplies. I was thinking that they were waiting for us to do this, because only by doing this could they successfully find our other strongholds. But our two strongholds are so far apart. How did they find them? At this time, while everyone was still arguing about this, someone appeared and interrupted them. What's the point of your routine now? Now we need to consider how to deal with the current situation. At this time, with the appearance of these words, everyone who was originally noisy also became silent. How to solve the current situation? This problem is unsolvable for the current empire. First of all, the bugs have the strength of a super civilization, and they also know very well that their previous plan must have gone smoothly. Those super civilizations must have encountered bugs. If nothing else, they had a big battle with the bugs, and now maybe the war is over. At the same time, not only is the war now over, but the bugs also won the battle. What is this concept? This alone is enough to explain the extraordinariness of the bugs. And it also explains another problem. That is, the strength of this group of bugs is not much worse than those of super civilizations. And those super civilizations are a nightmare for the entire imperial civilization. They have lived under the cover of this civilization for a time, and now, this is a very scary thing. And now this kind of thing continues. Everyone panicked when they thought of this. You must know that for them, super civilization is their lingering nightmare. And now the insect swarm is not the same. What the hell is this? At this time, while they were still having a headache about this matter, several pieces of news from the front line interrupted their thoughts. Because apart from those strongholds, other strongholds were also attacked by insects. What? Other strongholds were also attacked by insects? When they heard the news, they were all dumbfounded. Now all our strongholds in this star field have been attacked by bugs. No one of our strongholds in this area has been left behind. At this time, they were all desperate after hearing the news. Premeditated? It must have been planned. The bugs must have come to this starfield a long time ago. And then they took action after finding all our strongholds here. It seems like these bugs are planning to eat us one by one. That's what's happening now. So what should we do next? Use all your strength to resist. Among the 3 strongholds we currently have, the last stronghold is still under construction, and does not have many resources at all. Now all our resources are concentrated in this stronghold. If they take it, if it falls, then we are completely finished. Everyone present heard this, and fell into deep thought. In fact, they now know very well that even if they resist now, it will not have much effect. After all, the opponent's strength is here. I'm thinking that maybe we still have a chance. Have you forgotten that I still have a trump card in my hand? But when they heard what this man said, everyone thought of another weapon in their hands. The key to the Star Destroyer ship is that before they obtained it through the ruins, they also used this battleship to defeat the Starry Sky Beast when they escaped. According to their estimation, the strength of this battleship is at least as strong as that of a super civilization. Civilization flagships are the same, although facing heavy swarms of technology. Their chances of winning with this battleship are not high. But now that the bugs are scattered in various areas, this means that they have a chance to defeat these bugs one by one. The bugs as a whole cannot defeat the warship. But if the comrades are separated, the results will be different. When they got here, they immediately took action. Since this battleship left last time, they also inadvertently found a way to repair it. Because before, their battleship had a limited number of attacks per day. But now it's different. Now their warship is in complete condition, which means that they can carry out the full mission of this warship. The next moment after the order was issued, their long-dormant battleship slowly started to move, and the target was the nearest stronghold to the battleship. At this time, the players who were attacking this stronghold also realized that something was wrong when they saw the battleship appear. What's going on? At this time, the players who saw the giant battleship that suddenly appeared on the battlefield and were having fun immediately realized that the situation was not good. The next moment, when they were still confused, they saw the battleship attacking the players. Holy shit! At this time, after being attacked by the battleship, they found that their armor values were declining sharply. All players noticed something was wrong. Hack! What the hell? Brothers, something is wrong. The battleship on the opposite side is so strong. Yeah. What happened? My armor can't withstand it. And this warship is only attacking us with its small battery, not the main battery. These relatively confused players, and some old players recognized this battleship immediately. Holy crap. Isn't this the same battleship the Empire used when they ran away last time? Which battleship was used by the Empire when it was on the run? Obviously, there are still many new players who don't know the situation clearly. It's normal that you don't know about this, because this battleship is not simple. At that time, the Empire was besieged by a bunch of civilizations. At the same time, apart from these civilizations, there was also a Starry Sky Beast. At that time, they dispatched this warship in order to evacuate their fleet smoothly. It is not easy for me to give you this warship. There is no solution to this matter. At that time, the Starry Sky Beast was given to this warship and blasted away. At this time, the players were a little surprised when they heard this. After all, they didn't know how powerful the Star Beast was before. But it's been different since they got together with Tai Lung. They now know the situation of the giant beasts in the starry sky very well. Worry. If this is the case, then this matter will not be easy to deal with. Yes, you must know that according to what you said, this means that the strength of this battleship can be said to be a civilization flagship comparable to a super civilization. I didn't expect that they actually still have such a good thing in their hands. So we are in trouble. Although we have the neutron battle star, it will take time to get here in the future. So brothers, what should we do next? Old fellows, if I'm not wrong, they should be desperate to send this battleship. There should be other escort ships coming after that. If they rely solely on the neutron battle star, they will be able to defeat this battleship plus the escort formation. The neutron battle star may also suffer heavy losses. So in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, all players attacking in other areas should rush over as soon as possible as long as they have almost wiped out the active forces in that area. Just leave some people in that area to clean up some remaining defeated generals, and the rest of the main force will rush over to fight them in a decisive battle. At this time, after the Empire dispatched this warship, everyone knew clearly that the other side was preparing to have a decisive battle with them. Of course, players are not afraid of such a battle. What they need to consider now is how to ensure that after this war is over, their losses will not be too heavy. After all, when they drove the neutron battlestar to attack the Moon Spirit civilization, they were deeply impressed. At that time, the maintenance cost of their neutron battlestar was very high. They don't want this to happen again. After all, for them now, they already need a lot of resources. After all, there will be a lot of expenses waiting for them in the future, so they can save whatever they can. Although according to their financial resources, if they want to purchase the maintenance technology of the neutron battlestar and repair it themselves, they can still do it. But it is obvious that this idea is not mature for them now. Because even if they master the technology of repairing neutron battlestars, they do not have the corresponding equipment. If there is corresponding equipment, then their equipment maintenance skills are not available, which means that they still need to continue to spend money. To put it simply, the technology tree is like this. It needs to be done step by step. If you obtain the result directly, your process must be controlled by other civilizations. Therefore, players did not purchase the corresponding technology because it did not make much sense to them. Although the maintenance of the neutron battlestar without technology is a considerable expense for them, the players can still accept it. And this time on the player's side. After making the decision, they immediately took action. And the players also brought the neutron battlestar this time. After all, veteran players are well aware of the weapons in the hands of the Empire, so they have made preparations in advance just in case. So when they knew that the Empire's secret weapon appeared, the players did not hesitate to mobilize the neutron battlestar. I saw the aborted battlestar parked near the Stargate taking action immediately after receiving the order. At the same time, players who were cleaning up the Empire's strongholds around the galaxy, where the Empire's Star Destroyer ship was located, also took action. In order to ensure safety, only a few thousand people remained in many areas, while the rest basically left. For the players, it is not a big problem for thousands of people to deal with all the warships here. At first, what they thought was to wipe out all the Empire's warships. But it's different now. Now because the plan has changed, the players decided to focus on the Empire's transport ships first, prioritize the destruction of these battleships. As for the other battleships after the destruction, players will maintain an attitude of destroying as many as they can. But this time on the Empire's side, when they used the Star Destroyer ship, it meant that they used all their means. And after using all means, they naturally tried their best. All the warships in the area that were not engaged in combat were mobilized by them. In this way, more and more warships began to gather next to the Empire's Star Destroyer ship. At the same time, on the other side of the galaxy, players' insect swarms began to arrive from various places one after another. At this time, two places gathered behind this galaxy were the insect swarm army and the Imperial army. At this time, both sides of the confrontation had a tacit understanding and did not take action. What they have to do now is to wait quietly for the troops they have mobilized to prepare for the final battle. At this time, watching the figures of bugs gathering, the Empire was also on standby. At this time, their detectors were frantically scanning the players in an attempt to find what they were most concerned about: the flagship of civilization. For them, since the insect swarm can develop to such strength, it means that they must have a civilization flagship in their hands. At the same time, the Empire also knows very well that the ultimate victory in this battle lies in whose civilization flagship is dealt with first, because neither the Empire nor the insect swarm present now have the ability to compete with the civilization flagship. Although the insect swarm army is very strong, they still couldn't hold it back when they faced the civilization flagship before. From this, we can see how powerful the civilization flagship is. Both have civilized flagships and have to contain each other. But as long as one side does not have a civilized flagship, this side will definitely become the weaker side. Chapter 549: The Decisive Battle begins. At this time, the situation of the two civilizations is like the calm before the storm. Compared to the Zerg side, the Empire's warships clearly have an advantage. Although they have experienced so many wars, the Empire's reserves are here after all, so there's a several times that of the Zerg group. However, compared to the disadvantage in quantity, players have an absolute advantage in quality. After all, they are now considered to have the strength of a super civilization. At the same time, the Empire is also very clear that they have no advantage in fighting the players just from a superficial perspective. After all, the technological gap between the two sides is too great. However, they are not completely without a chance of winning. After all, they have a very powerful warship in their hands. As long as they can save this warship, the situation will be different next. After all, their battleships can easily kill the armored Zerg. And they have so many cannon fodder battleships to try their best to prevent the bugs from attacking their super battleship. When necessary, they can even act as human shields and let their super battleship kill themselves and the bugs together. In this way, as time goes by, the strength of both sides is increasing. Looking at the mighty Imperial army, the players are not afraid at all. After all, they are still very clear about the strength of their side. It seems that they are determined to fight a decisive battle with us. But do they really think that they are invincible because they have that battleship? It is impossible to overthrow the sky with just one battleship. To put it bluntly, even if we don't use neutron battle stars, we can kill this battleship alone. We use neutron battle stars to reduce our casualties as much as possible. Yes. Do these empires really think that they can solve their current predicament by dispatching this warship? Obviously, this is impossible. But I have to say that they can actually find such a record. It can only be said that they are lucky enough. What's the use of being lucky? I only found this one warship. And there is no accompanying escort formation. They have no advantage in the war. Warships of this level usually need corresponding supporting warships to be able to function. Its biggest advantage. In this way, time passed quickly during the discussion among the players. Soon, the Empire had organized nearly 2 million warships, with some other small jamming fighters. The total number of warships on the Empire side had reached 5 million, compared to the Empire's fleet consisting of 5 million warships. The player's fleet appears much more isolated. At this time, after the Empire was almost done, the battle between the two sides was about to break out. The Empire was the first to fire at the players, and the players also launched an attack immediately. As the battle began, the Empire's warships were seen desperately rushing towards the players' insect swarm. If it had been before, then it would have been the players, not the Empire, rushing towards the fleet group. But now the roles of the two are reversed. Of course, the players are not surprised by the current situation, because the moment they rushed over, the players had vaguely guessed what they were thinking. And with this start, it was basically the same as what the players thought. And all the Empires, the battleships, will unconsciously rush to resist the players' attacks on their flagships. Although such resistance cannot stop the pace of these attacks, it can at least weaken the value of the attacks. This is enough for the Empire. They want to reduce the casualties of their flagships as much as possible. At this time, as the battle between the two sides began, the entire galaxy seemed to be illuminated by the remnants of the war. Countless battleships shuttled through the universe and dealt with the surrounding bugs. Compared with their desperate attacks, they could not cause any harm to the bugs. Every attack by the bugs can cause them considerable damage. At the beginning of the battle, a large number of warships were destroyed on the Empire side. However, they did not pay too much attention to these destroyed empires. What they have to do now is to gain victory through the sacrifice of their own warships. It doesn't matter even if this victory is a tragic victory. In this way, the battle between the two sides continued. You can often see the scene in space. An Imperial warship is fighting with the bugs. However, at a certain moment, this warship is seen hitting the bugs at an extremely fast speed and starting to self-destruct. System. The next moment, this battleship turned into brilliant fireworks in the universe, but at the same time as the Empire's battleship exploded. The next moment, I saw that a certain turret in the flagship had been charged, and then a beam of light was directed towards this one. The bugs attacked. Immediately afterwards, the armor fell off and a bug was ejected from it and flew into the distance. While flying, this player was cursing in various ways. But before he could take a few steps, he saw several more Imperial warships flying over and attacking him. This is probably the current situation. In fact, the players are naturally aware of the current situation. After all, they are already doing whatever it takes. Every time the Empire's civilization flagship successfully destroys the player's armor, several or even a dozen warships will die for it. Every time the players are ejected from the armor and then killed by the approaching Imperial warships, a lot of warships will die as a result. The players' losses in this battle were entirely caused by the Empire's desperate method. Players are also very familiar with the concealed combat method. After all, they used to fight the Empire in this way. Compared to before, their situation is just reversed. However, these things at the moment cannot hinder the players' actions, because for them, they have to finish this battle no matter what. This is to put an end to one's past, and also to pave the way for one's future. Brothers, we have already suffered a lot of losses here. The Empire's desperate tactics are really hard to bear. Yes, you don't have to worry about the Empire's warships, But the Empire's civilized flagship is too powerful. Each of the hundreds of cannons on it has the ability to destroy our armor. This is so unusual. This warship was obtained by the Empire in the ruins. If you really want to say it, it can be considered an ancient technology. Although we don't know exactly what the ancient civilizations experienced, we can be sure that the civilizations of that period must have been very prosperous. Any super civilization at that stage could crush all civilizations in the universe today. So the warships they left behind are naturally very powerful. I know everything you said, Lao Tai. What I want to say is that if we continue with the current situation, when will we dispatch the neutron battle star? We still have to wait. God knows what special abilities and special attack methods this battleship has. It's not the time for the neutron battle star to appear yet. What we have to do now is to consume as much of this battleship as possible. Now this warship is on full fire whether it is shield or attack. And the energy consumption must be quite large. What we have to do now is to continue to consume it. It's not until its energy consumption is almost exhausted that our battle star will appear. After all, it's not like you haven't seen the main gun of this battleship before. This thing was able to drive away the starry beast with one shot. Based on this terrifying lethality, I guess even our neutron battle star can't handle this one shot. In this way, the players continued to attack while discussing. At this time, as time went by, half of the warships on the Empire's side had been lost, and nearly half of the players' side had also been killed. Although most of the players successfully escaped from the battlefield after the armor was destroyed, there were also many players who were completely left behind by the Empire. As time goes by, the battle between the two sides has become red-blooded. At this time, destroyed warships can be seen everywhere on the battlefield. It is unknown how many people have died in this battle. It is only in the current situation that players can truly appreciate the battlefield dominance of the civilization flagship. Although they have fought against the civilization's flagship before, they used various tactics to fight against it, either using other civilizations to help or sneak attacks when the civilization's flagship was severely damaged. Even the last time they fought against the Moon Spirit civilization, they used neutron battle stars to fight against them. But this time, they were fighting the opponent's fully status civilization flagship without using a civilization flagship level warship. The difference is naturally self-evident. But this time, they completely understood why these civilizations paid such a high price to build such warships. With the same technology, a civilized flagship can do too many things. The role that civilization flagships can play under different levels of technology is also irreplaceable. In this battle, the difference in strength between the players and the Empire was too great. But even in this situation, with this civilized flagship, the opponent still achieved good results. Without this civilized flagship, according to the players' estimates, the players' losses in this battle would never have exceeded 1/10. But now the players have lost nearly half of their troops. Brothers, I have to say that this civilized flagship is really top-notch. Yes, but after fighting for so long and the civilization flagship is also outputting at full power, I guess they don't have much energy. I don't know what the situation is over there, but I guess it's pretty much the same. Then it's time. Immediately after the players finished speaking, the main formation, mainly Thunder Beast and Leviathan, also joined the battlefield. These behemoths were armored like other bugs, but compared to the armor worn by other bugs, the armor of these behemoths is a set of super armor worth a full billion. These armors are said to be made of the scales of old turtles, although they are not special scales. Even ordinary scales are extremely strong. At this time, it is not surprising to see these giant beasts entering the Empire, because from the beginning of the battle until now, they have only seen ordinary bugs sent by the opponent. But those giant beasts have not seen any trace of them. So from the very beginning, the Empire knew that the opponent's behemoths would definitely be sent over in the later stages. Is it really here now? At this time, the commander of the Empire looked at the sudden appearance of the giant beast and knew that the next step was a decisive battle. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate to choose to let the civilization flagship use all his power. The next moment, the main gun of the civilization flagship began to charge, and then a thick beam was fired in the direction of the giant beast. Brothers, prepare to defend. At this time, the players who saw the opponent's civilization flagship taking action against the behemoth formation also reacted immediately. Immediately afterwards, these armors immediately activated their shields. Compared with ordinary armors, the shield to the behemoth armors can choose the launch direction and intensity. So when facing the attack, they did not hesitate to choose to project the shield directly to the front, using multiple armors to form a shield barrier to resist the attack. As the players began to operate, They saw layers of shields superimposing each other in front of them. The natural defense power of the shield superimposed in this way is very amazing. And just when the players finished all this, the opponent's attacks also followed one after another. The next moment, the superimposed shield was quickly shattered by the opponent. And the players were not surprised at all when faced with such a result. After all, they have seen attacks from this civilized flagship before. Of course, the player's shield still played their due role in the face of such a powerful attack. The attack on the Imperial Civilization flagship finally stopped after breaking through dozens of layers of shields. Blocked. Haha. It's just like what I thought. As long as the shield is thick enough, you won't be afraid of being penetrated. As he said this, the players who saw the giant beast formation also looked excited. At the same time, they also know very well that now that the opponent has finished their performance, they will perform next. Brothers, let's take advantage of this opportunity and charge. Immediately after the words fell, the Behemoth squadron immediately rushed towards the direction of the Civilization flagship. At this moment, looking at the giant beast charging towards them, the Empire naturally knew what the players wanted to do. Stop them! At this time, as the Imperial commander's words fell, a large number of Imperial warships were seen flying towards the direction of the giant beast. Want to leave? I'm afraid you don't take us seriously. At this time, everyone in the ordinary Zerg team was naturally unhappy when they saw that the Imperial warship that was fighting with them abandoned themselves and rushed towards the Behemoth team. Mad? You dare to ignore us at this time? How dare you? You still don't care about everything? I'll see how far you can rush through today. After saying that, I heard one player yelling at everyone. Brothers, all armors output full power. Today we will let them experience the terror of the full power output of an advanced civilization's battleship. Immediately after the player's words fell, everyone took action immediately. The next moment, the player's armors immediately changed modes, from the original balance mode to the attack mode. Chapter 550, Dispatching the Neutron Battle Star. Player's armor has a total of 3 modes to deal with different scenarios. The first of these modes is the balance mode, which takes into account both defense and attack. And the remaining 2 modes are attack mode and defense mode. Attack mode prioritizes all energy on the attack system to unleash the warship's strongest attack power. The defense mode puts energy on the defense module to improve the survival of the armor. At the beginning, the players all adopted the balance mode to fight the enemies. But now that they saw that the enemies not only turned to attack the Behemoth squad, they naturally chose the attack mode directly, striving to clear out as many enemies as possible. In this way, when the players activated the attack mode, the firepower of the players once again increased to a higher level than before. The battleships that rushed towards the Behemoth squadron also discovered that something was wrong during the charge. If their battleships could still block the dozen or so attacks from the players in the previous battles, now the players only need 2 to send them away. 1 shot broke the shield, and 2 shots broke the armor and directly carried away the next person. This is the power of the attack mode. After all, after the attack mode is activated, the battleship's shield stops. At the same time, the energy consumption is about 4 times that of the equilibrium mode. However, the players all carried a lot of, or when they set off, so they did not need to worry about energy issues at all. As the players' output suddenly doubled several times, the Empire's warships truly became like dumplings. What's going on? How come the firepower of the insect swarm has increased so much? I don't know. Commander, are we still going to charge? At this time, all the desperate warships were stunned by the sudden increase in firepower of the insect swarm. For them, being cold is not scary. But the scary thing is that being cold means nothing. Because according to their calculations, according to the current firepower of the insect swarm, when they rush to the giant beast, at least half of their warships here will be lost. And this half sacrifice means nothing. Although the remaining half can contain the Behemoth to create better attack opportunities for the Civilization flagship on our side, such containment cannot last for more than a few rounds. After all, those bugs will definitely not stand idly by while you are restraining them. Once they take action, their losses will be faster. The shields of those Behemoth armors can withstand the attacks of the Civilization's flagship, but they don't know how many rounds they can block. If the number of blocks is small, it is okay. Then the sacrifice of their warships is still worthwhile. But if the number of blocks is too much, then it is possible that all their warships will be sacrificed, and they will not be able to touch the giant beast. But what they don't know is that even the advanced armor in the hands of players cannot withstand such an attack. The players had already consumed more than half of their energy to block the previous attack. According to the estimates of the players, including the ores they brought, they could block 2 more waves at most. If the opponent increases their firepower, they may only be able to block 1 shot. But they don't know the situation of the players. After all, the gap in technology means that they don't know the specific conditions of such armor. If it were a civilization at the same level as the Tyrone civilization, it would only take a simple analysis to understand the situation of the armor. But it is a pity that the Empire does not have such strength. So now they don't know the details of the armor in the hands of players. What should we do next? Should we continue to attack? At this time, looking at the remaining personnel of the battleship, the commander of the Empire could not help but frown. After the current civilized flagship had gone through so much trouble before, there was not much energy left. Currently, if we increase the firepower, the civilization flagship can barely launch twice. But if we reduce the firepower, it can launch 4 times. So what should we do next? At this time, everyone could not help but frown as they looked at the behemoth team flying towards them. The current situation was really a bit unfriendly to them. If these few rounds cannot defeat the enemy, then their civilized flagship may not even be saved. And there is not much time left for them to think now, because the giant beast is getting closer and closer to them. And as time goes by, their warships are also being cleared very quickly. After all, other players can't just watch. So they must make a decision as soon as possible. Let the battleship go over to contain it. Let's keep the previous firepower and fire 2 rounds to try. After a long time, the commander of the Empire made such a decision. According to the original firepower attack, the remaining energy on our civilization flagship should be able to sustain about 4 rounds. And with all our remaining troops deployed to contain them, we should be able to contain them these few times. As he spoke, the commander of the Empire looked at the behemoth squad in the distance and couldn't help but make calculations. Although the strength of these Zerg races is much stronger than before, there are preconditions for this. The premise is that they are stronger than before when they wear armor. But it will be different if they don't have armor. Without armor, their strength is not much stronger than before. The civilized flagship is enough to deal with it. And the civilized flagship has reserved energy that should be able to support the battle. Although the Zerg now have the advantage, the ships we sent to transport or to the civilization flagship were intercepted by them. But once these behemoths are defeated, the remaining energy of the battleship can definitely be used to clean up the opponent's other bugs to a safe value. At that time, we will send warships to transport the ore. In this case, even if they intercept, they will not be able to intercept them all. As long as the ore is replenished, the energy for civilization can be restored quickly. When the time comes to clean up, the remaining bugs should not be a big problem. At this point, the commander also knew very well that the key to whether the next thing could go smoothly was whether the opponent's armor could withstand several attacks. For now, he can only fight. After all, he doesn't have too many choices now. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the warships to start storing cold water, while the cannon fodder warships were used to hinder and intercept these behemoths. And as the opponent's warships began to move, the players naturally saw the clues. Brothers, their battleships are overcoming again. It seems that their civilized flagship is ready to take action again. Mater, although the stasis beam and jump interference can effectively retain the enemy, they are also double-edged swords. Yeah, if these things hadn't hindered our speed, how could we have been interfered with by them? Brothers, stop discussing this and prepare to activate the force field shield. Immediately after the players' words fell, they immediately projected shields. At the same time, the attack on the flagship of the Imperial civilization had been charged up. And the next moment, this familiar beam of light appeared again. Just like before, this wave of attacks was successfully blocked by the players. The players who had just blocked this round of attacks had no time to be happy. The next moment, they saw the Empire's civilized flagship once again starting to accumulate power. I'll wipe it! The players who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Why can this civilization flagship be launched again? Speaking of which, the players didn't care about the mini players. They immediately projected their shields again to block this wave of attacks. Holy crap. We've only been fighting each other for a long time, and our energy has been washed away like this. Depending on the situation, this thing should still be able to launch. Disperse. All the giant beasts disperse. Everyone else switched attacks to cover the giant beasts and continue fighting. As long as we disperse, it doesn't make much sense for him to continue firing super weapons. After all, such a powerful weapon can kill a giant beast. Their civilization flagship cannot withstand such consumption, no matter how much energy it has. Brothers, why don't we dispatch the battle stars? Yeah. It won't work if you continue to use the giant beast to consume it. The giant beast's armor doesn't have much energy left. The battleship's next attack will definitely not be blocked. By then, the cost of killing the giant beast and the battleship together will definitely be higher than the cost. The cost of repairing a sub-war star is much higher. After some discussion, the players decided to use the neutron battle star. But this time on the Empire side. Looking at the dispersed behemoth formations, the Empire commander knew that they could not hold on anymore. Looks like I made the right bet. Although the opponent's warship is strong enough, no matter how strong it is absolutely impossible to compete with a warship of our level. If I'm not wrong, their strategy is to use the armor to weaken the civilization's flagship. When the strength of the civilization flagship is weakened to the freezing point, then they can use the giant beast to defeat us. But obviously their plan failed. They underestimated the energy reserves of our civilization flagship. Although they deliberately blocked our transportation of energy or to the civilization flagship midway. But they would never have thought that even without transporting or to replenish the reserves within the civilization flagship, there would still be huge amounts. And now it seems that after resisting so many of our attacks, their giant beast's armor is no longer good. Let alone the main cannon. I'm afraid even the auxiliary cannon will not be able to withstand it. Then it's time for us to fight back. Thinking of this, the commander immediately ordered an attack. The next moment after his order was issued, all the turrets of the civilization flagship were immediately activated again, launching an attack on the surrounding players. For the Empire, although this wave has wiped out the Zerg, they will come again soon. But at least after wiping out the enemy this time, it gives itself more choices. Compared to being directly wiped out by the group, they have enough time to arrange resources and other things before the next swarm attack, and then escape from here. Although it would be embarrassing to leave like this, at least civilization was preserved. And that was enough for them. But just before the commander was happy for a long time, an alarm suddenly came from the next civilization flagship. And then the projection of a planet appeared in front of everyone. What's this? When he first saw this projection, the commander of the Empire was a little confused. But when he saw the entire planet and its determined size, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Neutron battle star. After confirming what the thing coming over was, the commander's tone of voice was trembling. Now, for the sake of civilization, their ship is very reluctant to wipe out all the insect swarms here. But at this time, the other party actually sent a neutron battle star. How can this be? How could they have such weapons? Could it be that they have always followed the path of technological civilization and evolution, just to deceive others? At this time, the commander of the Empire thought this way, because for him, this was the only way to explain the current situation. He thought he knew a lot about the situation of his fellow humans. But what these bugs were showing now had completely overturned his knowledge. You said that the armor on these bugs can be used. They obtained a certain technology in the ruins, and then cracked this technology by chance. That's why such a battle armor was created. Although this is no longer logical, at least it makes sense. However, the current situation is obvious, and it cannot be explained using ruins technology. First of all, it is very difficult to preserve something like purpose in the heart. The neutron battle star in the ancient ruins has long since died. After all, if this thing is not maintained regularly, it will decay quickly. In other words, if you want to use this thing, you must master the complete new technology. But to master this item, even if someone hands the entire technology tree in front of you, you will not be able to master it. It's not like there aren't a lot of things in the design of the armor. This thing is designed. The technology tree is too huge, and it is completely impossible to master it in a short time. So now if you want to operate the neutron battlestar perfectly, first of all, you need the corresponding technology. And secondly, you have the corresponding technology, all of which are indispensable. Otherwise, even if this ball is given to you, you won't be able to play with it for long. But now the bugs have taken this thing out. And judging from the condition of this thing, it is obvious that it has been regularly maintained, which means that they have mastered it. We have the corresponding technology. But how is this possible? Your only explanation for the whole thing now is that Chongquan has actually been following the path of technological development. And their technological level is very high. The evolutionary path of Chinese they have been showing is just to play some character, create favorable conditions for their scientific and technological development. Only in this way can the previous transformation be explained clearly. But even if he thought about it at this time, it would have no effect, because the neutron battle star had already launched an attack on them. because they had consumed a lot of energy in previous battles. The strength of their shields was now weakened a lot. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible to block the attack of the neutron battlestar. Although at this time he also tried to attack it with the main gun of the civilization flagship. But he found that this was of no use at all. First of all, the energy they had left could not launch a powerful enough attack. Secondly, the strength of the neutron battlestar was not such that 1 or 2 attacks could destroy it. Chapter 551. The battle ends. At this time, facing the armor of the neutron battlestar. Although the Empire's civilized flagship also seized the opportunity to hit the opponent with its main gun, the energy of this battleship has now dropped to freezing point. Its main cannon could only complete 2 attacks. Although both attacks successfully hit the neutron battlestar, it was a pity that these 2 rounds did not cause much damage to the battlestar. The battleship did not cause any fatal damage to the battlestar, but the neutron battlestar easily broke through the battleship's shield defense. Without the shield, the next step in defense is the battleship's armor. Although the armor of this battleship is also very hard, it is obvious that he is still a little unable to cope with the impact of the player's neutron battlestars. And many holes soon appeared on the battleship. At this time, the player's operations were completely different from the previous operations against the civilized flagship. After they broke through the defense of the warship, the next moment, they saw countless king insects suddenly appearing on the battlefield. Under the cover of some cockroaches with higher defenses, these king insects are constantly approaching the civilized flagship. Because now the energy of the civilized flagship has been basically drained, and their secondary weapons cannot fire a few rounds. So the army of king insects quickly approached the battleship. As the king insect army approached, the next moment saw countless armored beasts jumping out from inside, and then got into the interior of the battleship. The strategy adopted by the players for this civilization flagship is also very simple. That is, to use it for their own use. Originally, the players were prepared to destroy this warship directly at the beginning. But as they fought with this warship, they discovered that the technological level of this warship was very high. It would be a huge loss if he were destroyed. It is also for this reason that the players want to collect it. Although the hull will be damaged in this way, the players can still support a hull like this. At this time, seeing a large number of bugs getting into the civilized flagship, everyone in the battleship fell into despair. You must know that these bugs are bugs wearing armor, and the defense measures inside their battleship are not effective against these bugs. It's completely useless. The next moment, as a large number of insects entered the interior, the fighting began again. Compared with the previous battleship against Red, it was much easier for the players to clean up this time. Along the way, the players easily cleaned up all the security facilities inside the battleship. After all, what they are wearing now is in accordance with the rules. It's at the level of a space station. For battleships, although there are still many security measures, and many combat robots are also patrolling, they are not very effective. Especially the lethality of these sitting robots, which even some ordinary warships cannot reach. Arrive. The battle armor worn by the players can withstand the attacks of super civilizations. The gap between the two sides is naturally clear. In this way, the players inside the battleship blocked the killing winds and quickly rushed to the main control room. After rushing to the main control room, what followed was a one-sided crushing. When the players took complete control of the main control room, the battleship was completely announced to have changed hands. After doing all this, the Zegian players sent some old bugs over. After all, a battleship like this needs to be controlled and is very troublesome. The players deliberately left some alive in order to let the old bugs come over and learn about the warship control method. After all this was resolved, a week passed. During this week, the players cleared almost all the Empire's strongholds in this area. Not only did they clean up these violent players, they also sorted out the resources and began to pull them back. After a lot of troubles like this, people finally entered the harvest time. Brothers, I have to say that the Empire's reserves are really quite sufficient. Even under such circumstances, they can still have so many reserves brought over. You're kidding. Have you forgotten? The Empire's heritage is here, and there are not many of these civilizations and etiquette. To put it simply, the situation on the Empire's side is that before super civilization appeared, they were the strongest. Moreover, this civilization had such a great reputation, and the resources it obtained were astronomical. In this way for a year and several months, players have been frantically transporting resources from the Empire, and the Empire has indeed not let them down. The new stronghold has brought together almost all the resources of the Empire. Players come here just drive the king insect and pull resources as hard as you can. And that's okay. As time goes by, the players have more and more resource reserves here. After the players have collected all the resources of the Empire, half a year has passed. In the past 6 months, the players have basically done nothing and are desperately trying to pull resources home. I have to say that the Empire's reserves did not disappoint us. Yeah, after we solved the Empire, we thought we didn't have enough money to buy the corresponding blueprints. But now it seems we thought too much. After the affairs on the Empire side came to an end, the players discovered that the resources in this civilization's hands far exceeded their imagination. Originally, they thought that after plundering all the resources on the Empire side, they could take the Titan's blueprints with them. Now that we have obtained all the blueprints for this series of equipment, it is already very good. Who would have thought that after this wave was completed, they bought all the drawings that they should buy, and then found that they still had at least half of the resources left in their hands. And seeing so many resources in their hands, the players naturally knew what was going to happen next. What to do? What they have to do next is to use some of their resources to strengthen themselves again, and then solve the problem of Yuling civilization. As long as they capture this civilization, they will be able to obtain massive resources. And with these massive resources, they can then start the Titan construction project. In fact, of course, after the players acquired the Titan blueprints, it caused a huge stir in the new universe. Especially when all civilizations saw that the players not only acquired the Titan blueprints, but also acquired the equipment blueprints together. They understand that the whole civilization will be busy again next time. After all, wanting to build a super lady has never been a matter of civilization, but a matter of the entire civilization. Although the other party has not yet begun to order the manufacture of this thing, they all know that within a few hundred years at most, the other party will definitely start purchasing materials on a large scale. They have no doubt about this, because they all know that the Titan drawings, plus the drawings of various equipment, are a big expense. It is impossible for them to hoard goods, because there is no point in hoarding. In the universe, your resources can be transformed into strength, which is the kingly way. Putting a bunch of blueprints here will not improve any strength. This is something that no civilization will do. And when a certain civilization spends money to buy blueprints, it means that it is ready. In other words, they should have enough or in their hands. Otherwise, they would not be able to start work rashly. As a result, all the production lines of the entire civilization were opened. They were very clear about the materials needed to make Titans. So many large commercial civilizations began to purchase raw materials in advance for processing. Some civilizations dedicated to mining also immediately adjusted the price of ore. Just like this, with the news that the wife's drawings were sold, the entire new clothing area has fallen into a busy state. For most civilizations, this would be a carnival. A carnival where everyone would be fed and drunk. Those who own mines immediately start mining their own mines because they know very well that the price of ore will rise to a high point in the future. Civilizations without these resources are studying how to get a piece of the pie from here. Players are also a little surprised by the reaction of various civilizations after purchasing the blueprints. After all, they have not experienced this kind of era, so they do not know that purchasing the blueprints will cause such a big disturbance. You don't need to pay too much attention to this. It's very normal, Tai Lung explained, looking at the reactions of the players who came to discuss business after learning the news. Super Titan is not the same as ordinary Titan. There is an insurmountable gap between it and ordinary Titan. It is no exaggeration to say that no civilization has the strength to create a warship of this level. If you want to create a warship of this kind, the only thing you can do is for everyone to work together. So after learning that you purchased the drawings, they took action without hesitation, because they all knew that the drawings you purchased were for the purpose of manufacturing this thing, rather than just leaving it there. It's just a matter of time. The problem, and the period of time before you start manufacturing, is an opportunity for any civilization to prepare. After all, manufacturing this thing does not happen overnight, but requires a lot of time. This is just based on time. There are more complicated things, such as some processes in the middle. Every capable civilization will discuss where it should stand before, and wait until the wife officially when manufacturing begins. Everyone in every process can be organized, from the civilization that mines ores to the civilization that is responsible for transportation, to the civilization that is responsible for processing raw materials in the later stage, and the civilization that refines raw materials, the final transportation and assembly of finished products, etc. Each civilization will perform its own duties in the entire assembly line. Of course, there are some intermediary civilizations among them, All in all, for people in the Alliance, starting to create Titans is when they earn a lot of resources. After hearing Tai Lung's explanation, the players nodded in understanding. And then they continued. Tai, you must also know the reason why we came to you this time. Tai Lung nodded at this. If I guess correctly, it should be for the manufacturing of Titans. The players did not deny this. I don't know what aspects the bosses want me to help with. After hearing this, the players thought for a while and said, it should be during the Titan assembly process. Because we have already contacted the civilization for the acquisition of materials and other aspects. Hearing this, Tai Lung also nodded and began to think about it. It is not surprising that other civilizations intervened in other links. After all, this is a big deal. If all links are left to yourself, there will be a real problem. So he doesn't care much about this. And now what he needs to think about is how to deal with this aspect of his own. There is also the fee you can get for managing these links. At the same time, he also knows very well that apart from these obvious expenses, there is a lot of money to be made for responsible civilization in any aspect. He had already emptied his fortune before and purchased a large amount of raw materials in advance. So he was almost certain that he would make a lot of money when Titan started construction next. We can talk about the cost of future management, because there are more details to consider here. After thinking about it for a while, Tai Lung did not give an accurate answer, because now he needs to go back and communicate with other managers. Take a look at the specific costs. But when he was about to leave, the warships approaching from players in the distance caught his attention. At this time, I had some doubts when I saw the battleship Tai Lung, but he soon recognized this battleship. Star Destroyer? Tai Lung was also a little surprised when he saw this battleship. Seeing Tai Lung's expression at this time, the players were also a little surprised, as if he saw the players' eyes looking towards him. Tai Lung quickly explained, Boss, you have more to say. This battleship is called a Star Destroyer. This kind of ship was originally designed to deal with the behemoths in the stars. Later, due to the establishment of the United Civilization, many starry skies and behemoths also joined the civilization, which also caused this battleship to gradually withdraw from the stage of history. However, even if it has withdrawn from the stage of history, after all, it was once designed to target giant beasts, so its strength cannot be underestimated, especially his main gun. In order to pursue the ultimate damage, his main gun is stronger than the main gun of many civilization flagships. The cannon is much more powerful. Although a warship of this level does not mean much to us, this kind of warship is very popular in the Alliance. Players were also a little surprised when they heard this. Then Tai Lung began to explain. Although the strength of this level of warship is not too high, its manufacturing technology has not been retained. It is also for this reason that the number of this kind of warship is extremely rare. Naturally, the rarer things are, the more civilized people like to collect them, and the price will naturally go up. This kind of warship is designed according to the specifications of a civilized flagship. The original cost is relatively high. In addition, due to its rarity, this kind of warship can fetch sky-high prices every time. The players were also a little surprised when they heard this. Originally, they thought about repairing it and using it for themselves. But now that they know how valuable this thing is, they decided to sell it after repairing it. Chapter 552 Soul Technology Research Team. After all, for players, this kind of collectible thing has no meaning. What they need is personal strength improvement. At the same time, players also know through this incident that if all civilizations unite and form their own circle, then various comparisons will also occur. In the old universe, due to the laws of the Dark Forest, there was no such comparison between civilizations. But in the new universe, it is completely different. The comparison here is too obvious. Many civilizations are willing to create Titans for the sake of their own appearance. Of course, they do not have the ability to create super Titans. They went to make ordinary Titans. And the cost of making ordinary Titans was not cheap. But they were also happy to find them. Firstly, to increase their own strength. And secondly, for appearance. However, in the entire joint system, there are only a few civilizations that have the strength to create Titans. So many civilizations have settled for the next best thing and worked hard on civilization flagships. Compared with ordinary civilization flagships, the materials used in many civilization flagships have very limited strength improvements. But the cost is much higher. However, there are still many civilizations willing to do such high-cost things. In the final analysis, this is for a facade. Among these civilization flagships, those that cost less than one, such as the Star Destroyer, have naturally become hot commodities. After all, this thing is much more precious than the civilization flagship made of precious materials. After understanding these things, the players couldn't help but feel a little emotional about the current situation in the universe. After all, this was relatively new news to them. And then the players continued to learn some gossip about this universe. Of course, the players focused on understanding things about other universes. After all, according to the records of this universe, they had also quarreled in other universes. It's worth talking about this. Hearing that players were curious about this issue, Tai Lung also educated them on it. Conquering other universes is not as simple as imagined. It does not mean that he meets the requirements for every universe. The gate to the universe has also been discovered. But it is obvious that the universes discovered these few times do not meet the requirements for conquest. The only universe that meets the requirements for conquest is a consortium similar to ours. So we did not take advantage of them when fighting them. What an advantage! That battle lasted until the door to the universe on both sides was closed and the outcome was not decided. So it was a failure that time. After hearing this, the players couldn't help but feel a little curious. After all, the universe they were in was a universe governed by the Dark Forest Law. However, now that they heard what Tai Lung said, they felt that there should be quite a few universes that unite civilizations in the universe. It's almost as you imagine. In fact, the universe with unified civilization still accounts for the vast majority of the universe. After all, we said at the beginning that the universe fell from high dimensions to low dimensions, because the civilizations in the universe are constantly changing, fighting. And these civilizations are naturally not stupid. After such a long period of fighting, they have naturally discovered that if they continue to fight, they can only fight until the universe collapses and the entire army is annihilated. Therefore, many awakened civilizations have created out of the Union. There is a probability that the coalition will be successfully created. This mainly depends on whether the civilization that takes the lead in creating the coalition is strong enough. But even though there were many difficulties during this period, many alliances were created. This is also the blueprint for each multiverse now. Compared to the United Civilization and the Dark Universe Civilization, there is naturally no advantage. After all, the strength of the United Civilization lies here. They are a union of multiple civilizations, and the crystallization of common wisdom. The civilizations of the Dark Universe Forest are all separate civilizations, and there is no way to compare them alone. So usually, if you find the door to the universe, then enter that universe and discover the situation of this universe. If it does not meet the conditions for occupation, then the next thing to do is very simple. That is to directly destroy the civilization of this universe and plunder the resources in the universe. The players nodded when they heard this. But soon they thought of another question. According to what you said, we roughly understand the situation. But we are very curious. As far as we know, the time of the gate to the universe is estimated to be only about 1,000 years. It takes 1,000 years to destroy multiple civilizations and seize resources. We also need to search for as many resources as possible in this universe. I always feel that it is not enough. Tai Lung shook his head in response to the players' questions. You think of things too simply. Although the time may not be enough from your perspective, it is different for those super civilizations standing at the top. This super civilization has a mining equipment. We call them galaxy-level mining equipment. This is also the most powerful mining equipment in the entire joint system. It can mine a small galaxy in one day. Hearing this, people couldn't help but widen their eyes. It was obvious that they had never heard of this level of mining equipment. With this kind of mining equipment and a large-scale detector, it is possible to take away not only all the resources of the universe, but half of them in 1,000 years. Just when the players were still thinking about this issue, Tai Lung's voice came again. Although this equipment is good, only one super civilization has mastered this technology. To put it simply, this technology is monopolized. If other civilizations want to obtain mining equipment, they must rent it from them. And the rental fee is very high, which is half of the resources you obtain. Upon hearing this, the players were all shocked by this kind of fee. But after thinking about it, the players could understand that after all, the competition at that time was about who could mine the most. If you don't rent this kind of equipment, the resources you desperately mine will definitely not be as good as those civilizations that rent equipment. Although the rental fee is very high, their income is also higher. Considering this, many people are still willing to rent. This is really the leader of a monopoly. The players could only sigh with emotion. By the way, isn't there any business in this universe that we haven't gotten involved in yet? Why do we feel that many businesses have been monopolized? It's natural to know that the development time of this universe is very natural. There are people involved in any field that you can think of or can't imagine. There are many relatively marketable fields that have already reached saturation. After hearing this, the players nodded thoughtfully. But Tai Lung's next words made their expressions change slightly. If we insist on saying which market is vacant, then the market of soul technology can be said, because this technology has not yet had a clue. So if you can crack this technology, then it will undoubtedly be a big one. Cake. The players' expressions changed when they heard this. They naturally knew about soul technology, and their research in this area was quite in-depth. But when they first entered this universe, they had learned about this technology, and they know the special nature of this technology. So in order to protect themselves, they have not mentioned a word about this technology. When they heard what Tai Lung said, the players immediately became interested. If you don't have a way to directly enter this technology, it will naturally arouse suspicion. But now listening to Tai Lung, he probably has some ideas about this technology. So the players are ready to wait and see what happens and listen to what he has to say first. At this moment, Tai Lung, who was unaware, continued, although everyone knows that this is a big cake, it is too difficult to get a piece of the cake. After all, many super civilizations have also studied this, but the effect has not been great. But after all, this is the only way for a civilization like ours to turn around. So there are still many advanced civilizations that have formed a soul technology research project to study this thing. After hearing this, the players naturally knew what he wanted to express. So they continued to ask, so what are the conditions for joining a consortium like this? When he heard what the player said, Tai Lung couldn't help but look happy. It was originally one of the important members of this joint system. After all, his scientific and technological level was here. But scientific and technological research required more than just people. It also requires a lot of money. Maintaining his own side over the years has consumed a lot of his resources. So he naturally has no money to spend on soul technology research. The main reason why the entire soul technology research progress can continue now is because many funders have invested part of the funds in it to ensure that the research can continue. But this is not a long-term solution. After all, people have invested for so long and have not seen much return. If they continue to inject capital into it, the possibility will become lower and lower. For them, the most important thing now is to attract sponsors. And players are naturally the best sponsors. Originally, he did not think about this encounter with the players at first. After all, any civilization must be cautious about such an investment with no return. And based on the fact that he has been dealing with this civilization for so long, he knows what we need is to improve our strength. Not this kind of investment that is similar to painting a cake. And this time, he accidentally brought up this matter while chatting with the players. He originally wanted to mention it casually, but he didn't expect that this civilization would be so interested in this business. Of course, this was a big deal for him. Naturally, this is a good thing. As long as they can convince this big sponsor to join, they will definitely have no worries about resources in the short term. Thinking of this, Tai Lung also quickly gave the players a brief introduction to some things about soul technology. In fact, what he wanted to express was nothing more than a few points. Join this project as an investment. Depending on how much you invest, you can obtain a certain level of shares. When this technology is researched in the future, all participating civilizations can enjoy dividends. Of course, as an investor, you can also participate in the research. But given the current civilization level of the players, it is useless for them to enter. The advantage is that they can browse the current research results, but they must keep it confidential. After all, this can relate it to their investment. Of course, this is also very normal. After all, if this matter is leaked, not only one or two civilizations will be affected, but the entire civilization that joins. In this way, the players Tai Lung also briefly talked about the details in this regard. After some small talk, the players can basically confirm that these joint civilizations should be quite in-depth in their research on soul technology. At least according to his words. It will not be long before this technology can be commercialized, although the players know that there must be some bragging involved. After all, they all know the tricks to attract sponsors. But they also know very well that since others dare to brag like this means that their progress should be considerable. If not, who would dare to believe their boasts, and who would dare to invest? Ever since, the players just communicated with them at first. And seeing that the players were so interested, Tai Lung naturally told the players without hesitation. Except for some relatively confidential things. Other things that could be told he also escaped from all the players. After some understanding, The players have a rough idea of the situation here. First of all, Soul technology has no reference at all. And when this technology was proposed, it was only theoretical. Later, when they attacked a universe, they discovered that this technology was also being researched in this universe. But the progress was still slow. But compared to their theoretical research, this universe had come up with practical thing. After seizing these things, they started their own research. But due to the lack of progress, this project was abandoned by many super civilizations. Although this technology has been abandoned by the big guys, for some mid-level civilizations, this is an opportunity to make a comeback. Therefore, many civilizations are unwilling to give up related research. Over time, a coalition of these civilizations focuses on this technology. Natural Tai-Long civilization is one of them. It's just that their progress during this period is still very slow. But no matter how slow it is, after all, there are many civilizations like Talon in the joint system, which also makes their progress still have a certain effect no matter how slow it is. As for some follow-up things, Tai-Lung did not explain clearly, but players may also guess the general situation. Simply put, it may be because the research progress has been delayed and the results have not been achieved. Many civilizations that originally had hope for this technology have also chosen to give up. This is also the reason why Tai-Lung cannot hesitate to solicit sponsorships. They are also very clear when players enter here. They cannot provide any technological support. The only thing they can take advantage of is their hands. Funds. Chapter 553. Prepare to cooperate in researching soul technology. But for players, it is enough as long as the other party needs them. Because compared to their own research on the progress of soul technology, it is better to get all the progress of these civilizations' research on soul technology together. Such words may give you some inspiration. Of course, players also know that wealth should not be disclosed, especially if this special technology has made progress because of their participation. Other civilizations in the United Civilization may not thank themselves. Instead, they will guess whether they have something in their hands. Now that they have used so much ore to buy Titan, it has caused an uproar in the United Civilization. Although this matter can be calmed down, it is even said that it is impossible for such a big deal as the United Civilization to deal with itself just because of such a small matter. But soul technology is completely different, because the United Civilization has also studied this aspect before, and has not achieved much success. Under such circumstances, it is enough to show that some super civilizations still care about this matter. If they know the role of soul technology, they may choose to do it on their own side. After all, creating a Titan is temporary. It is even said that the players have already thought about it. After creating the Super Titan, they will be done with it. This will also give other civilizations the illusion that they are running out of gas after Titan. Let them mistakenly think that the resource extraction point they found here, although it is huge, is limited after all. However, soul technology is completely different from limited mineral resources. First of all, it greatly improves the overall civilization, and even super civilization cannot break it. Soul technology does not have to worry about someone copying it. As long as the core with technology in hand, this will be a steady stream of resources. Just like that galaxy-level mining equipment. As long as they have the technology in their hands, they can make a lot of income without doing anything. Moreover, soul technology can not only be used when attacking other civilizations. This kind of technology can be used even if there is no war. It can also be used, and the audience is obviously much higher than that of galaxy-level mining equipment. This is such a big market. Not only the players understand those super civilizations, but they also understand that the so-called common man is not guilty, but only carries the treasure. Players know very well that with their current strength, they are absolutely unstoppable. Maybe I can keep this thing. If you can't protect this kind of thing on your own, and you show it to yourself, you are just seeking death. Therefore, the players' thoughts on joining this small consortium are very simple. They will not interfere with any of their research, nor will they participate in it. They will only check their research results from time to understand the progress of the research. Of course, this is also the right that every investor should have. And for these civilizations, even if the information is shown to you, a civilization of this level may not be able to understand it. Therefore, they will definitely take out all these information with confidence and boldness. On the one hand, it is to show their sincerity. And on the other hand, it is also to explain it to you and make you willing to invest more funds. After briefly communicating everything, the players immediately started communicating with Tai Lung. The proposal you mentioned is quite good, but we still need to know more specific progress. Of course, In order to prevent you from doing it, we can invest some funds first, and then check your specific progress. If the progress is appropriate, we can consider increasing the chips. But after increasing the stakes, we will definitely have to discuss the proportion of our shares in detail. Hearing this, Tai Lung nodded quickly. Bosses, of course there is no problem. But let me ask you, bosses, if you are satisfied with the progress, what is the maximum amount you can take out? In order to make sure he was confident, Tai Lung chose to test the opponent's bottom line a little. However, in response to such a problem, players naturally already have ideas. We are not sure about this yet, because this is the first time we have heard of this technology. And from what you said, we also know how difficult it is. So we need to know what aspects it can operate in, so that this is used to determine its market value and determine our investment budget. Seeing this, Tai Lung also nodded thoughtfully. He was not surprised at all by this answer. Even if the other party's level of civilization was low, he definitely had such basic business knowledge. Then since the bosses have said so, let's wait until the bosses have finished their work before we can discuss it. Hearing this, the players also nodded, and then talked about the business of coming here. Originally, we planned to come over and let you repair the aboard Battlestar and this Star Destroyer. But after understanding the general situation of this battleship, we decided to wait for you to repair this battleship. And then you will find a way to help us sell this battleship, and the cost of selling this battleship, you can raise 5 points as hard work fee. At this time, Tai Lung couldn't help but look excited when he heard what the player said. What is the concept of 5 points? Although it doesn't seem like much on the surface, how can a warship deal of this level be cheap? Even 1 point of this kind of transaction is enough for him to eat a pot. Not to mention the income of 5 points. Thinking of this, he immediately agreed and told the players that he would give them a satisfactory answer. Players are naturally very relieved about this. After all, players still have great trust in this guy's ability. As a super civilization, he has been operating in this alliance for so many years, and he has become relatively complete in terms of connections and other aspects, including the fact that players asked them to make armors before, and he was able to easily get the materials. It is not difficult to see that his strength in this area cannot be underestimated. So the players gave this to him, and gave him a percentage point increase. Although it seemed like a loss compared to the fixed point increase in normal transactions, the players believed that he would definitely increase the price in order to get higher rewards, lifting it up desperately. After everything was explained in this way, the players all left. After the players left, Tai Lung immediately started taking action. Not only did he want to sell the warship at a good price this time, he also needed to manufacture the armor that the players ordered this time. This time, the players came here not only to do these things, but also to replenish the Empire's fighting armor. In fact, at first, the players did not expect that they could lose so much armor while fighting the Empire. But fortunately, it doesn't matter. After all, these are low-priced armors. Using your own income to supplement these armors is simply a drop in the bucket. After all this was done, the players naturally returned to their bases and began to communicate about what would happen next. Brothers passed Tai Lung this time, and we got a lot of information. It is also because of this information that we must be careful in the current situation, especially regarding the gate to the universe. Indeed, this matter is not a small matter for us. According to Tai Lung, the civilization of this universe also attaches great importance to the gate of the universe. Especially the situation of the other universe it connects to is also of great concern to the Federation. Usually, the door to the universe is shared. For people like us who come from another universe and are still enjoying the door to the universe independently, if it is discovered, it may be a big problem. No matter how harmonious the universe is, some super civilizations will definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Even though we have safely protected the gate to the universe for so many years. But in order to ensure safety, I think we should reinforce the surroundings of the existing door to the universe to ensure that no mosquitoes will be let in. Otherwise, if this secret is discovered, we will be doomed. Because once we let them know that we are from another universe, I think they will not be too friendly to us. After all, the laws of the Federation only target the civilization of this universe, not the civilizations of other universes. So for our safety, this secret must be kept in our stomachs. In this way, the players discussed the next arrangements with each other, especially after learning more about the common sense of the universe through Tai Lung. They increasingly experience the feeling that a common man is innocent and harbors his own crime. What they can do now is to keep this secret until the door to the universe is closed. After determining the general plan in this way, The players also began to worry about the security issues of their own galaxy. In order to avoid being penetrated, the original defense mechanism must be increased, and the defensive reconnaissance means must also be supplemented. Only in this way can the safety here be ensured. Fortunately, now that they have acquired Titan for such a large-scale anti-reconnaissance expansion, it will not arouse any suspicion. But even so, players are still very cautious about subsequent operations. After all, nothing can go wrong in this matter. Just like this, under the operation of the players, time passed quickly. About 50 years. And during this period of time, the galaxy where the players were located was also completely strengthened. Although there were many civilizations during this period that were paying attention to every move of the players, their focus was naturally on when to start the construction of Titans. When they saw that the players were strengthening the defense of their own galaxy, they did not have too much doubt. After all, if they want to create Titans and ensure their safety, the defense of their own galaxy is definitely necessary. After all, once you have this thing, it is easy to be targeted by the enemy. And for these civilizations, these actions of the players are naturally a precursor before starting work. So it seems that more civilizations are working harder to start stocking up resources. At this time, the players who had done all this returned to the old universe. Calculating the time so far, they found that the gate to the universe had been open for 100 years. When they discovered it, they did not know when the gate to the universe was opened. But through their observations, they felt that this gate to the universe should still be able to maintain for another 500 to 600 years. For them, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with their enemies in 500 or 600 years. And now they are starting to prepare to attack the Moon Spirit civilization. After all, what they have done in recent years is not only to strengthen their own houses, but also to acquire a large number of weapons. After everything was ready, the players first found Tai Lung and discussed the Soul technology. After all, after such a long period of observation, players also feel that it is time. If you join this alliance from now on, you will also be able to obtain souls and technology-related things. With these things, you may be able to raise your technology to a higher level. When the time comes, the chances of winning against the Moon Spirit civilization may be even higher. Bosses, you are here. At this time, in a certain star field, many super civilizations are gathering together to welcome players. In this world, strength is important, but sophistication is equally important. When these civilizations learned that this little-known civilization was actually the one that had recently made a fuss about creating Titans, they naturally did not dare to underestimate it. After all, they don't dare to offend people like this. At the same time, they can probably guess that this civilization must have found a special long-term wormhole. And this wormhole should be able to lead to some undiscovered part of the universe. Support point. And they also obtained a large amount of resources there. Although many areas in the existing universe have been developed, there are also some areas that civilizations dare not set foot in. Behind this dangerous area, there may be very huge resources, but normal routes cannot in the past. Sometimes if you were lucky enough to encounter a long-term wormhole leading there, you could go there and mine resources. Such examples also occur in this universe. And this civilization is just one of so many lucky civilizations. However, many civilizations like this upstart know very well that they must gather enough wool at one time. Otherwise the wormhole might be closed one day, and the resources they could obtain normally wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Of course, they can also obtain as many resources as possible before the wormhole is closed. But this has to do with their mining capabilities. Compared with other lucky civilizations, this civilization is obviously very talented. After all, many civilizations in the Commonwealth know very well that this race has a very strong reproductive capacity. And they have a unit that specializes in collecting ore. And the collection efficiency is no lower than that of a mine cart. Coupled with their strong reproductive ability, the amount of ore they mine is terrifying. This is why they invest money to create Titans. It is probably because they are very confident in their collection amount. Although the other party has the ability to dig out a wife, it is more than enough to invest in their own business. But how much they can invest depends on their ability. Chapter 554, Trapped and Tangled. Of course, players naturally know how to deal with such a situation. After all, the players have been operating here for a long time, and have had a lot of dealings with many civilizations in the joint system. So for this most basic business negotiation, they still know how to operate it. At this time, after the players at the negotiation table listened to the introductions of several civilizations, the Emperor Penguin spoke. Everyone, we don't have any objections to the requirements you mentioned. But what we need to do now is to invest some funds, understand your core content, and then add a certain amount of chips through your core content. Regarding the Emperor Penguin's proposal, several civilizations also discussed it in a low voice, and then they said, "We can understand this. But you must also know that we are a business cooperation after all. So if the initial investment is too small, it may still be a little difficult to get access to some core things." The players had naturally expected what these civilizations had said, and they had never thought that this matter could be settled with just a few words. So he asked Emperor Penguin and the others tentatively, "First tell me a minimum investment threshold to obtain your core technology." After hearing this, several civilizations began to communicate again. About half a day passed before the players got the answer they wanted. Of course, the reason why it took so long was mainly because they felt that they had taken less, and they would feel uncomfortable if they lost too much and they were not happy. So after some discussions, the price between the two parties was set at 50 billion. 50 billion 1% shares. Logically speaking, such an investment cannot directly browse some core things. After all, this investment can only be regarded as a small investment in the final analysis. The reason why they were willing to make concessions was mainly because they were interested in the huge market behind them. So they were willing to make concessions. Naturally, the players did not object to this price. So the husband and wife signed a share transfer contract and confidentiality contract. After signing this series of contracts, players will have the right to browse these things. Of course, these things are naturally not viewed by players, but by brainworms. Through the introduction of brainworm, the players also understood the progress of the other side's research. Although they verbally said that the progress was not much, the progress was indeed of great help to the players. By combining what they research with what they have mastered, players believe that new breakthroughs will be made in a short period of time. We have also obtained the information that the brothers should obtain. If we want to continue to obtain their research information in the future, then we must consider the subsequent additional investment and whether it is worth it. Because as their research progress continues, the value of their shares will become higher and higher. The reason why we can buy shares at such a low price now is mainly because their research progress over the years has not met the expectations of those investment civilizations. But according to Brainworm, combined with our current research on soul technology, it shouldn't take long for them to break through to the next stage. By that time, their stock price will definitely explode upwards. So it is naturally best to acquire a certain proportion of shares at this time. If I can hold shares with a certain say, it will be very easy for us to continue to make progress in the future. But now, we also have to consider a problem. Although they are only one step away from the final goal, how long will it take for this final step? We don't have a clear answer to this. So this time may only be 1 or 2 years. Or it may take thousands or tens of thousands of years. And we can't participate in the process. We can't share our experience with them. We can only let them fumble around on their own, which adds to the uncertainty of the whole thing. After hearing what this player said, everyone naturally knew what he was worried about. Although they had previously obtained a large amount of property from the empire, and they were still rich after using it to purchase the needed blueprints, their ideas for this wealth were only used for later operations. After all, only by cutting down the moon spirit civilization and obtaining the resources in his hands can the players truly make a fortune. Therefore, they originally planned to use this fund for subsequent wars. If it is used for acquisition now, it will mean that they may not be able to spend much money on the war. But if there is no acquisition, if one of those civilizations fails to figure it out and enters the next step, and the stock price of soul technology increases by then if they want to have a certain say in it, the funds invested will be several times that of today, even dozens of times. After all, at the next stage, soul technology can be easily used commercially. This also means that this technology can generate benefits. By this time, a large number of investors will take a fancy to this piece of cake. It will be difficult to come in and get a piece of the pie, because with commercial operations, the other party will not be so short of funds. So there will be fewer and fewer civilizations who want to sell their shares. At that time, not only will the investment be high, but it will also be very difficult to acquire enough voice. But if they don't have a certain right to speak, they might cancel their own permission to view core secrets later. Let yourself sit quietly and pay dividends. So now the players are quite confused. Currently, they have about 500 billion funds reserved in preparation for the war. According to players' estimates, if they want to have a certain say in the entire consortium, they will have to spend at least 200 billion more. This is basically equal to half of their war expenses. It's really hard to say whether we can win the moon spirit civilization with less than half of the cost. It is also because of this incident that the players are entangled. By the way, brothers, if I remember correctly, didn't we also entrust Tai Lung to help us sell the Star Destroyer ship? You should get a lot of money from selling this thing. Right? Hearing that there were many players here, I couldn't help but shake my head. That thing can't be sold for much. Normally, the cost of collecting a civilization flagship is only a few billion. The ones that are slightly better are worth more than 10 billion at most. The ones like us that can sell for about 15 billion to 20 billion are already unprecedented. Such funds are simply a drop in the bucket for our current vacancies. So the current situation is how to fill such a big gap. Is it possible to reduce the cost of attacking ULN civilization? The players couldn't help but shake their heads at this. This is absolutely impossible. First of all, you must understand that when we attack the Moon Spirit civilization, we not only want to defeat them, but we also want to obtain as many resources as possible within their small universe. If we don't want to defeat them, we even say that I can save the cost to just over 100 billion. But after defeating them with this kind of investment, the total amount of resources we obtain will be pitiful. Because this kind of investment in war will definitely be consumed slowly. And it will slowly wear out with them. Once we are at odds with them, the situation will be different. You must know that all their combat units are combat robots. You must also know how fast these things are produced, and how quickly resources are consumed. It's clear. Once it becomes a protracted war, they can fight and replenish at the same time. In this case, by the time we defeat them, I guess they won't have much left in their treasury. So the only way we can fight them is to engage in blitzkrieg, which is to continuously throw combat weapons into crazy attacks until they are completely consumed in a short period of time. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. They know that in guerrilla warfare, if my armor is damaged, I can give priority to withdrawing from the battlefield for repairs. Wait until everyone is almost repaired before returning, so that their battle losses can always be controlled at a relatively low level. Therefore, after the whole battle, the consumption of the players will not be too great. But once a full-scale attack is launched, it will be a never-ending situation. So basically all the battle armors have to be handed over. Even the civilization flagships they ordered. Maybe they all have to be smashed in order to attack this civilized player. It is naturally impossible to go there with just such a little armor in hand. In addition to their battle armor, they also need a large number of civilization flagships for assistance. To put it bluntly, they rely on the powerful dominance of civilization flagships to forcibly break through this civilization. According to players' estimates, they will order at least 20 to 30 civilization flagships. These civilization flagships must also have a certain degree of strength, which means that the price will not be too cheap. According to the current market price, it is about 10 billion. This means that they have to spend at least hundreds of billions in this. The reason why so many civilization flagships are prepared to attack this civilization is also very simple. Usually, for a civilization with its own small universe like this, the defense facilities inside their small universe must be very terrifying. If they don't have a civilized flagship to take damage when they get inside, they won't be able to get in with just their armor. Therefore, it is necessary to have such a strong record. And once the warship is attacked, it will become a human shield. If there are few, it may not be able to block those attacks at all. And with such a large amount of money invested in the civilization flagship, they cannot only consider the sake of civilization, but also have to consider the wear and tear of the armor and bugs themselves, which also requires a lot of money. This is such a troublesome matter. If you calculate it this way, it won't be enough. So this is what we are most troubled with. If we want stability, then we should first invest money to acquire all the shares that need to be acquired. Then invest the remaining funds, and then dig for hundreds of years. And finally consider attacking Yuling civilization. After all, there are quite a lot of resources in the old universe. And a few hundred yuan is not enough for us to obtain what we want. However, it is obvious that this player's proposal is not in line with the current situation. It would be great if this could be done. Don't forget that the door to the universe has only been closed for a few hundred years. We have many decisions that must be made before the door to the universe closes. After hearing this, all the players couldn't help but feel that things were a little tricky. Why? Indeed, we must make decisions on everything before the door to the universe closes. For players, this is the most important thing. If they are still fighting before the gate to the universe is closed, then all their plans will be in vain. Because after the door to the universe is closed, it will be useless even if they defeat the Moon Spirit civilization. Because Titan's drawings and resources are two universes apart. Therefore, It is absolutely impossible for them to create Titans in another universe. Therefore, if they want to do this, they must get rid of the Moon Spirit civilization before the door to the universe closes. At the same time, which universe they will stay in the future also needs to be decided in advance. But based on the information they currently have, they are more inclined to the new universe. After all, if the Dark Forest universe is discovered again by another civilization, and this civilization happens to be similar to the current new universe, then this Dark Universe civilization will become the robbed party. They stay there purely to accompany the past. But if they don't get the resources before the universe gate is closed, then the property drawings they bought will only be resold, which will be very embarrassing. It was also because of this incident that they fell into a tangle. Finally, after unanimous discussion among the players, they decided to give priority to managing this area first. No matter how bad it is, they must get out the Titan, because only this thing has the ability to save their lives, so that they can have their own place in the new universe. As for soul technology, they can only let it go for now. In fact, for the players, they are very satisfied with the information they have obtained from their investment this time. Although they want to obtain more continuously, sometimes they can only take risks and choose one. If they defeat after conquering the Yuling civilization, the other party has not yet figured out the next stage, so they will invest without hesitation. At that time, they will not be short of money. But if the other party figures it out midway, then they can only give up. Sometimes you can't have both, and they can only choose one. In this case, our next plan is to resolve the troubles on Yuling's side before the door to the universe closes, and to ensure that our wife can enter the normal manufacturing stage before the door to the universe closes. At that time, we can move our family to this universe and focus our development on this universe. After some thought, the players finally made this decision. Chapter 555 Acquisition of Weapons. Naturally, the player's plan is to take down the Moon Spirit civilization first, and then consider other things. Thinking of this, the players once again approached Tai Lung. "Boss, are you here to discuss soul technology?" Tai Lung asked when he saw the players arriving. However, when he thought about it, the possibility of this was quite low. After all, they had only met not long ago, so it was impossible for them to make up their minds so quickly. Sure enough, just as the players dreamed, this time the players came mainly to order weapons. However, Tai Lung was also frightened when people said that they were going to order a large order of hundreds of billions of weapons. Hundreds of billions of armor? Tai Lung said in disbelief. He naturally thought it was normal for players to come to him to order weapons. But ordering so many at once made Tai Lung start to think. Based on the past situation, every time they come here, they may have ordered dozens or even tens of billions of weapons. If they can even exceed tens of billions, it will already be a big order among the big orders. There is no reason for them to directly place orders worth more than 100 billion. Thinking of this, after thinking for a while, Tai Lung understood something keenly. "Boss, do you want to start a decisive battle with your enemies?" After hearing this, the players nodded without hiding anything. Then the players gave them an overview of the situation of the Moon Spirit civilization. Small universe civilization? Tai Lung frowned slightly when he heard this. "I don't know what level of small universe civilization it is." The players were slightly surprised when they heard this. "Does this thing still have levels?" "Tai, where did the hierarchical classification of the small universe civilization you mentioned come from?" Tai Lung was a little surprised when he saw this. It seemed that this civilization didn't even know much about the situation of its enemies. "Bosses, you don't know something. Although there are not many small universe civilizations in the Alliance, every small universe civilization has a high foundation. And wanting to open up a small universe is actually not as simple as you think. After all, the technology required to carve out a small universe that is independent of the big universe is also very high. So some civilizations may have acquired a small universe unintentionally, and then began to develop and expand themselves internally. We usually call a civilization of this level a first-level small universe civilization. If we say it is a small universe created by its own ability, we usually call this kind of civilization a second-level small universe civilization. By comparison, it should be a super civilization around the peak of level 8. The players were slightly surprised when they heard this, so they immediately told Tai Lung about the situation of Yuelin civilization and the previous battles. After listening, Tai Lung also roughly understood the situation of Yuling civilization. If there are no surprises from the scenes of your previous battles with them, this civilization should be a first-level small universe civilization. Their small universe should have been acquired unintentionally, and then began to develop internally. After all, you have mentioned before that the starry sky beast can actually destroy this small universe to a certain extent. In this case, the target should be the 8th level early civilization. Speaking of which, Tai Lung continued to add. However, compared with other conventional civilizations, the strength of the small universe civilization cannot be measured by level. The first thing is the foundation of the small universe civilization. Because of the particularity of this civilization, the resources they discover can immediately collect resource galaxies into their own small universe. This means that their collection efficiency is very terrifying. After all, as long as they collect them, then the rescue is theirs. There is no difference. Although it is not your own small universe, the time it takes to devour a galaxy can be as short as 3 to 5 years, or as long as 10 years. But as long as this civilization develops to a certain period of time, their resource reserves will be very terrifying. Upon hearing Tai Lung's introduction, the players couldn't help but feel happy. They naturally knew what this meant. While the players were still happy, Tai Lung continued. Actually, it's pretty much what you think. No matter what level of small cosmic civilization it is, there are definitely so many internal defense facilities that it's unimaginable. From a general perspective, small universes and civilizations are not afraid of attacks from the outside, because the exit of the small universe can be changed at any time. But what they are afraid of is that some powerful civilizations will invade inside. So after clearing their weaknesses, the first thing they have to do is naturally find ways to strengthen their internal defenses. So usually, if you want to enter the small universe, it's not enough to just rely on the armor I sold you. The players also nodded after hearing this, and then expressed their desire to purchase a batch of civilization flagships. In response to this, Tai Lung couldn't help but secretly shout in his heart that it was indeed the case. The reason why he talks so much is because of this thing. Even if the players don't have this idea, he will guide them to do this. Now that the players have this idea, Tai Lung naturally follows the players' wishes and says, "Dear bosses, I have a suggestion regarding this. To be honest, we know a lot of civilizations. Several of them have a relatively large reserve of civilization flagships. You can leave this matter to us. I'll do it. I will help you acquire a civilized flagship. All the bosses need to do is tell me what the budget for each civilized flagship is. I can help you get this more cost-effective civilized flagship." After hearing Tai Lung's introduction, the players naturally knew what he had planned. To put it simply, he had set the price. Everyone knew the strength of a civilization flagship of this level. And the civilization flagship he searched for must have a certain strength. It's higher than this. But the price must be lower than this. And the lower price is naturally his own hard-earned money. Of course, players are still happy to accept such a plan. You seem to think about it after Emperor Penguin thought about it. We have been cooperating for so long. So naturally we feel relieved to leave this matter to you. But we urgently need this thing now. So you still have to grasp the time well. As for the civilization flagship, we need one with a price of about 10 billion. Preferably one with stronger overall performance or higher defense. Hearing this, Tai Lung also nodded to express his understanding. After all, he also knows very well that the biggest role of this thing is to clear out some stubborn guards and more importantly to take damage and clean up the layout of the civilization. In this way, the matter was finalized after some negotiations between the two parties. At this time, after the players left, Tai Lung couldn't help but murmur. It seems that the rumors are true. They should have a wormhole that can connect to the cosmic area that I have not developed yet. And they got so many resources through that. Undeveloped areas of the universe like this are all well known by the Guarantee Library. According to several Alliance leaders, it is inferred that a large amount of matter was thrown away during the long process of the universe, outside the area covered by special matter at the edge of the universe. Although the environment in those areas is relatively harsh, it is still possible for intelligent civilization to be born. But the civilization there can only be called indigenous. A civilization that grew up in that kind of place is lucky. But unfortunately a wormhole connecting to the interior of the universe was opened, which allowed this low-level civilization to take advantage of it. I have to say that sometimes luck is a very important thing. Why won't there be such a wormhole near my territory? Tai Lung couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Although he made a lot of money during this period, in the eyes of space players, this kind of operation is a pure waste of money. If he hired himself to knock down that civilization, he wouldn't use so much at all. You must know that the players just gave him a big order for 30 civilized flagships. Even if he didn't say more about one civilized flagship, earning 500 million and 30 ships would be more than 10 billion. in addition to the expenses of these civilization flagships, as well as the long-term exchange of orders between the two sides and steel weapon orders. Tai Long estimated that players have spent at least 400 to 500 billion on him. 4 to 500 billion will destroy a civilization. He couldn't help but shake his head when he thought of this. If you hire me to take action, I can take down the enemy for you with up to 200 billion. Tai Long felt a little regretful when he thought of this, although he still made a lot of money from these orders. Compared with what he earned from direct employment, employment was definitely more cost-effective. However, he quickly shook his head. Why do I care so much about him? Anyway, as long as I make money, that's fine. Thanks to them, my current strength has been improved to an unknown level, and they are so eager to compete with that person now. When civilization starts a war, it seems that the slaves won't be able to hold on for long, and they want to make a big profit. They've been nagging a lot. I guess they must have the resources to make titans. By then, maybe they can also invest in soul technology. It seems that I have to consider processing all the resources I collected before into modules. In addition, the number of robots sent out to explore ancient ruins must also be increased. After all, making a super titan is not just something as simple as modules. Wives of all levels need a special substance called extra-dimensional connection. Although a titan only needs more than 1,000 of these things, the entire alliance currently only has more than 300. How to make this kind of thing? Its technology is cumbersome, and even the alliance has not broken it yet. So now this kind of thing can only be obtained through ancient ruins. As early as after the titan drawings were sold, the civilization that set out to find ancient ruins gradually. At the same time, I also received a lot of news that civilizations have been found. By the time Tai Long reached this point, he knew he had to speed up his progress. After searching for the super wife, the materials required were very scary. In terms of cost, Tai Long simply estimated that it would be at least trillions. Although the cost of billions seems to be extremely exaggerated. But there is something even more exaggerated. And what is even more exaggerated is this special thing. This extra-dimensional connection that can only be obtained through ancient ruins. The cost of 1,000 of these things can reach half of all the materials consumed by my wife. But thinking of this, Tai Long couldn't help but frown. Can they really obtain such an exaggerated amount of resources? Sure enough, the outer universe is rich in oil. However, the Alliance has not yet mastered the method of breaking through to the outer universe, and cannot obtain this massive wealth. After withdrawing his thoughts like this, Tai Long immediately contacted many civilizations he knew and began to discuss with them about the civilization flagship. Brother, we have a big order in hand right now, and I'm just asking you if you can take it. Collecting the civilization flagship. As for the quantity, we need dozens of ships. But you should understand the price. Let's do this. I'm not going to blackmail you. The price is 9 billion. I'll charge you as much as you have for a civilization flagship of this quality. Why do you think I gave you less? If I hadn't given you such a list, it would be a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. And have you ever thought about how many of your civilization's flagships have been sold over how many years they have been there? People need to know how to be content. If you can't sell your stuff and leave it there, it's a waste of resources. You might as well take advantage of this opportunity and sell it to me cheaper. Well, let me take a step back. 9.2 billion is my bottom line. At this time, while Tai Long was still bidding fiercely with other civilizations, the players had returned to their areas and began to make plans to attack the Moon Spirit civilization this time. There is no need for us to say more about attacking the Moon Spirit civilization first. Cleaning up their forces is one thing. The most important thing is how to attack the interior of the small universe. This is the key point. Currently, we know nothing about the enemy's situation inside the small universe. We need to explore from scratch to enter. So now we must think about how to reduce our losses as much as possible during the exploration stage after entering. In this way, the players discuss this matter one by one. Indeed, this is a troublesome matter. It is also our first time to fight inside the small universe. Compared to previous wars, we only invest all our assets once. If the opportunity to attack fails, all our plans will fall short. So now regarding internal operations, we must discuss a reliable plan. But that's true. But the players also know that their discussions are actually of little significance. After all their plans and strategies can only be based on guesses and assumptions. Anything without actual data can only be empty talk. But just when everyone was still having a headache about this matter, Xianyu seemed to have thought of something and said, "Actually, brothers, I have an idea. We don't know what's going on inside the universe. But that doesn't mean that the small cosmic civilizations in the Alliance don't know. We can spend some money to go to their inner universes to explain it. Although their layout is definitely completely different from that of the Moon Spirit civilization, it can at least give us a reference point. Hearing this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Chapter 556 Prepare for War. The players who came up with the idea in this way immediately contacted the small universe civilization in the joint system and began to communicate with them about this matter. At first, these small universe civilizations were naturally unwilling. After all, if the internal situation of one's own civilization is known by other civilizations, it will more or less cause trouble for oneself. But in the end, they couldn't stand up to the players' abilities. They all agreed to let the players enter their own small universes, and told them the defense arrangements of their own small universes. And when the players actually entered the small universe, they realized that the civilization of the small universe was far more complicated than they thought. It was even said that after the players had observed all the small universes and understood the general situation, the mechas and civilization flagships they ordered outside were already in place. This shows how long the entire period took. The observation records during this period were quickly compiled by the brainworms. And then the players were told the situation of the small universe in the simplest and clearest way. Because the amount of data is so huge, it is definitely unrealistic to rely solely on players to sort it out. Brothers, the brainworm has told us all the information it has compiled so far. Currently we have a total of 27 sets of defense ideas from different universes. First of all, the size of microcosmic civilizations is very exaggerated. The overall size of the microcosms within slightly smaller microcosmic civilizations can reach the range of a system. It contains hundreds of millions, or even billions of galaxies. Of course, these are all expanded through your own abilities. This is the case with the small universe. Because after you master the small universe expansion technology, the size will be determined according to your strength. You can make it as big as you want for him. However, due to various restrictions, the current detailed microcosm is also the upper limit standard for all mainstream microcosm civilizations. Of course, there will be larger small universes, but they require a higher level of technology. Currently, only one small universe civilization in the United Civilization has reached such a standard. According to the information we provided, about 80% of the small universe civilizations believe that the Yuling civilization's small universe was most likely obtained through a certain method, and was not developed independently by themselves. This also means that the small universe of Yuling civilization will enter a state of irreversible shrinkage. Although the shrinkage is very low, over time, the area of the small universe should not be too large. According to our preliminary calculations, the small universe of Yuling civilization should be only about 1/20th the size of the Milky Way at most. This is based on the intelligence provided by these small universes, civilizations, and our informants in the civilization. Based on this area, it would take at least 200 to 300 years to destroy everything here and take it away. Currently, in order to prepare these resources, we have been delayed in the new universe for almost 100 years. This means that if all the time is counted, we may only have 100 or 200 years before the door to the universe closes. Everyone nodded after hearing this. According to the information we currently have, the defenses of small universe civilizations are basically spread throughout the entire universe. We can simply regard the entire small universe as a huge machine. Every part of the machine can cause damage to us. So it is not easy for us to withstand the attack of the small universe. Because when we enter the small universe, we not only have to withstand the attack, but also all their attacks. Production of battleships. So in response to the Moon Spirit Civilization's tactics, we should prioritize being on the periphery and clearing out as many of their warships as possible. However, there are many opponents. If they find that the odds of winning are not high enough, they will definitely choose to place their target inside the small universe. All the warships will hide in, but not come out. They will attack only when we enter. In this way, they can ensure the improvement of the internal firepower of the small universe. However, for us, this is definitely not good news, because it is very difficult for our existing equipment to block the attack of the small universe. The players couldn't help but feel guilty when they heard this, because through the information they learned, they knew that entering the small universe was the beginning. How to destroy the internal defense of the small universe while withstanding the huge firepower of the small universe was the key point. Normally, the defense inside a small universe is very formidable. The most terrifying weapon in the small universe is naturally the stellar turret. As the name suggests, the stellar turret is a weapon launched using the energy of stars. Usually, A small universe will accommodate a large number of stars, and then build this kind of turret on it. This kind of turret is generally divided into two types. The first type is a single turret. The turret is mainly aimed at super battleships such as civilization flagships. The second type is a composite turret. Normally, a star can build one such turret. It is mainly used to target some of the enemy's weaker individual combat equipment and avoid the enemy's human sea tactics. And these turrets will only cease fire in the true sense after the perseverance energy is consumed. However, the energy of a star is strengthened through the turrets, and the destructive power produced by this is definitely not the number of civilization flagships in their hands can bear it. After all, God knows how many such turrets the other party has arranged in this small universe. And such turrets can be divided into levels 1 to 3 according to their different powers. Even if the opponent is only the most basic first level, it will be even more difficult for me to hold it back. After all, there is a saying that quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Even if the power of these turrets alone is not very strong, when the number reaches a certain level, the power is naturally devastating. So players know very well that they must have a more powerful defensive battleship. Brothers, how much money do we have left now? Emperor Penguin asked as he thought of this. There are still about 100 billion left. After hearing this answer, I couldn't help but frown. During this period, they sold a lot of property, and at the same time, they continued to mine and gained a lot of resources. For this war, they did not hesitate to invest all these resources into war weapons. And the remaining liquidity in their hands so far is mainly to meet the needs of immortality. But now after understanding the opponent's situation, the players all know that they must invest all this batch of funds. How many iron walls can we buy in this case? After hearing this, Xianyu thought for a while and said, an iron wall requires at least about 20 billion in funds. We can only buy 5 if we invest all of it. I couldn't help but wrinkle up when I heard this song. Frowning, it was obvious that he understood that such a number of iron walls would not last long. Iron wall. This is a facility similar to a space station. In fact, from a certain perspective, it is a space station itself, but it has much less functionality than a real space station. This thing can be understood as a portable space station. Under normal circumstances, iron wall has part of the space capabilities. First of all, it is used for docking flagship and lower-level ships because it has ship docking facilities inside. Of course, in addition to the ship's docking facilities, it also has sound maintenance facilities. After entering the interior, damaged ships can be repaired. Secondly, the iron arm also has some defensive turrets and drone bays, which can provide a certain degree of defense for the entire iron wall. Of course, what players like most about this thing is its own defense. The defensive capabilities of the facility itself are extremely exaggerated, capable of defeating the flagship of civilization by dozens of blocks. It is also because it is naturally perfect to use it as a barrier to resist damage, and a barrier for players to repair. But the problem also lies here. The price of this thing is not cheap. According to players' estimates, if they want to withstand attacks in the Yuling civilization universe, they will have to buy at least 20 units. This amount is extremely exaggerated and cannot be reached with their current financial reserves. So players are also a little annoyed by this. Brothers, it is definitely unrealistic to buy so much with our current funds. But fortunately, the spies we have installed internally have also marked some resource points within the Yuling civilization universe. When the time comes, we can capture these resource points first, and then sell resources to buy iron walls while fighting, and continue to advance. Currently, we can only rely on fighting to attack the Moon Spirit civilization. However, if we want to overthrow the entire Moon Spirit civilization within the specified time, our success rate is not high. Although the success rate is not high, this is the only method we have now. All in all, it's like treating a dead horse as a living horse. In this way, after some discussion, the players finally decided that this was the only way to proceed. In this way, the players continued to discuss the later combat plan. After everything was confirmed, the players began to mobilize their troops and set off towards the old universe. This time, the players could count all their wealth. Brought it. Due to financial reasons, players have currently only purchased 2 iron walls. Apart from these 2 iron walls, players have invested all the remaining funds in the control tower. Although the control tower does not have much offensive power, when its position shield is successfully targeted, its defensive power is very amazing. Players can completely use this stance shield to form a shield to resist the first wave of attacks. Because in fact, The most difficult thing about attacking the opponent's small universe is not the later battles, but the first wave of defense. As long as they can withstand this wave, they can slowly advance inward and slowly eat away at this civilization. The price of this control tower is naturally cheaper than iron coins. With many grades, all the remaining funds were invested, and the players purchased nearly 100 control towers in total. As long as all these control towers are delineated, the first wave of attacks should be able to be defeated by then. After preparing everything in this way, the players brought all their parents and prepared to start a real war with Yuling civilization. First, the players determined the only way for the Moon Spirit civilization to pass through the internal disk, and then began to ambush their troops there. At this time, on the side of Yuling civilization, they naturally had no idea about the actions of the players. After being tricked twice by players before, they have barely recovered until now. At this time, a group of core personnel in the civilization are gathering together to discuss the follow-up matters of the civilization. Brothers, you should know what to do about the current situation. Let's have a big fight with them outside first, and try to get rid of all the civilized flagships in their hands as much as possible. Then go inside. Drive from the civilized flagship to find a suitable location. Immediately start targeting the control tower. Build an iron wall. Use this as our first gathering point, and then wait until we withstand the attack. Then start pushing inwards. After arriving at a certain resource information of theirs, we will release it to them. Our second iron wall will serve as our transfer point. From now on, these two places will be our gathering points inside the small universe. At the same time, these 2 points are also key bases for our internal attack. After these 2 bases are constructed and transportation channels and many other things are arranged, then the long-term battle can begin. Through understanding, the players know that attacking this civilization is completely different from attacking the Empire before. Even if they have absolute combat power, they cannot completely crush their opponents. Their current attack on this civilization is like fighting a war in ancient times. They need to advance slowly step by step, and the time required for this will naturally not be too short. Of course, the most important reason here is that the defense facilities here are too complete. After determining the situation in this way, the players quickly arrived at the scheduled location and began to set up. At this time, on the Yuling civilization side, they are on the right track after recovering from such a long time. We have not found traces of insect swarms in recent years. Since they left before, they have never appeared in front of us again. Although we don't know what the other party's situation is, we still can't let down our guard. At present, the repair work on the civilization flagship has basically been completed. In the short term, we don't need to worry about their sudden attack, because we have already expanded our original forces during this period. But what we need to worry about now is whether the bugs have other flagship-level weapons. With the neutron battle star, combined with the existing combat units we have, it is not impossible to destroy it. Now we are worried that they have more flagship-level combat units in their hands. If there are a large number of these things, and we want to destroy them all, then we can only fight in our small universe. But once the bugs invade our small universe and gain a foothold, our civilization will completely enter a dangerous moment. Therefore, we cannot invite you into the urn unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, our control over this small universe is only about 90%, and we do not have many core technologies of the small universe. Chapter 557 exposed. Indeed, their worries are not unreasonable, but they never even thought about it. If it weren't for their special situation, the players could even find a way to seize this universe. If you want to open up a new universe, you need a lot of things, and the whole process is also very cumbersome. But after the universe is successfully opened, and if you want to expand the universe, you need to continuously invest resources into it, and use resources to create a universe of sufficient area. At the same time, these resources require continuous investment, which is like using support poles to prop up a tent. But because the wind outside is too strong, the support poles need to be replaced every once in a while. Otherwise, this support rod may break. These support rods can be understood as the investment of resources to maintain or expand the universe. And these resource investments actually exist in the universe. And as the universe continues to expand, or to maintain, these resources are also continuously investing inward. This is the current status of the existing small universe civilization. To put it simply, most civilizations like Xiaoyu require a very large amount of expenditure every day to maintain the stability of the entire civilization. But fortunately, since they dare to decide to open up a small universe, it means that they also have enough resources in their hands. At the same time, As a small universe civilization, their efficiency and methods of obtaining resources are much higher than other civilizations. So daily expenses are not difficult for them. But it is undeniable. As time goes by, this expense will add up to a considerable sum. But there are exceptions to this. And this exception is the small universe civilization in ancient times. A relatively simple example can illustrate the situation. This is like the current microcosm civilization using plastic poles to maintain its microcosm. Therefore, it will not be long before the pole needs to be maintained or replaced due to various reasons. Ancient civilizations use titanium alloy poles, although there will definitely be some loss over time. It is undeniable that the delay time of titanium alloy poles is very long. Maybe the plastic poles will need to be replaced in a few years, but the titanium alloy poles can last for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. This is the real reason why the moon-old civilization can still hide inside even though it has not mastered the core technology of this small universe. Naturally, this pole is very important to these small universe civilizations. Although no civilization knows how to make such a pole so far. As long as they have this kind of thing, they still have the ability to switch to their own small universe. Above. Although the value of this kind of thing is very high, if you calculate it carefully, the cost will be much less than if you use plastic poles. So for the players, in addition to emptying out the resources of Linning civilization this time, they also have to collect these things. These things may not be of interest to other civilizations, but the small universe civilization is very interested, and they are also willing to pay high prices to buy these things. And a system like the small universe civilization is considered relatively wealthy among the entire United Civilization. So players naturally refuse to let go of these things. At this time, the Yulin civilization, which was discussing the matter of the insect swarm, naturally did not know that the players had already been thinking about them. At the same time, they did not know that the players had already begun to make arrangements. Brothers, please step up. It is estimated that the other party will pass by here in about 3 years. The first is their Lalama civilization flagship, which is the civilization flagship that drags the small universe around. According to our current knowledge, if we are not wrong in our estimation, this one is their highest level of technology. At the same time, you must also remember that when we went to attack them, they dispatched their civilization flagship. But then, they were beaten by us. Fortunately, those civilization flagships have also been severely damaged. So if nothing unexpected happens in the past few years, they have spent most of their time repairing these things. So in the early stages of the battle, they will definitely send these things out. And we can only send out neutron battle stars to meet the enemy. Although we have a total of 30 civilization flagships in our hands. Once we reveal these 30 ships, I can guarantee that they will return to their own universe immediately. After all, they are not stupid. Faced with overwhelming numbers, it is impossible for them to confront you head-on. So in the first battle, we only use 500,000 Zerg troops and neutron battle stars. And we have to ensure the condition of the neutron battle star as much as possible. Because after we eliminate the group of troops they sent, then we still need the neutron battle star and the civilization flagship to rush in together and take turns taking damage. In this way, the players started to arrange while busy. After everything was ready, the players' large forces were naturally hidden in the dark. As for those placed in the open, of course they needed the troops on their side. Brothers, we have checked the pathfinding detector from the Moon Spirit civilization. Everyone who heard the news was slightly surprised at this time. Pathfinder? What do you mean? Holy crap. Is this civilization so cautious now? They didn't use this kind of thing before. But they were ambushed by us in the last wave. And they actually learned the lesson. I guess they used to think that they were invincible in the universe. So no one dared to do anything to them. Even if they did something to them, that person was no match for them. As a result, they were tricked by us last time and they suffered heavy losses. Because they may have been frightened by us in this wave of operations. In the later stage, we also brought the neutron battle star to trick them again. I guess the two things combined gave them a psychological shadow. But brothers, I think this matter can be considered a big deal in civilization. But if you insist on saying it is a big deal, it's still not that interesting. It stands to reason that for such a thing, the many spies we have planted in civilization should receive the news. Unexpectedly, before this player finished speaking, another player interrupted him. Old Tai, I asked just now. I haven't received any news from the brainworms. And neither has the leader. And hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. You must know that the leader and the old bug have been lurking there for so many years. and have reached a relatively high position. Under such circumstances, they do not know the news, whether it is big or not. Originally, I thought that the leader and the others had mastered most of the things in this civilization. But now it seems that they may not have even mastered the tip of the iceberg. I am too cautious in relying on this civilization. It is the most basic trust between people. Yes, I have worked for you heart and soul for hundreds of years. And yet, I can't even get into the inner circle. This is too outrageous. While everyone was still indignant about this incident, one player seemed to have thought of something and guessed it. Brothers, do you think there is a possibility that the other party suspects that there are spies in the civilization? So a lot of important information has not been disclosed. And this information may only be known to a few people at the highest level. This possibility is very likely. We have investigated the situation of the Yuling civilization before. The situation there is that everyone in the civilization is native to the Yuling civilization. And this civilization cares very much about blood. So there is no so-called mixed blood. That is to say, so far, it is certain that everyone in the Moon Spirit civilization originated from that civilization. And then it went from scratch to what it is now. Which means that the probability of a traitor appearing in this system is very small. And because their civilization is a small universe civilization, ordinary people in the civilization basically have no communication with the outside world. Even many high-level officials. Under such circumstances, how could a traitor appear? And even if there is a traitor, it is absolutely impossible for him to betray our race. After all, there is a very big difference between us and them compared to the humanoid race. After hearing this player's explanation, everyone nodded thoughtfully. If that's the case, then I'm even more curious. Could it be that it is so difficult to enter their inner circle that even the leader and the others cannot accomplish it? We don't know the specific situation. Not even the leader. Because he mentioned before that he always thought he had entered the inner circle. But judging from the current situation, he thinks he may be far away. It cannot be said that the leaders and others have made no progress at all. It can only be said that this civilization is too cautious. However, as an advanced civilization that has been able to dominate the universe for so many years, if it is so easy to be penetrated to the top, this is the biggest problem. At this time, while the players were still communicating, the situation on Jiang Yao's side was not optimistic. I had been wondering what went wrong. But now I understand. If my guess is correct, I may have appeared in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Moon Spirit civilization a long time ago. It is even said that there are many brainworms who are like this. At this time, Jiang Yao has basically determined his current situation in civilization. He originally thought that the plan to come to this civilization through the Soul World and a group of brainworms to conduct undercover work was seamless. But he ignored a very important thing. That is, the Moon Spirit civilization was most likely also researching soul technology. Although he has been studying in the Yuling civilization for so many years, he has never heard of this civilization studying anything related to soul technology. But now he has to admit that he made a miscalculation. Because this civilization may really be researching this technology and has achieved certain achievements. But this technology may be top secret to the entire civilization. It is so top secret that only researchers and a few people at the highest levels of civilization know about it. Others may not know about it. Otherwise, he would not be discovered. Yes. Now he is basically sure that he has been discovered. Even the group of brainworms he said he had brought over were also discovered. Because through the information provided to him by the players today, he knew that according to the authority he had, he should be able to know this matter. But it is obvious that the fact is that he does not know. He didn't even hear any news. Originally, he didn't care much about this matter. But after thinking about his experience during this period, he understood it instantly. Because since he reached this position 100 years ago, his promotion has become very slow. Or even no promotion at all. And even after sitting in this position, there are many things he should know in his position that he does not know. And these things are some relatively important information. What does it mean? It shows that the other party is guarding against you. They gave you 10,000 permissions, but only ignored 1 or 2 important ones. And they didn't say they wouldn't give it to you. Under such circumstances, it's impossible for you to pay too much attention to these 2 important pieces of information. So he didn't realize that he had been exposed long ago. He just felt that he was missing something. But it didn't matter anymore. At this time, he also understood how he was discovered. It was actually very simple. It was the equipment of the Yuling civilization that provided him with knowledge. On the surface, these devices seem to be able to give you knowledge and let you master these things immediately. But in fact, The way in which knowledge is given may have a very intuitive relationship with soul technology. Jiang Yao's side of this kind of technology is only half measured. So naturally he can't detect that they are obstructing it. Without knowing it. Every time he goes to obtain technology, he has to accept the inspection of this machine. No matter how bad the other party's soul technology is, you can always find some clues after checking it hundreds or thousands of times. It is also for this reason that Jiang Yao received special treatment. But the other party did not act rashly, but adopted this method. Observe yourself. They may also want to see what they want to do here to deduce the plan of their vision behind them. So this matter has continued until now. And today they were discovered by themselves because of this detector. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but rub his head. I have to say that there is really no simple super civilization in the universe. Even though we have been careful over the years, and have not exposed any flaws. Judging from the current situation, we are still exposed. But it doesn't matter anymore. If it was exposed according to the previous plan, it would indeed be a very big loss for us. But it is different now. When we successfully integrate into the new universe, our destiny has long been rewritten. In this case, then I will continue to wait, and see what happens, and see what you are planning to do. I may even say that my identity may play some special role when necessary. Chapter 558 passed. While Jiang Yao was still thinking about his identity, the players were already making final preparations. Brothers, the other side's detector will be able to detect our position in 10 minutes. What should we do next? Should we directly destroy the opponent's detectors? Or should we let them discover us? We underestimated their level of caution. We originally thought that given their level of technology, they wouldn't be so careful. But now it seems that we thought too much. I destroyed their detector. Maybe their broken spaceship will notice the movement, and then turn around and run away. Of course, we don't rule out that they will take the initiative to attack us. It would be okay if they take the initiative to attack. We will have many ways to fight them in the later stage. But if they turn around and run away, then we will be in trouble. And now we have deployed so many things here. If we let them turn around and run away, if we continue to pursue them, we will be very passive. At this time, many players were also discussing this matter. Just destroy their detectors. Although they will be discovered by this, it doesn't matter. After being discovered, they may continue to move forward. But there is a high probability that they will stop the ship directly. After all, they are no longer what they used to be. In the end, after the players thought twice, they decided to give priority to destroying the detector. No matter how they played, they should at least not let them know the situation here. Because once they knew the situation here, they would definitely run away. After the plan was determined in this way, the next moment, the martial arts players were seen flying in the direction of the detector. With the blessing of Tai Lung's armor, the players were very fast. And soon the detector entered their range. The next moment, several rays of light shot out of the Moon Spirit Civilization's previous detectors, which were destroyed almost at the same time. It was even said that they could not even find the source of the destruction. At this time, it is on the side of Yuling Civilization. When the detector was destroyed, they naturally received the news immediately. What? Our detector was destroyed? And the opportunity was eliminated without even detecting its source? How can this be? There is only one possibility to achieve this. And that is that the opponent's invisibility ability is very strong. And the other party's investigation capabilities far surpass ours. But how is this possible? You know, we are a civilization standing at the apex of the universe. And it is a bit unrealistic to be able to surpass so many of our technologies. So I'm thinking that you have all overlooked one thing. All our detectors are in front of the civilization's flagship to clear the way for it. However, now the detector has been destroyed. What does that mean? It means that the necessity of our civilization's flagship must be there will definitely be pitfalls along the way. If there were no tricks, it would be absolutely impossible for the other party to reveal its own technology and choose to destroy the detector. But he destroyed our detector, which also exposed their arrangements ahead. I haven't figured out my plan yet, but I'm thinking that we may have to change the route next. Otherwise, if we continue along this route, we will inevitably enter the enemy's ambush circle. Everyone nodded after hearing this. After experiencing so many blows in a row, Yuling Civilization has long ago learned what it means to be low-key. Although they have been at the apex of cosmic civilization for so many years, they have long forgotten this thing. But as the saying goes, one learns from every experience. And this series of blows made them understand that even at their level in the universe, they still need to be cautious if they want to develop steadily. At this point, They immediately ordered the towing civilization flagship to start slowing down. At the same time, everyone began to analyze the civilization that took action in this incident. However, basically without doing much analysis, they immediately guessed the incident. The culprit, if I'm not wrong, it's definitely those bugs who are taking action again this time. They have used the same trick before. The last time they used this method to attract the starry sky beast. But this time, they actually want to use this method to attack us. Everyone, I'm thinking that this is not the most important thing. What we need to consider now is whether to fight against the bugs. There is nothing to be afraid of. We have expanded our troops so much during this period. And there is a neutron battle star over the bugs. I still don't believe that this thing can turn them upside down. And we weren't discussing how to attack them before. They just came to our door. Let everyone discuss. The leader shook his head, and then said, I'm afraid things are far from as simple as we think. In the past, we could understand the bugs as accidentally getting rich from an ancient ruin. But now it's different. Didn't you notice? The other party already has reconnaissance technology and stealth technology that far exceeds ours. Likewise, their attack technology is no worse than ours. Although we don't want to admit it under such circumstances. At the technological level, we are in some respects. The field may have been completely crushed by them. So we must take a long-term view on whether to go to war this time. And from the last time they played us, they also know our true strength. They still dare to come out under such circumstances. If they are not sure of victory, I think they will definitely not do this. Although I still haven't guessed why the other side is so confident that they can win. But we have to guard against this. At this time, while everyone in the Moon Spirit Civilization was still discussing this matter, they were in a room on a certain planet in the Moon Spirit Civilization. At this time, Jiang Yao, who was a spy, was sitting blankly in front of the window, quietly admiring the scenery in the distance. Compared with some other busy Moon Age civilizations, his work is much more comfortable. Of course, it is not that his work content is relatively small, but because of the special care given to him by the above. He does not actually do many things every day. I don't know what those people above do for a living, and why they suddenly gave you 10 years of leave. And while he was still in a daze, Xiefeng's voice came. Hearing the sound, he subconsciously looked at Xiefeng, who was walking towards him. Although Xuefeng's tone at this time was a little less naughty than before, her appearance had not changed much. This was also due to the long lifespan of Yuling civilization. You haven't slept yet? At this moment, looking at Xuefeng coming in her pajamas, Jiang Yao subconsciously stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms. Seeing Jiang Yao's sudden behavior at this time, Xiefeng's eyes flashed with surprise. After all, he and Jiang Yao had been together for such a long time, and it was rare to see Jiang Yao behave like this. But he didn't resist. What's wrong with you? Xiefeng, who was lying in Jiang Yao's arms, asked curiously. During this time, he also discovered something was wrong with Jiang Yao. In her impression, Jiang Yao was a workaholic who had reached a height that many of his peers could not reach by relying on his own efforts. Although he didn't know what happened in the middle, she also understood that Jiang Yao would definitely not be like this if there wasn't something big going on. However, Jiang Yao has been unwilling to disclose this matter to herself. And he is naturally a smart man. So she did not ask too much. In this way, the two of them cuddled together quietly. After spending so many years with the girl in front of him, it would be a lie to say that he has no feelings for her. Although the purpose of his contact with Xiefeng at the beginning was to use his interpersonal relationships to put himself in a position of power. After so many years of getting along, he also developed a strange emotion towards Xiefeng. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Yao slowly spoke. Otherwise, let's find a way to arrange for our parents to live on this planet during this period. After a long time, Jiang Yao slowly spoke. When Xiefeng heard this, her expression became even more strange. Honey, are you hiding something important from me? You haven't been acting right for a while, especially since you were dismissed for no apparent reason. At this time, Xiefeng no longer paid attention to the words she used. If it was before, she might have used some other words. But now she couldn't care so much. She instinctively told him that something big might happen next. Actually, I've been hiding something from you. With that said, Jiang Yao once again brought Zufenglu over, who had already stood up. Although he didn't know why he said this. He just wanted to. Maybe for him now. He didn't have the courage to tell Xiefeng face to face. Xuefeng, how about I tell you a story? Hearing this, Xiefeng in his arms looked up at him and nodded. A long, Long time ago. So long ago that I can no longer remember exactly when it was. There was a planet somewhere in the universe. This is a special planet, because there are many ores distributed in the planet. If the son of our civilization discovered this planet, then they would not hesitate to take it into their possession. In addition to the ores, there are also some strange creatures on this planet. These creatures have adapted to the radiation of the ores and slowly thrived. But on this planet, there is an open space about 200 meters underground. And in this space, there is a building that looks like a tower. But this is a tower that can breathe. Yes, it is life. At this time, Xia Feng's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Because after hearing Jiang Yao's introduction, Xia Feng could naturally guess what a tower was. One day, a man walked out of the tower and inherited the will of the tower and learned about the past of his race. So, he was determined to redevelop this race. And he started his own work. He took the men he summoned and began to clear the surrounding areas. The purpose was naturally to obtain more resources. In this way, they defeated the black insects and the trolls on this planet. And even later they encountered other races from alien civilizations. Through some clumsy deception, they gained the trust of a certain alien race. And then, they united with this alien race to launch an attack on another alien race. And this alien race is recorded in our historical materials. We call it the opposite sex. It was a race that had a war with the Empire and disappeared in the end. This race hid on that planet after the war with the Empire. Superior. Because they were not in good condition at the time. This race easily wiped them out. And then another race from aliens was also wiped out by this man and his race. Of course, it can't be described as annihilation at that time. It should be said that their fleets were wiped out. Then the self-control continued to stay on this planet. Sooner or later, the alien civilization would come to the door and choose to lead the tribe to leave. That planet officially set foot in the universe. They encountered many civilizations along the way. And these civilizations also became their support. For other races in the universe, this civilization is scary and evil. Because they will swallow what they see. Everything. But no one knows about this race. The reason for this is to protect themselves. Because they have their own establishment. And this enemy is called the Empire. A civilization that owns the entire galaxy. This civilization is very powerful. Their civilization's territory spans dozens, or even hundreds of light years. Faced with such a behemoth, he knows that his seeds have no chance of winning. So he can only develop in this way. Itself. No one knows what the future will be like. But he believes that as long as he works hard, he will defeat the Empire one day. However, the facts are just as he thought. By various chances and coincidences, he really defeated the Empire. With the help of a powerful star beast, he forced the Empire from their first star. And the Empire that suffered greater losses was also pursued by their former enemies. And the entire Empire entered a state of disintegration. However, after he had just done such a big thing, he was not happy for long before he discovered another even more terrifying thing. Perhaps he had discovered it a long time ago. That is, he had been being monitored by an unknown civilization. This civilization is the Yuling civilization. At this moment, Xia Feng suddenly said. Jiang Yao also nodded. That's right. This civilization is the Moon Spirit civilization. At this time, he tried every means to finally get rid of Yulingming's surveillance. But he also had to face a problem. That is, Yulingming will not let him go easily. But he simply found a way to target the Moon Spirit civilization, which was to attract the starry sky beasts to attack. Later, his plan for this civilization was successful, and it also bought him valuable development time. At that stage, he also obtained a technology. And this technology allowed him to enter the Moon Spirit civilization without being aware of it. Hearing this, Xia Feng roughly understood the whole story. So she spoke. But even this method of concealment is not perfect. So he was discovered by the Moon Spirit civilization. Chapter 559, War with Yuling Civilization. After hearing what Xia Feng said, Jiang Yao looked at her in surprise. Looking at Jiang Yao's gaze, Xia Feng naturally knew what he was thinking. Are you curious? I'm not surprised at all after hearing the news. Hearing this, Jiang Yao also nodded. That's right. Actually, I noticed something was wrong a long time ago. Jiang Yao became even more confused after hearing this. Although you are trying your best to integrate into this civilization, you have the consciousness of another civilization. So no matter what you do, there will still be many flaws in it. Although not many people will pay attention to these flaws. After I have been with you for such a long time, I will always find some differences. Speaking of this, Xia Feng couldn't help but laugh at herself. Actually, These things were just my guesses at the beginning. I numbed myself and regarded some of your strange behaviors as your unique personality. But some things cannot be hidden at all. Especially since you often discuss war and command with me. Your attitude towards war is different from any commander in civilization. And the same is true for your attitude towards different civilizations. To put it simply, you behave like a commander who has experienced hundreds of battles. Or even thousands of battles. But is this possible? You must know that you are just an ordinary person in a civilization. You have not experienced many wars. And you have not experienced many wars. He has not commanded many wars. An ordinary person has the courage and experience that some commanders need to spend hundreds or thousands of years on the battlefield. This is problematic in itself. I'm not stupid enough to attribute these things to your talents. Speaking of this, Xiafeng couldn't help but look at Jiang Yao. But compared to these things, what I am more curious about now is what is the meaning of you telling me so much? Or what do you want to do next? Saying that, Xiafeng came close to Jiang Yao. I said, the dignified leader of the Zerg tribe came to me and talked to me so much. He shouldn't have true feelings for me. Jiang Yao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly when he heard this. After all, we have been together for so many years. It is impossible for you to say that you have no feelings at all. So I let you stay on this planet. Because staying here can at least ensure your safety. Hearing this, Xiafeng also nodded thoughtfully. Aren't you afraid that I will leak the information you told me today? You should understand that once this news is leaked, this place will no longer be safe. Are you really sure of defeating us? Hearing Xiafeng say this, Jiang Yao also glanced at her. If nothing else, it shouldn't be a big problem. Although I don't know where your confidence comes from. My intuition tells me that my own civilization will not be defeated by you so easily. But this is not important. If I am not wrong, you should launch an attack on us soon. Come on. Hearing this, Jiang Yao also nodded. It shouldn't be said immediately that the first vanguard team of the Moon Spirit civilization is already fighting with us. And the fighting location is at the door of this small universe. Hearing this, Xiafeng also nodded. Then we'll have to wait and see what the outcome will be. As she said this, she walked to the window and stared blankly at the sky, not knowing what she was thinking. But after a long time, she looked back. I wonder what you will do to us if we fail. After hearing his words, Jiang Yao was also stunned, and said jokingly, weren't you still very confident in your own civilization just now? Why did you change your mind so quickly? You don't have to make more plans for anything. Isn't this what you taught me? Hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded thoughtfully. According to my original intention, I actually want to retain some people in this civilization. Because your technological level is too high. If you are added to the group, our technological level can be greatly improved. But I have lived in this civilization for so many years, and I have also discovered that if one day this place is really invaded, there will be very few people willing to join us. Hearing this, Xiafeng interrupted him. So what you said to me can actually be regarded as a negotiation in one aspect. You want me to join the Zerg after the war is over. As a defeated person. Hearing this, Xiafeng's expression turned a little gloomy. For this reason, you chose to let me take over the important people. And then after retaining this planet, you will use this planet as a bargaining chip in negotiations. Hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded and did not deny his thoughts. Although in terms of command, I stood at a very high position before being discovered. But after being discovered, my reputation or other things are of no use. Compared to me, you are more valuable to ordinary people. Prestige. First of all, your research direction is completely different from mine. You mainly focus on sociology, so you have more contact with ordinary people. At the same time, your popularity is also here. If you join us, I can't guarantee that everyone on this planet will be willing to join. But at least 20 to 30% of the people can join. For us, these people are enough for us to take over all of the Moon Spirit civilization. Learned everything. Hearing this, Xiafeng nodded. After listening to you say so much, I have to admit that you are still as cautious as before. And if you want to complete all this now, there are two conditions. The first condition is that I join you. And the second condition, that's how you win. Jiang Yao also nodded. Of course, I have also prepared for the worst. That is, if you are really unwilling to surrender, I will choose to completely destroy this civilization. However, before destroying it, I will preserve the information in the civilization as much as possible, and collect it for your own use. It's just that without your help, I will go through a long running-in period to digest this knowledge. However, we are not short of time, but the process will be a little slower. So I don't know whether you will talk to us about this. A little bit. It doesn't account for a high proportion in my plan. After hearing this, Xiafeng also expressed that she understood. At this time, while the two were still negotiating, outside the small universe of Yuling civilization, the two sides had begun to fight. Brothers, the other side has sent warships to greet us. The number is 3 times ours. In addition, they have also thrown out their civilization flagship. They are quite willing to act according to the original plan. Just like this, following the pronunciation of the players. The next moment, the players rushed towards the large army far away from us. At the same time, the players behind him came to the battlefield with control of him, and began anchored. Because it takes time to complete the anchoring, we need to delay it for a while. At first, the players arranged these things on their only way, but because of their caution, they now have to risk losses to arrange them on the battlefield. Fortunately, it is not too difficult for current players to arrange these things against the opponent's firepower, because after all, this civilization mainly follows the mechanical route. The mechanical attack was undoubtedly much lower than the super-civilized battleship they encountered before. So despite the large number of these robots, our family can still do it if they can survive for a while. In this way, players interact with these shiny robots while protecting the anchoring control tower. And as time goes by, the control tower is anchored. Then as a shield opened, the players immediately got in. Then the players hiding inside began to attack the robots that attacked them with the help of the shield. At the same time, the Moon Spirit civilization was also a little surprised when they saw the players' tactics. It was obviously the first time they had seen such a thing. A temporary defensive unit deployed on the battlefield. The layout was very fast before. Maybe the building itself is a kind of portable equipment. Otherwise, it would not have been completed nearby in such a short time. The opponent currently has 5 in his hands. I'm not sure if the other party has more. Let's try it first. Focus on one of them, and see how defensive it is. Just like that. As the orders were issued one by one, all the combat units of the Moon Spirit civilization on the battlefield immediately locked their targets on one of the control towers. The next moment, countless artillery fire was seen coming towards this direction. With the suppression of these artillery fires, the shield of the control tower is also reduced at an extremely fast speed. After all, it is a concentrated fire on the whole ship. So even if the shield of the control tower is comparable to the standard civilization, or even harder than the flagship of the civilization, but he still couldn't hold on for long. At this time, compared to the players, people from the Moon Spirit civilization were also shocked after learning about the strength of these control towers. Is this thing's defense actually so high? It can withstand the attack of so many of our warships for such a long time. This alone is enough to show how powerful this thing is. The shield's damage-bearing capacity is probably higher than that of our civilization's flagship. At this time, everyone who was discussing suddenly thought of a possibility. Not good. If the bugs don't have enough of this thing in their hands, then there will be a big problem. They can completely invade our small universe, and then deploy this kind of thing to resist our attack, and use this kind of thing as the core to advance into our small universe step by step. If that's the case, then things will be in trouble. We must keep them out. Otherwise, when they get inside. Although the man did not finish his words at this time, everyone present immediately thought of the seriousness of the matter if the bugs entered inside. Thinking of this, they naturally did not dare to neglect. Many of them immediately ordered the mobilization of more combat units, because they are not sure now how many of these bugs have this thing in their hands. If the number is large, they can rely on this thing to continuously push inside. Therefore, before they know the specific situation, they must remove the bugs. They stopped outside. In this way, as more combat units join, the players are all united in their hearts. What they have to do is very simple, which is to consume the opponent's troops in this way. The reason why they took this thing out in advance was because they knew that as long as they took out this thing and showed its powerful defense capabilities, the other party would never dare to let them enter the small universe. No matter how much the opponent pays, they must keep them outside. Otherwise, if the defensive power of this thing is large enough, they will go in and arrange it. They will really be unable to break through it in a short time. If they cannot break through in a short time, then they can use the cover of this thing to destroy the surrounding defensive turrets, so that they can advance inside step by step. Regarding this point, the Moon Spirit civilization must be able to easily think of it. However, after thinking of this, they will naturally not let the players in. This is why the players arranged this thing from the beginning instead of putting it in. Give them another reason for the surprise attack internally. Obviously, their goal has been achieved now, and the number of troops sent by Yuling civilization is gradually increasing. Good brothers, now our goal has been achieved. In this case, let's increase the firepower and destroy as much of their vitality as possible. In this way, the people started to align while discussing, and then they arranged more to control him, and used it as a position to attack Yuling civilization and provide post-war supplies. After all, the opponent's combat units are also very large in number. Even at home, they are fighting a long-term battle. The battle between the two sides continued for several months. But this was also expected. The defensive position established by the control tower gave players enough time to deal with them. And there was also enough environment for them to carry out material replenishment. As for a war like this, even the Moon Spirit civilization is somewhat unable to withstand it. The main reason is that players clean them up. The speed of combat robots is too fast, far exceeding their production speed. In this way, as the war continued, this matter soon spread to the inside of the civilization. In fact, half a month after the war started, people inside the civilization already knew about it. After all, it had been fought for such a long time. In the battle, the losses here are also very large. If internal people are not mobilized, the problem will be huge. For this matter, people within the civilization did not pay much attention to it at first. But when the war lasted for such a long time, and the other side was still vigorous, they were still a little panicked. As more and more people participated in the war, they also experienced the insect swarm is so powerful now. Time passed day by day like this, and 2 months were gone in the blink of an eye. At this time, the players also feel that time is almost up. After these few months of fighting, the Moon Spirit civilization has sent fewer and fewer combat units to the small universe. Brothers, the time is almost up. It's time to attack the interior. Chapter 560, Entering the Moon Spirit Civilization. Because after this period of fighting, the number of warships sent out by Yuling civilization from the small universe every day has gradually decreased. If we guessed correctly, a lot of their savings should have been wiped out. Otherwise, the amount would not have dropped so much. Of course, we cannot rule out that they did this deliberately. After all, they didn't get any benefits outside, so they put the battlefield inside. But no matter what they think, our next target is naturally internal. At the same time, in order to prevent them from tricking us, I don't need to say more about what we should do before going in. Everyone nodded after hearing this. After entering, start priority targeting not far from the entrance. After the control delineation is completed, use the control tower to cooperate with the civilization flagship and neutron battle star to block damage, and take the opportunity to target the iron wall. While aiming at the iron wall, clear as many surrounding turrets as possible. In addition, our automatic turrets must also be arranged in advance. After confirming what to do when entering, the players immediately started taking action. At that moment, the civilization flagship hidden in the darkness was slowly flying towards this side. And at the same time, it was inside the Yuling civilization. We have been fighting them for so long and our losses have been very heavy. But their situation is not much better. At this time, a group of people from Yuling civilization were gathering together to discuss this matter. At present, we have lost about 30% of our reserves. However, they have also lost a lot of armor. However, judging from their replacement and the frequency of new armor, we can basically confirm that the other party also has a lot of reserves. Because of those defense towers, their losses were far lower than ours. So what we have to do now is to lead them into the inside of our small universe. Once inside, our combat units will cooperate with the defense of the small universe itself. It is not difficult to destroy these defense towers. Basically what the players thought. The plan of the Yuanling civilization was to lead the players into the small universe. But just when they thought their plan was successful, the next picture they captured shocked them. What's this? At this time, people who looked at the Zerg army flying towards the small universe and the giant battleship Yuling civilization behind them suddenly felt that the situation was not good. What's this? Flagship of civilization. How can this be? 30 ships. 30 civilized flagships. Yes, they discovered the civilization flagship that was rushing towards the small universe. And the number made them feel frightened. A total of 30 civilization flagships. What kind of concept is this? How is this possible? How can they have so many civilization flagships? Although they look very similar, it does not rule out that these warships do not belong to that level. Regarding this sentence, Many people hope that this is the case. But they also have to prepare for the worst. After all, the swarm has given them too many surprises. If these 30 civilization flagships are real, then what should we do next? Even if we use all the force of our civilization, we are still inside the small universe. If we really have a head-on confrontation, our losses will be extremely exaggerated. After hearing this, everyone also fell into deep thought. Obviously, there is nothing wrong with this sentence. After all, this is a total of 30 civilization flagships. At the same time, the opponent also has its own army of insect swarms, as well as neutron battle stars with the blessing of many aspects. I'm afraid that after this battle, these civilized flagships within their civilization will definitely not be saved. As for how many combat robots will be left is also a question mark. But the number left will definitely not be too many. Although we will suffer heavy losses, we have no choice. It seems that this wave of attacks by the bugs was premeditated. But we have to admit that they are very courageous. Perhaps their plan at the beginning was to lure us outside to digest part of our forces, and then wait until the situation is almost settled before they attack inside. At the same time, they have also made a large estimate of our internal defense measures. If they are not prepared so completely, first of all, the defense capabilities of those towers are comparable to those of civilization. The flagship can, to a certain extent, provide protection while adding so many civilization flagships to take damage at the same time. Once these damage-bearing civilization flagships are in poor condition, they can completely hide in the towers and use the defense power of those towers to buy them recovery time. In this way, they will consume them internally and with us. I don't know where they got so many things from. But now that the other party is well prepared, we must act quickly. We must knock them out of this small universe before they can build up enough defenses. After the plan was finalized in this way, the Yuling civilization was mobilized in full force. Because now they know very well that once the players gain a foothold here, it will be troublesome for them to drive them out again. But if they can drive them out before the opponent has established a foothold, the result will be different. The opponent may suffer heavy losses in this battle, leaving them no longer able to attack. As for the players' attack this time, they naturally used all their strength to defend the next moment. All the combat robots they had reserved were mobilized. Naturally, the players did not dare to neglect them. As soon as they entered the small universe, they were attacked by countless turrets. As for the players' way of fighting back, they were also very simple. That is, they spread out while hurting everyone. And one person was responsible for one person. Forts around the gate. Just like this, as the battle began, the control tower began to take aim. And then the players also cleared the forts in their respective areas. At the same time, when they flew a certain distance, they would immediately place the bombs they had brought here. They knew very well that they could not wait long. They were facing the army of the Moon Age civilization, and they had to buy enough time to control it and anchor the iron wall later. At this time, as the battle between the two sides began on the military parade civilization side, they also discovered that people were randomly placing bombs in the universe. The other side is placing bombs. All reconnaissance units, please remember to mark the location of the bombs. Reporting to the commander, the situation on the front line is not good. We can scan the fluctuations of all the bombs when they are deployed. But once the deployment is completed, our scanning technology cannot detect them. At the same time, these bombs also move at extremely high speeds. So after they are deployed, it is very difficult to track them down. When they heard this, everyone couldn't help but look down. It was obvious that these bombs of the other party should be specially made for them. How is this possible? How could they have this technology? The bomb was clearly aimed at us. How did they do it? Let's not discuss these things now. What we need to know now is how to deal with the current situation. The power of these bombs arranged by the bugs will definitely not be bad. Under such circumstances, if we attack rashly, there may be heavy losses. It's even said that before we even fly to the fighting area, we will be bombed and lose more than half of our troops. What they are doing is nothing more than stalling for time. Our only way now is to use some demoning ships to remove the bombs in the area first. As long as we create a safe passage, we can attack the border with a large army. However, even if there is only one passage, it will be extremely time-consuming. Now we have no better way at the moment. We also know the strength of the opponent's troops. We will probably rush directly into the bomb group under such circumstances. If we lose too much, it will not be conducive to our subsequent battles. After the plan was determined in this way, everyone in the Yuling civilization did not dare to neglect. They immediately took control of their own demoning ship and headed to the area where the people were, and began to clear the mines while heading towards the gathering point of the players. Advance. At this time, the players are very busy. Brothers, the forts 2 light years away have basically been cleared. Well done. How is the deployment of the surrounding control towers? And how is the arrangement of the turrets? The control tower has entered the aiming stage, and the turret has already been sighted. As long as the control tower is sighted and started, the turret can enter normal operation. That's good. What's the situation over there with the iron arm? If I remember correctly, the mapping time for that thing is very long. It will take about 10 days to completely target this thing. So we have to defend this place these days. No problem. At this time, while the players were still discussing, the enemy's combat troops had also entered their reconnaissance range. As for these enemies that had entered their reconnaissance range, the players would naturally not watch them coming. Brothers, our first battle has begun. Once they enter our minefield, we will immediately take action to fight them first. For these combat units of the Moon Age civilization, the minefields laid out by the players naturally have to be used. They do not dare to make any big moves in the minefields, and the players will not let them break through this area. It was too easy, so the players decided to start fighting it as soon as they entered the area. Remember it all? Veterans, when fighting, pay attention to your health bar. Once the armor is broken, then return immediately. This time we have brought enough weapons. We will go back and put on new armor and then come back. In this way, while heading towards the destination, the people communicated. What they have to do now is to delay as much time as possible. The minefield can be regarded as the first delay guarantee. Use the minefield to consume as much of the opponent's combat power as possible, and at the same time reduce their advancement speed. After they pass the minefield, the restored civilization flagship, control tower, and many turrets will continue to cooperate with each other. Delay until the iron wall delineation is complete. At this time, the advancing Yuling civilization army also discovered the approaching players. Be prepared when the insect swarm army comes. Following the commander's order, all the combat robots were ready to wait until the players appeared within their reconnaissance range, and the war between the two sides was about to begin. The next moment, I saw countless artillery fire directed at each other from both sides. Once the players found that the health of their crops was less than 20%, they immediately returned, because they were in a minefield. The internal network did not dare to pursue them. After all, God knows if you will step on thunder if you chase after it, which will affect the surrounding combat units. In this way, the two sides began to spend crazy amounts of money, compared to the Yuling civilization players. Although the consumption here is staggering, fortunately many armors can still be saved. It can still be used as long as it is repaired later, and because the combat readiness brought by the players is very sufficient. They only need to constantly change the armor frequently to be able to maintain a stalemate with this large force for a long time. Just like this, as the battle between the two sides began, the entire Moon Spirit civilization also focused its attention here. The advantage of this civilization is that ordinary people in the civilization generally have higher cognition due to the irrigation of knowledge. After encountering such a situation, their first reaction is not to panic, but how to solve this matter. So this civilization did not hide the fact that the insect swarm had entered the interior. Welcome to today's Frontline Report. It has been a week since the insect swarm invaded the interior of the small universe. A week ago, the swarm began to deploy its own defense measures from a position far away from their stronghold, which is the exit of the small universe. At the same time, it started crazy at a position 1 light year away from their stronghold. Plant a special space bomb. We call this area the bomb area. So far we have successfully advanced 0.9 light years. Although we have lost nearly 30% of our troops during this period, we can see hope soon. As long as they break through the bomb area and reach their location, they will be unable to resist our army's attack. But this time on Jiang Yao's side. Looking at the reports from the front line, Xue Feng looked at Jiang Yao with interest. It seems that your front line can no longer withstand it. Jiang Yao was also speechless when he heard this. It looks like this on the surface, but you might as well guess how long it will take to capture our stronghold after your fleet attacks our stronghold, or whether you have the ability to capture our stronghold. You must know that it took you a whole week just to break through that area. 1 week is enough for us to arrange. Judging from your current progress, you will not be able to break through the bomb area until tomorrow. That is to say, it will take you about 8 days in total to break through that area. What do these 8 days mean? I don't need to say more. Right? He didn't pay much attention to what Jiang Yao said about Xie Feng. Yeah, 8 days is too long. But I'm curious about what you have arranged there to make you so confident. You must know that what you will face next is the full-strength attack of the entire civilization. Wouldn't the answer to this be revealed tomorrow? Let's wait and see.